Chapter 502. Capital City, Heavenly Prison. Qin Zibai was chained up. His body was covered in blood, and he was extremely weak. A few days ago, he'd been seriously injured by Jiangchen. Then, he'd fought with the Shadow Guard commander. Both sides had been injured, and he'd been so weak that he couldn't even move. At that time, Chongming wanted to take Mo Yike away. He also said that he wanted to take him away. However, he was Daewin's servant. How could he lower his head to these traitors? Qin Zibai left. However, not long after he returned to his residence, the Daqian army rushed into his residence. Instantly, he was embroiled in a chaotic battle. He was already severely injured. How could he be Jiang Chen's opponent? He was captured in the blink of an eye. You want me to submit to you? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Qin Zibai spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. However, the capital city was almost under the control of the Daqian army. There were Daqian soldiers everywhere. Now that his cultivation was sealed, who could save him? Aha! Qin Zibai, the Grand Marshal's patience is limited. Ao Yanho has said that he does not care about your life. I advise you to submit to the Grand Marshal obediently. The next time Ao Yanho sends someone here, it might be the time of your death. A prison guard sneered. Pooey. Qin Zibai spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Ha! Do you still think that you're the Grand Marshal of Daewon? Ha, now you're just a dog. I could do whatever I want to you. How dare you spit on me? You are courting death. The prison guard glared at him. As he spoke, the prison guard raised his whip and was about to whip Qin Zibai. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside the heavenly prison. Ha, did you see that? You are dead. The prison guard was about to whip Qin Zibai. Bastard! An angry shout came from outside the heavenly prison. Boom! A stone seemed to be kicked and hit the prison guard. Pooh! The prison guard spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large group of people rushed into the prison. Hoo-hoo! The prison guard coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face twisted with malevolence. However, he saw his superior walking over. My lord, why? The jailer said in surprise. Shut up and scram. The boss glared at him. At this moment, the superior was extremely respectful to the person who had come. It was Sima Chongkong who had personally come. Accompanying Sima Chongkong was the commander of the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards, Montez. Everyone walked up to Qin Zibai. Who beat Qin Zibai up like this? Sima Chongkong stared. As he spoke, he glared at the jailer's superior. Your humble servant doesn't know. I really don't know. It was him, the jailer. Bastard, who allowed you to hit Qin Zibai. The superior glared at the prison guard who was vomiting blood. My lord, didn't you tell me to? The jailer said fearfully. Sima Chongkong immediately looked at his superior. The superior's expression changed. Bastard, how dare you slander me? When the superior was about to kick the jailer, Sima Chongkong said coldly, That's enough. The Grand Marshal asked you to imprison Qin Zibai and persuade him to surrender, not to humiliate him. How dare you disobey the Grand Marshal's orders? Plop. The superior and the jailer immediately knelt down. Mr. Sima, please forgive us. It was Lord Outyin who asked us to. The superior said fearfully. Sima Chongkong was Takashi Ryushin's favorite. Sima Chongkong could deal with him as he pleased. Montez ignored him. Instead, he walked up to Qin Zibai and carefully loosened the chains. Mr. Qin, I'm the commander of the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards, Montez. I'm here to rescue your Qin family on the orders of the Emperor, Montez said solemnly. Ha! Go hi. I don't want his kindness. Qin Zibai gritted his teeth. If Mr. Qin dies, do you want the Qin family to collapse? You're the only descendant of the Qin family. Do you want a Qin family to end here? Montez was not angry. He said with a smile. Save me? Guhai save me? It's already a great favor for him not to harm the people of the Daewon. Why would he save me? Qin Zibai said coldly. Mr. Qin, in order to save you, the Emperor promised the Daqian that he wouldn't send a single soldier to any of the Daewon cities. All for the sake of Lord Qin's clan. Meng Tai shook his head. Qin Zibai's expression changed. What did you say? Gu Hai didn't send a single soldier to any of the Day One cities. The Day One is already dead, and he doesn't want the cities at his fingertips. Montez nodded. The Emperor came to the Day One not to harm the people of the Day One, but to seek justice for the people who died unjustly in the Dahan. Qin Zibai revealed a look of disbelief as he looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong nodded with a bitter smile. Qin Zibai's expression turned ugly. At this moment, Montez untied the chains for Qin Zibai, but he did not resist. Young lord, a person followed behind Montez. Butler, are you okay? They didn't make things difficult for you? Qin Zibai asked in surprise. It was the Qin family's butler. Young lord, we were all sent to the death row prison. It was Lord Meng who brought us out. This old servant was wrong. I didn't have time to give you the old master's letter, so... The Qin family's butler said bitterly. My father's letter? Why didn't you give it to me earlier? Qin Zibai stared at him. The old master told me to give it to you if the Day One was destroyed. The old butler handed over a letter with a bitter smile. Qin Zibai immediately opened the letter and read it, ignoring his injuries. My son, when you read this letter, I will be gone, and the Day One will also be gone, right? Oh, what I asked you to do, did you do it? If you did, promise me one last thing. Follow behind Mo Yike. Remember, you must follow behind Mo Yike. Otherwise, you will be destroyed. Don't show the relic I gave you to others. Study it carefully. Before you study it thoroughly, please promise me that you will follow behind Mo Yike. He will protect you. Father's handwriting. Yes, there was a special mark given to him by his father. It was really given to him by his father. Why? Why? Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Mr. Qin, the Qin family has been rescued and is waiting outside. If there is no problem, please leave with us immediately and meet with the Emperor and Mr. Mo. Let's go to your father's grave together, Montez said solemnly. Montez looked at the letter and felt slightly bitter. Father, what kind of disaster can I face? Montez smiled bitterly. While speaking, Montez glanced around the cell. When he saw the jailer suddenly trembled. However, Qin Zibai did not pay attention to him. Instead, he looked around and saw the bamboo stick in the corner. That was the relic his father gave him. Could it be that the disaster his father mentioned was because of this bamboo stick? Qin Zibai slowly walked over and carefully held the bamboo stick in his hand. Mr. Qin, please. Montez led the way. Qin Zibai followed the crowd out with a blank expression. Outside, there was a flying boat waiting. Qin Zibai and his family were quickly taken out of the capital city and flew towards the north. At the entrance of the Great Hall, Long Outyin and Takashi Ryushin watched the flying boat leave with narrowed eyes. Third uncle, do you think Guhai will go back on his words? Long Outyin frowned and asked. No, Takashi Ryushin said in a low voice. South of the capital city, in a bamboo forest. At this moment, there was a group of men and women in white robes standing on the top of the bamboo leaves. They looked at the huge capital city in the distance with complicated expressions. The leader was a beautiful woman. She was about 30 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, and her white clothes outlined her bones and flesh. She seemed to emit a charm that made people unable to extricate themselves from. She had a different kind of mature charm. It was as if one would never be able to forget her gentle charm after just one glance. However, there was a cold glint in his eyes. The woman had a cinnabar mole between her eyebrows, which made her look particularly coquettish. Juzi, it seems that we have missed something. The capital city? The Providence Cloud sea collapsed, and Shiyu the Great is dead. A man in a white robe with a Tai Chi symbol embroidered on his chest said with a frown. The capital city? That girl, fell in love with someone called Guhai here? Schwanen. The woman said coldly. The Tai Chi man, Schwanen, nodded. That's right. The disciples of the Taishang sect are scattered everywhere. I have asked a few people, and they all pointed to this place. In the end, Wan died for Guhai, and Guhai took revenge for her. Juzi. The woman narrowed her eyes. Fell in love with Guhai. Wan is a proud girl. If Wan likes him, he must be outstanding. However, he should be killed for disturbing Wan cultivation. Juzi, Marshal niece Wan how is she now? Is she all right? Schwanen asked curiously. The woman turned to look at Schwanen. Do your own thing. Don't worry too much. Yes. Schwanen's expression turned ugly as he lowered his head and replied. The day one has been destroyed? It's good that it has been destroyed. The Wansho Taoism conference is about to begin. The Taishang sect must take the lead and take a look at the Sage Hall. The woman said coldly. Yes. Don't worry, Juzi. The Taishang sect's Taishang scripture will definitely be able to suppress the sage scriptures. Another man in white said with a smile. The woman nodded. Dai Qianxing is up. He is ambitious and cannot be underestimated. Yes. Everyone replied. Qin Zibai's flying boat soon met up with Gu Hai's flying boat. Qin Zibai still needed some time to recuperate, so Gu Hai did not use his heaven-replenishing power to heal him. Solemnly, Qin Zibai also became Mo Yike's disciple after receiving a letter from Qin Yan. However, he was unwilling to become Gu Hai's subordinate. Your Majesty, Mr. Qin still has a knot in his heart. Let me slowly resolve it. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai shook his head. No need. Since Qin Zibai is willing to follow you, then let him follow you. For you, it's easy to dodge an arrow in the dark, but difficult to defend against a spear in the open. After all, he is from the Palace of Heaven and can help you resist some dangers. Yes, thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Mo Yike said with a smile. The flying boat continued to fly towards the Dahan. A month later, the flying boat entered the Han Dynasty's territory and quickly flew towards the Chaoga ruins. On this day, Gu Hai and Mo Yike were still playing chess. Your Majesty, we are here. We are back, an official immediately said excitedly. Gu Hai and Mo Yike immediately tossed aside their go pieces and looked at the deck. Indeed, they were already outside Chaoga City. The Chaoga ruins were still there. However, there was one more thing than when they left. 9-5 Island. The extremely large 9-5 Island hovered stably in midair. Someone on 9-5 Island seemed to see Gu Hai's flying boat in the distance. His Majesty is back. His Majesty is back. Excited shouts came from 9-5 Island. Chapter 503. Stop! Gu Hai shouted. Rumble. The flying ships stopped in the blink of an eye. Everyone followed Gu Hai and looked in the direction of the former Chaoga City from afar. Chaoga City remained in ruins. However, there was a super floating island in the sky far away from Chaoga City. This floating island was very large, no smaller than the former Chaoga City. This was the first time the countless soldiers and officials on the flying ships saw such a large floating island. That floating island trembled slightly, looking like it was slowly freezing in the air. Many Dahan officials and soldiers could be seen riding flying ships over from that floating island. Great! Great! What a huge floating island! Is this 9-5 Island? The officials behind Gu Hai showed shocked expressions. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes slightly. A huge floating island? 9-5 Island? No wonder there is no news of it. It turns out that the Emperor sent it 5,000 kilometers into the air to the Divine Continent. It is somewhat similar to the Qian Celestial Dynasty's heavenly courts. A huge floating island? Venerable Lu Nian sighed at the side. The Qian Celestial Dynasty? Heavenly courts? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. The Qian Celestial Dynasty has 33 floating islands, like your 9-5 Island. They seem to be arranged according to a specific formation, scattered in the sky. The main city is called Heavenly Court City. The other 32 are subsidiary cities, named after Tian. They're also called the 33 Layers of Heaven. 33 Layers of Heaven. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Heavenly Court City is the center of the imperial capital. The palace for the imperial court is called the Lingxiao Treasure Palace, the #1 palace in the world. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. 33 Layers of Heaven, Heavenly Courts City, Lingxiao Treasure Palace? The Dacian Celestial Dynasty is going? Gu Hai nodded with a frown. At this moment, Gu Qin, Gao Xinji, Chen Tianshan, Bingheim, and Miao Chun led the officials over. Welcome back, Your Majesty, the officials said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. Imperial Father, why did you stop? We have already arrived at 9-5 Island. We still need Imperial Father to preside over the final location. Imperial Father, please return to the Soaring Palace Hall and preside over the location of 9-5 Island. Gu Qin said respectfully. Gu Hai looked at the Sea of Providence clouds above Chaoga City. At the moment of De Yuan's destruction, a lot of Providence surged towards Chaoga, increasing Chaoga's Providence nearly twofold. No, we're going to pay tribute to the victims, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty, the officials replied. Immediately, a large number of officials and guards went to the graves of the dead people in Chaoga to inform the people there. Gu Hai's flying boat slowly landed outside the millions of tombs. The surrounding commoners also saw Gu Hai. Thank you, Your Majesty, for avenging my father. Thank you, Your Majesty, for avenging my son. Many thanks, Your Majesty. The commoners bowed in gratitude. At the same time, they looked at Gu Hai with exceptionally respectful gazes. More than a month ago, boundless providence suddenly surged into Chaoga City, growing thicker and thicker. Without needing anyone to inform them, the commoners understood that Shiyu the Great had died. The commoners were indeed grateful that the emperor went to Day One to avenge the dead people. However, they did not hold much hope that the emperor would be able to kill Shiyu the Great. That was Shiyu the Great. Furthermore, it was in another dynasty's capital. Who could be confident of killing him? However, the emperor did it. At this moment, the commoners looked at Gu Hai in shock. The commoners quietly stood before the millions of tombs. An official from the Bureau of Rights brought wine to Gu Hai. Gu Hai raised the wine cup and gently poured it on the millions of tombs. This wine is for the deceased people. I have avenged you. She the Great has died. You can all rest in peace, Gu Hai said solemnly. However, the commoners could not see that there were many human souls standing on top of the tombs. Seeing Gu Hai come forward to propose a toast, the dead human souls suddenly bowed respectfully. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Han Dynasty. The millions of human souls bowed respectfully. Others could not see it all. They could only see that a chilly wind suddenly blew above the tombs. Then, rays of golden light gushed out of the chilly wind and rushed toward Gu Hai. Is it the merit? Is it the providence? It's my father. He saw it, he saw it. A commoner who was still alive suddenly exclaimed in surprise. So much merit. It's my mother and the others. The surrounding commoners who were still alive exclaimed excitedly. After Gu Hai proposed a toast, he turned his head to look at Mo Yike. Mr. Mo, Changsheng's and Qinyun's tombs are over there. Gu Hai pointed to a region of tombs not far away. Mo Yike nodded. A group of people from the Mo family behind him carried 2 coffins and slowly walked to the region of tombs. Then, officials quickly finished setting up the tombs. Father, Mother, this child acted on his own accord and moved your tombs here. Father, Day One is already dead. Beside you are Changsheng and Qinyun. You were brothers when you were alive. You should keep each other company in death, Mo Yike said solemnly. Then he slowly buried the coffins in the tombs and started moving the tombs. Gu Hai waited patiently. After everything was done, Gu Hai led everyone to 9-5 Island, which was more than 5,000 kilometers in the air, to the enormous floating city. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. When Gu Hai's group flew to 9-5 Island, the citizens around cheered. Amid the countless congratulatory voices, Gu Hai flew to the Soaring Palace Hall's plaza. At the Soaring Palace Hall's plaza, Dongfang Bubi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Shiyu the Great? You killed him? Dongfang Bubi said with some surprise. Something like that. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Dongfang Bubi's pupils constricted. Back then, Dongfang Bubi saw Shiyu the Great and Dongfang Bubi. Even Dongfang Bubi was not confident, but Gu Hai killed him? At the side, the expressions of Qin Zibai, Mo Yike, and the others changed. Is this Dongfang Bubi? 30-line pair, world ritual array? Mo Yike said in shock. Gu Hai nodded. Imperial Father, what do you think? Guqin Bubi asked solemnly. However, Gu Hai slowly walked to the life entrapment saber. Buzz! Gu Hai extended his hand and grabbed the life enchantment saber's handle. Chaoga City turned to rubble, but the Dahan is immortal. Chaoga City was destroyed, and another city appeared above Chaoga City. 9-5 Island floated above Chaoga City. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. The officials answered. Rumble. Using the life entrapment saber, Gu Hai controlled the entire 9-5 Island to slowly move it above Chaoga City's rubble. Gu Hai acted arbitrarily, and no one dared to say anything. Tell the entire Han dynasty, Gu Hai said loudly. With this shout, the Dahan's Providence cloud sea churned. As it churned, Gu Hai's voice reached the ears of all the Han dynasty's citizens. All the citizens of the 25 cities of the Han dynasty were stunned. Is this the emperor's voice? The Han dynasty's 9-5 Island floated above Chaoga City's rubble. From today onwards, the 9-5 Island will be renamed the Boundless Celestial Capital. The Han dynasty, may you live without boundaries. Gu Hai's voice rang out again. Boundless Celestial Capital? All the citizens heard the name change of the 9-5 Island and seemed to have guessed something. From today onwards, the capital will be moved to the Boundless Celestial Capital. The Han Dynasty, the Boundless Celestial Capital. Gu Hai shouted. Rumble. The Sea of Providence cloud sea churned again and soared into the sky. Evidently, the Boundless Celestial Capital had changed a lot from Chaoga City's rubble to the Boundless Celestial Capital. Boom. The news spread throughout the Han Dynasty. In the Boundless Celestial Capital, countless citizens chanted. The news of the Boundless Celestial Capital seemed to have grown wings and spread in all directions. Heavenly courts in the upper study room. A layer of gauze separated the two sides of the upper study room. Outside the gauze, Ram Saint, Sima Zongheng, Yi Shinjin, and the other important officials stood respectfully. Behind the gauze, one could faintly see Dai Qianxing sitting on the dragon throne and flipping through memorials. News from the first crown prince, second crown prince, and third crown prince? Dai Qianxing asked calmly. Yi Shinjin stepped out and said, Yes, I have placed all of them on His Holiness's desk. The first crown prince valiantly led his troops to the Great Xian Imperial Dynasty. 2 months ago, he officially killed the Great Xian Emperor and destroyed the Great Xian Imperial Dynasty. 2 months ago? Eldest brother? That's right. Eldest brother is very patient, but he hides great strength, bravery, and intelligence. 2 months ago, that was his full strength. What about the second crown prince? Dai Qianxing nodded. The second crown prince, with the help of the heaven-shaking sect, caused chaos in the Great Xian Imperial Dynasty. 1 month ago, he officially killed the Great Xian Emperor and destroyed the Great Xian Imperial Dynasty. Yi Shinjin said respectfully. The second crown prince is not as brave as eldest brother, but he is very intelligent. As long as he has time, destroying the Great Xian Imperial Dynasty is a matter of time. Furthermore, with the help of the heaven-shaking sect, it is not bad to be able to destroy the Great Xian Imperial Dynasty in such a short time. Dai Qianxing nodded. Yes. Yi Shinjin nodded. What about the third crown prince? The third crown prince's clone is lacking in both strength and intelligence. It is not his main body, so he is at a disadvantage. I allowed him to use the heaven-splitting axe once to make up for his deficiencies. How is he? Dai Qianxing asked. The third crown prince entered the capital 3 months ago. The Day 1 Imperial Dynasty was destroyed. Yi Shinjin smiled bitterly. Oh, a month earlier than boss? The emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty was a little surprised. Yi Shinjin nodded respectfully. Dai Qianxing picked up Takashi Ryushin's memorial and read it carefully. After reading for a while, Dai Qianxing fell silent. It was Gu Hai who destroyed the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty? Yes. With a psychological attack, he forced Shiyu the Great to his death. However, Gu Hai is very scary. His Holiness. Yi Shinjin looked at Dai Qianxing worriedly. His Holiness, Gu Hai moved the capital to the boundless heavenly capital. He is very ambitious, Sima Zongheng said with a frown. Dai Qianxing shook his head. I know. However, this is a good thing. Everyone looked at the great Qin dynasty's emperor in confusion. This showed that Gu Hai was very ambitious. How did it become a good thing? What about the floating cloud sect? Dai Qianxing asked indifferently. We have planted people in the floating cloud sect. This time, when the army attacked the floating cloud sect, they surrendered. Just half a month ago, Yi Shenzhen said with a smile. Dai Qianxing nodded. Deal with these war zones as soon as possible. The Thousand Sage Conference is about to begin. Ram Saint, I asked you to host the calligraphy conference. How are your preparations? Chapter 504. The Qian Celestial Dynasty, Heavenly Courts City, Upper Study Room. Ram Saint, I asked you to preside over the calligraphy conference. How are your preparations? Dai Qianxing asked mildly. Outside the curtain, Ram Saint said respectfully, the Thousand Sage Conference, the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, has its own style. His Holiness can rest assured. I have taken care of it properly. There are still some trivial matters that will be settled when the Thousand Sage Conference starts. However, will I only preside over the calligraphy conference? The zither conference, the chess conference, and the painting conference, could it be? Zither Dao, chess Dao, painting Dao, I already have people in mind. You don't have to worry, Dai Qianxing said mildly. Yes. Ram Saint nodded. Have you received the replies? The emperor of the great Qian dynasty asked calmly. Yes, there are letters from the 3 Holy Lands and the other 2 celestial dynasties. Solar Divine Palace, Taichu faction. Wanshou Taoism, Taishang faction. Spirited Mountain Holy Land, Future Buddha faction. Dian Dynasty, Qing Emperor personally leading a delegation. Great Yellow Dynasty, Emperor Kong personally leading a delegation. Others, as well as the various academies, will send representatives. Ram Saint said respectfully. Taishang, Taichu, Future Buddha, Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong? Ha! It really is a literary conference. Dai Qianxing tapped his fingers on the table. This Thousand Sage Conference will be held in Qian. It will definitely be a grand occasion. Ram Saint nodded and smiled. Dai Qianxing nodded. In the western part of the Divine Continent, in a mountain forest filled with righteous energy, there was a group of buildings on the mountain. In each building, a group of people in green, scholarly robes looked down at a valley below. There was a soundproof barrier in the valley, and no sound could be heard. However, one could see that there were many zither players hugging their zither, looking pained. The people on the mountain were confused. What is zither of life and death? They have all sealed their cultivation in this barrier. They will not open the barrier until the winner is decided. What are they trying to do? This guy is really something. Even the masters of the Guqin Academy of the Academy couldn't stand it. How powerful is that sound? Look, that zither player is intoxicated. It must be a powerful song that attacks the heart. Friends with the zither, masters of the Academy. Zither play. Play. That zither player's cultivation has been sealed. What are you worried about? The people on the mountain looked at the strange scene in the valley. Within the soundproof barrier, there was a young man dancing and singing in an intoxicated manner. In front of him, a group of scholars were rolling around with zither in their hands. Help me, help me, save, help, help, save help, save help, help. F*CKU, what the hell are you singing? Help, stop singing, stop singing, stop. I have gathered all my power in my ears to capture all your notes. You want us to listen to this? Don't sing anymore. Help, I'm deaf. My sense of music. Go to hell. The zither masters looked at the person who was singing. The person who was singing was none other than Gu Hai's heaven-level zither, Gaochen. She finally finished singing the song with much difficulty. Gaochen heaved a long sigh of relief. How comfortable. Didn't you say that you wanted to challenge me? Why didn't you play the zither? My general's order, canon, and sorrow are all SOSO. Only my song is the best. What do you think? The group of zither masters looked at Gaochen as if they were dumbfounded. Didn't we say we were going to compete? An old zither master's mouth trembled. Gaochen's face darkened. That day when I played the song for the people nearby, they were so happy. But you didn't allow them to listen. Why? You even asked me to compete and said that if I lost, I would kowtow and apologize to everyone in the Zither Academy. Come on, who's afraid of who? Play. Let me moisten my throat and play another song. Let's see who's better. Gauchin drank a mouthful of tea and seemed to be about to sing again. Stop, stop, stop singing. Suddenly, all the Zither masters shouted as if they were about to break down. Zither competition? We were going to steal your songs, canon, pathetique, and order the general. We were going to steal your songs and play the piano at the same time. But once you started singing those songs, we couldn't play them at all. How could we play them? Our sense of music is broken. How can we play a song and compete with you? When that little radish of yours sang, we were about to vomit blood. The old Zither master looked at his disciple, whose ears were bleeding, and his face was filled with shock. I am. Gauchin opened his mouth and was about to sing. Don't. We admit defeat. We admit defeat. Stop singing. The old man shouted. Once the old man shouted, no one tried to hold on. How was this listening to music? This was playing with their lives. You admit defeat just like that, Gauchin said with a stunned face, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yes, yes. Master, your Zither skills are unparalleled. We were frogs in a well. Stop singing. No one here is your opponent. Really, compared to you, we are like fireflies competing for glory with the sun and moon. The old man shouted. Gauchin looked regretful and sighed. All right, I still have dozens of songs. The Zither master's faces changed. I still have a song that can cause thunder to roll. Sigh. It's so hard to find a worthy opponent. Gauchin sighed. All the Zither masters wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. But it's okay. Your Zither skills still need to be improved. I will stay here and give you some pointers. No need to thank me. Gauchin's eyes lit up. Wong. All the Zither masters' heads buzzed. What? You want to stay and give us pointers? Master, all the Zither masters in the world are heading to the Thousand Sage Assembly. Why don't you go there? There are many experts there. They're all Zither masters. Staying here is a waste of time. The old Zither master immediately shouted. Yes, yes. All the Zither masters nodded. Thousand Sage Assembly? Gauchin was slightly stunned. Yes, it's in the Diqian Celestial Empire, Heavenly Court City. Here, we have an invitation from the Thousand Sage Assembly. We admit that we are not talented, so we will give this invitation to you. We hope that Master can shine in the Thousand Sage Assembly and win first place. The old man hurriedly took out an invitation and handed it over. This invitation from the Diqian Celestial Empire was the most expensive thing in the world. In the past, they would not even be willing to give it a look. But now, in order to send this demon away, no one stopped them. All right, but unfortunately, I can't give you any pointers. Gauchin sighed softly. No need, no need. Don't delay Master's glory. When the time comes, all the Zither masters in the world will gather at the Thousand Sage Assembly. They will definitely worship Master. The old man said excitedly. All right, forget it. I'll just force myself to accept it. The North Star sighed slightly and happily received the invitation. All the Zither masters wiped the sweat off their heads. The winner was decided, and the barrier was removed. When the people on the mountain saw the horrified expressions of the Zither court's great masters, they all showed shocked expressions. This Gauchin managed to conquer the Zither court's elders with one song. The people on the mountain exclaimed in shock. However, Gauchin hugged the invitation and happily headed for the Diqian Celestial Empire. Han Dynasty, boundless heavenly capital, upper study room. Guhai looked at the Xuanwu race elder, Miao Chun, standing before him. Elder Miao, do you know about Shangwan Hen's matter? Guhai asked sullenly. Yes, I did not expect that the Prime had an evil body back then. The evil Prime Xuanwu is still alive? Miao Chun said, with a complicated expression. This emperor already sent people to search for Shangwan Hen, but there is no news for now. However, the evil Xuanwu Prime has appeared. What is your attitude toward the Dahan? Guhai looked at Miao Chun. Miao Chun frowned and said, the evil Prime occupied Shangwan Hen Prime's body. I believe that he will reappear soon. At that time, he will definitely gather the old members of the Xuanwu race. At that time, The Xuanwu race will definitely follow him. Although he is the incarnation of evil, he is still a prime. What about you? Will you follow him? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Miao Chun remained silent for a while. Then he shook his head and said, I want to stay in the boundless heavenly capital for now. Oh, Gu Hai said, feeling confused. Evil intent? It should be the dark side that the primes separated back then. He is just the dark side of the prime, not the true prime. I only recognize the righteous prime. If the black tortoise god fully approves of him, I will have nothing to say. However, the one that the black tortoise god truly approves of is Shangwan Hen. Hence, I will listen to God, Miao Chun said gravely. Gu Hai nodded and said, I remember that Shangwan Hen swallowed the snake head of the previous Xuanwu prime outside Silver Moon City. Perhaps this evil intent is in that snake head. Your Majesty, I would like to ask if you will save Shangwan Hen. Miao Chun asked solemnly. Yes, and I must save him. Gu Hai nodded with certainty. In that case, I will lead the Xuanwu race as the national beast of Dahan and wait for the return of prime Shangwan Hen. Miao Chun said solemnly. Gu Hai stared at Miao Chun for a while. Then he nodded and said, I will do my best. Thank you, Your Majesty, Miao Chun said gratefully. While Miao Chun and Gu Hai were talking, a guard's voice suddenly came from outside the study. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience. The guard said respectfully. Oh, let him in, Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. I did not summon Gu Qin. Why is he here? Soon, Gu Qin walked into the study with a joyful expression on his face. Imperial Father, good news. Good news. Just now, 2 envoys came to the boundless heavenly capital. Gu Qin said excitedly. Oh, Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. Shu the Great has fallen, and the Day One Imperial Dynasty's territory is now ownerless. The De Qian Heavenly Dynasty can take it all slowly. However, for some reason, Jinmu of Silla suddenly became very anxious. Not only did she pacify the surrounding cities, but she also sent troops to attack them. As a result, many people in the Day One Imperial Dynasty started to revolt. Just now, 2 envoys from the cities came with letters from the city lords and the Book of All People. They said that they are willing to submit to the Han Dynasty and become citizens of the Dahan. Gu Qin said excitedly. Book of All People? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Yes, Imperial Father. You once promised Jinmu of Silla and Mr. Mo that you would not send a single soldier to the Day One Imperial Dynasty. However, those cities are willing to join the Han Dynasty. How can we refuse? We did not send a single soldier. Gu Qin said excitedly. Good. Gu Hai also smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 505. The next day, Gu Qin brought up the matter of the envoys again. Gu Hai formally arranged for Mo Yike to handle the matter in front of all the officials. In the eyes of many officials, this was an opportunity for Mo Yike to establish his authority. However, in Mo Yike's eyes, he could only smile bitterly. The emperor had given him a hot potato. Mo Yike understood that the emperor was concerned about his feelings. Even if he chased the envoys away, the emperor would not blame him. However, could he do that? Not to mention that he was already a courtier of the Dahan and had to consider the interests of the Dahan. He could not bear to reject the request of the envoys. Sigh. With a slight sigh, Mo Yike accepted the book of 10,000 people from the envoys. Capital City, in Daio Hall. Takeshi Ryushin looked at the scrolls that came from all directions with a gloomy expression. Bang! In his anger, Takeshi Ryushin slammed his palm on the table. The scrolls fell to the ground one after another. Bastard Gu Hai, Takeshi Ryushin said with a gloomy expression. Long Outyin and Sima Chongkong each picked up a few scrolls and read them. Gu Hai, he went back on his word. He said that he would not covet the Daewon's territory. That despicable person. Long Outyin glared angrily. Takeshi Ryushin's expression was gloomy. Your Highness, are you angry because of this? Then your Highness is wrong to be angry. Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. Long Outyin and Takeshi Ryushin looked at Sima Chongkong. Gu Hai only promised not to send a single soldier to the Daewon's territory when he exchanged Qin Zibai. Now all the cities are crying and shouting that they want to join the Dahan. Guhai didn't break his promise. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. It's wrong to take Daewon's territory. Look, how many cities are there? There are already 10 cities? Why? Our soldiers risked their lives to besiege the city and suffered countless casualties in order to obtain a single city. Yet, he did it so effortlessly. That's mine to Qian's. Long Outyin glared. Sima Changkong shook his head. His Holiness allowed Deqian to attack Daewon with our alliance. That is to say, Dahan also has the right. Guhai didn't send a single soldier, but he fulfilled his promise to the prince. Why? Based on the fact that Daewon's people are loyal to Dahan, there's nothing we can do about it. Sima Changkong, whose side are you on? Long Outyin said coldly. Outyin, don't be rude. Takashi Ryushin said in a low voice. Oomph. Long Outyin snorted. Then what should we do? Takashi Ryushin said with a frown. I advise the prince not to be too radical. Otherwise, it would incite a rebellion, but... Sima Changkong sighed. Takashi Ryushin shook his head. The Thousand-Sage Assembly is near. His Holiness sent an urgent order, so I can only speed up the process. I'll slowly pacify them in the future. Sima Changkong nodded. Time is indeed tight. Daewon's 200 cities are too many. Now that Dahan has taken over all the cities, it's difficult to do. It's obviously impossible to stop Dahan from taking over all the cities. We can only try to make them take as little as possible. We have to take over all the cities bordering Dahan as soon as possible. Then the other cities will be separated by our defense line, and they won't have a chance to join Dahan. Okay, Takashi Ryushin replied. Han Dynasty, Endless Celestial Capital, Upper Study. Only Guhai and Guqin were in the study. Father, Mr. Amo has already taken over 15 cities, but Takashi Ryushin's army is also reacting quickly. They're quickly taking over the cities bordering us. Guqin said worriedly. You want to use a defense line to separate Dahan? Huh. You're only starting to separate Dahan now. It's too late. If we can't stop them, just leave it to Mr. Amo. Guhai shook his head and smiled. Yes, Guqin said with a smile. Guhai slowly took out a scroll and handed it to Guqin. Father, what's this? Guqin asked, puzzled. With that, Guqin gently opened the scroll. There were many complicated diagrams drawn on the scroll. Guqin studied it for a while and said in surprise, Father, is this a formation? It's not a Go formation? Guhai nodded. It's the reason why the Great Slaughter Celestial Dynasty was destroyed. Oh, what's this diagram? Guqin was slightly taken aback. The forging diagram of the entrance to the Azura Mystic Realm, Guhai said in a low voice. The entrance to the Azura Mystic Realm? Guqin said in surprise. You'll be in charge of the secret construction according to this diagram, Guhai said in a low voice. Guqin studied it for a while and said with a frown, Yes, but the forging diagram of the entrance to the Azura Mystic Realm is as difficult as the floating formation of our endless celestial capital. It's not something that can be completed in a short time. Moreover, it requires all kinds of materials and a lot of time to collect them. I'll arrange for Chun Tianshan to be in charge of collecting these materials. You just have to do your best to build it, Guhai said in a low voice. Yes. From the various signs of the Qian Celestial Dynasty over the past few years, I feel that something big is about to happen on the Divine Continent. The Han Dynasty is too weak. In the face of such a big event, the slightest mistake will cause it to be destroyed. Therefore, the Dahan Celestial Dynasty must become strong as soon as possible. This forging diagram of the entrance to the Azura Mystic Realm is a crucial item. There can't be any mistakes, Guhai said in a low voice. Don't worry, Father. I'll do my best, Guqin said solemnly. Guhai nodded. Your cultivation level seems to be rising quickly. You're almost at the Yuanying state. Guhai looked at Guqin. Guqin nodded. Yes, there are some secret techniques in the legacy of Old Man Guanxi that have allowed me to cultivate extremely quickly. However, I just have a bad feeling about them. Oh, Guhai was puzzled. The secret techniques that I'm cultivating. How do I put it? It seems like a secret door. I can't tell what kind of danger it is, but I just have a strange feeling. Gu Qin frowned. Secret door? Gu Hai frowned. Guanqi's ninth son. Perhaps the ninth young master had discovered the secret door and wanted to find a substitute time and time again, giving the legacy to someone else. Secret door? If it's dangerous, then don't cultivate it. The Han dynasty has countless martial arts. Gu Hai frowned. Gu Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly. How can other martial arts be faster than the one left behind by old man Guanqi? Moreover, once you start cultivating, you can't stop. I don't want to change. After staring at Gu Qin for a while, Gu Hai nodded. Ever since the cities had successfully submitted to the Han dynasty, the news spread like wildfire to all the cities in the Day-One territory. Xiu the Great received the emperor's funeral, but the people didn't thank Takashi Ryushin. Instead, they thanked the Han dynasty. The people were against the Deqian. Furthermore, when Takashi Ryushin took over the cities, they mobilized even more troops. The people of the Han dynasty enjoyed good governance, and in a short period of time, more and more cities wanted to join the Han dynasty. Of course, there were also those who didn't want to join the Han dynasty. When Takashi Ryushin's army completely cut off the Han dynasty's borders and cut off the Day-One dynasty, the Han dynasty had taken over 35 cities. Including the Kong city that was already part of the Han dynasty, there was a total of 36 cities. In a short period of time, the Han dynasty's cities had reached 60. Pump. In the Daio Hall, Takashi Ryushin slammed his palm on the table. 35 cities? A bunch of trash. Takashi Ryushin said angrily. At the side, Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly and said, Your Highness, actually, the Legion generals have already done their best. It's only 35 cities. We finally cut it off. The Day-One dynasty only has a total of 200 cities. Gu Hai is really lucky. 35 cities. That's more than his Han dynasty's territory. Long Outyin was also depressed. Takashi Ryushin vented his anger for a while, then slowly suppressed the anger in his heart. Forget it. 35 cities it is. Oof. Takashi Ryushin could only feel helpless. The Han dynasty's cities had reached 60, and its territory had more than doubled. Boundless celestial capital in the study room. Gu Hai sat in front of the study table, and a group of Legion generals stood respectfully on both sides. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I only took 35 cities. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. No, Mr. has already done very well. Because of Mr., the Dahan's territory has doubled. What else can I blame you for? Gu Hai immediately smiled. Mo Yike shook his head and said, No, without me, Your Majesty can still take these cities. I didn't do anything. It's just a pity that I couldn't take more. More? Ha! Mr. Mo, 35 cities is already the Dahan's limit, isn't it? Only Mr. can control this well. If it were anyone else. Ha! Gu Hai smiled slightly. Second Legion Commander Chun Tianshan raised an eyebrow and said, What? Mr. Mo only took so many on purpose? Third Legion Commander Bingheim was silent for a while and said, Mr. Mo is wise. 35 cities is indeed the limit that the Dahan can take. If we take more, it will make people jealous. Gu Hai nodded and said, The Dahan is still developing. Let's take it slow. Yes, all the Legion generals answered. Just as everyone was discussing, the voice of a guard came from outside the room. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has brought Mu Chunfeng to see you. The guard said respectfully. Oh, Mu Chunfeng? Isn't she in Silvermoon City? Let them in. Gu Hai frowned and said. Mu Chunfeng was Elite Hall's leader Mu. Back in Silvermoon City, she had followed Gu Hai to build the first Zither Tower on this street. Later, she guarded Silvermoon City's property for Gu Hai and was in charge of contacting the young master of Silvermoon Villa, Yinamo. Soon, Gu Qin led Mu Chunfeng into the study room. Father, Mu Chunfeng looked for me earlier. The situation is urgent, so I put aside my work and came here, Gu Qin said respectfully. Oh, Gu Hai looked at Mu Chunfeng. Mu Chunfeng greets the hall leader. Mu Chunfeng said respectfully. Mu Chunfeng, did something happen in Silvermoon City? Gu Hai asked puzzled. Mu Chunfeng frowned and looked at everyone in the study room. You are all my trusted aides. Speak, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Mu Chunfeng nodded and said, Your Majesty, you used to send messages everywhere and report to me immediately if there was news about Shangwan Hen. I was worried that something might happen on the way, so I came here personally. Shangwan Hen? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, Villa Master Yun Mo told me. He saw Shangwan Hen at Silver Moon Sea in Silver Moon Villa's property. There was also a large number of Xuanwu, Mu Chunfeng said solemnly. Shangwan Hen worked with you for a while in Silver Moon City. Since Villa Master Yun Mo said that he saw him, it can't be wrong. Silver Moon Sea? It's good that we know where he is. Gu Hai nodded. Villa Master Yun Mo mentioned that there was a group of people who went to see Shangwan Hen. The leader seemed to be called Qing Emperor. That's right, Qing Emperor. Mu Chunfeng recalled. What? Qing Emperor? Gu Qin's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Who is Qing Emperor? Gu Hai had already told Gu Qin about the information he had found a few years ago. When Gu Hai was still an ordinary person, the Qing Emperor had brought a group of experts to 9-5 Island. They were the ones who had killed Gu Hai's wife, Chun Xian. It was this Qing Emperor who had caused the disappearance of Gu Tang and Gu Ming of Gu Qin's 4 brothers. Qing Emperor? The Dian Dynasty's emperor was a powerful man. Gu Qin's exclamation stunned all the army commanders. They didn't know what was going on. Qing Emperor? Ha! Gu Hai smiled faintly. However, no one noticed that Gu Hai had clenched his fist so tightly that his veins were popping out. Chapter 506. Qing Emperor? Gu Hai's eyes were still calm, but his heart was in turmoil, filled with hatred. Father, I want to go to Silver Moon City. Gu Qin shouted with reddened eyes. Gu Hai was silent for a while, then said, All right, all of you are dismissed. The Crown Prince, stay. Yes. Everyone nodded and left. After everyone left, Gu Qin could no longer control his emotions. Father, I want to go to Silver Moon City and kill that demon Qing Emperor. You're going? Do you have the ability to go now? Gu Hai asked. Yes, I have. The enmity of killing my mother is irreconcilable. I must kill him, Gu Qin said with reddened eyes. It's not your turn to kill him, Gu Hai said coldly. Father, Gu Qin said anxiously. All right, you guard the limitless celestial capital. I'm going to take a look, Gu Hai said. 3 days later, after Gu Hai handed over the administrative affairs of the Dahan, he led Mu Chunfeng, Mo Yike, and Bingheim onto the flying boat and headed north with a group of officials. Qin Zibai naturally followed Mo Yike to protect him. On the flying boat, Gu Hai didn't mention the Qing Emperor to Mo Yike and Bingheim. Instead, he held an invitation card in his hand and started reading it. Bingheim and Mo Yike stood at the side. Your Majesty, is this the invitation card for the Thousand Saints Conference from the Heavenly Courts? Mo Yike asked with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. The Thousand Saints Conference is very rare for an invitation card to be sent to a private individual. The Thousand Saints Conference is divided into 4 major competitions: zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Your Majesty's chess, zither, and calligraphy skills have all shown in the past few years. Naturally, Your Majesty will receive an invitation card, Mo Yike said with a smile. Thousand Sage Assembly? What's the use of the 4 major competitions? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. This is a grand meeting of all the cultivators under the heavens. The 3 great celestial dynasties and the 3 great holy lands will definitely have people participating. There will also be countless academies, Qin institutes, chess institutes, and art institutes. The Thousand Sage Conference is held once every 1,000 years. The last time, it was hosted by Old Man Guanxi from the Sky Chess Pavilion, Bingheim explained. Once every 1,000 years? Why? Gu Hai was puzzled. I've heard that it's held once every 1,000 years. Some when Dao Holy Hall opens once every 1,000 years, and only when Dao cultivators can enter. The purpose of the Thousand Sage Assembly is to select the people who can enter. Bingheim recalled. Wendao Sacred Hall? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. I have also heard of Wendao Holy Temple before. However, I have never seen it before. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head. After a moment of silence, Guhai nodded and carefully put away the invitation. The flying ship quickly flew towards Silver Moon City. Bingheim and Mo Yike had already guessed what Guhai was concerned about from Guqin's attitude that day. However, the two did not say much. After more than a month, the flying ship slowly flew to the vicinity of Silver Moon City. Silver Moon City looked the same as before. However, the Silver Moon Sea outside the city was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see inside. Hall Master, when I left, it was already like this. I asked the Manor Lord of Silver Moon Mountain Villa, Yun Mo. He said that this fog was not caused by him. Mu Chanfeng said with a frown. Yes. Guhai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the fog-shrouded Silver Moon Sea. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, do you have a grudge against the Qing Emperor? Bingheim could not help asking worriedly. Oh, Guhai looked at Bingheim. That day, I already saw some clues. However, I was not sure. If your Majesty comes to seek revenge against the Qing Emperor, it would be best. Bingheim said worriedly. What's the best? Guhai chuckled. That Qing Emperor is an ambitious person in the world. He is stronger than Shiyu the Great. Bingheim said worriedly. Stronger than Shiyu the Great? Guhai raised his eyelids. Yes. Back then, he went to Solar God Palace and fought with Tai Chu. Although he did not win in the end, he did not lose either. Moreover, he is not as pure as Shiyu the Great. Qing Emperor is extremely shrewd and scheming. However, now that my Dahan, Bingheim said worriedly, is it something that Dahan cannot deal with now? Ha, Bingheim, how can you be sure that I have a grudge against him? Guhai laughed. Bingheim looked at Guhai with a complicated expression. She could not see any emotions on Guhai's face. In the end, she could only smile bitterly and say, maybe I am too sensitive. Guhai smiled faintly and nodded. Guhai turned his head and looked at the Silver Moon Sea again. Your Majesty, the fog in the Silver Moon Sea should be a formation. Mo Yike frowned and said, maybe. Guhai nodded. Guhai turned his head and no longer paid attention to the Silver Moon Sea. Instead, he looked at Silver Moon City. Although the hatred was engraved in his heart, Guhai did not let it get to his head. The Silver Moon Sea was the property of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. There are many formations of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa inside. He had to go to the Silver Moon Mountain Villa first to figure out the situation. Go to the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Guhai said seriously. Yes, the official behind him answered. Rumble. The flying ship flew towards Silver Moon City. Soon, it arrived at the city gate. At this moment, the soldiers guarding the city gate had anxious expressions. They looked into the city from time to time. Suddenly, a flying ship flew over. Immediately, a soldier shouted, "Stop! Flying ships are prohibited in the city. Get off the flying ship and register to enter the city. Get off the flying ship and take the Red Crown crane carriage." Guhai did not want to waste a moment. Naturally, he was unwilling. He flipped his hand and took out the Elite Hall token, wanted to hand it over. However, before the token was handed over, the eyes of the captain of the guards at the side lit up. Then, he scolded the guard. "Are you blind? Don't you recognize Mr. Good? Mr. Good wants to enter the city and register with you?" Huh? The city guard was bewildered. The captain of the guards welcomed him with great enthusiasm. "Mr. Good, you're finally back. That's great. It was all thanks to Mr. Good that I didn't lose my 5 senses. This is a newcomer. He doesn't know Mr. Good. Mr. Good, please don't blame him. It's okay." Guhai smiled. "Mr. Good, please come in." The captain of the guards immediately invited the flying ship into the city with great politeness. "Captain, no one in the city is allowed to fly on the flying ship. This is a rule set by the city lord," the guard said anxiously. The captain of the guards glared at him. "A rule set by the city lord? Do you believe that Mr. Good can make the entire city listen to Mr. Good?" Huh? The guard was stunned and speechless. Guhai smiled and didn't pay much attention to him. He steered the flying ship into the city. "Mr. Good, it's great that you're back. Something happened at Silver Moon Villa. It's been half a month. I heard that the villa master can't take it anymore." The captain of the guards said worriedly. "Silver Moon Villa? What happened?" Guhai raised his eyebrows. "Someone came to challenge Silver Moon Villa. It's a Guqin duel, just like Mr. Good last time. The captain of the guards said worriedly. Challenge Silver Moon Villa? Why? Guhai was puzzled. I heard that it's to avenge the witch. Wanner, Guhai said in surprise. Oh, I remember now. They call themselves Guqin Masters from Taishang's sect. The captain of the guards recalled. Taishang's sect? Taishang's sect? Wanshou Taoism? Guhai's face darkened. Chapter 507. Han Dynasty, Limitless Celestial Capital. Guqin stood outside the soaring palace hall, looking towards the north. His eyes flashed with anxiety and helplessness. Father, you didn't let me go to Silver Moon City. I know you're protecting me, but Dahan can't do without you. Father, you must return safely. Guqin sighed softly. Crown Prince, Lord Chun has gathered a batch of materials. Will we start setting up the formation? A subordinate walked behind Guqin. Guqin turned his head and nodded. Let's go. Yes, the subordinate said respectfully. Guqin left with his subordinates. However, he didn't notice that outside the limitless celestial capital, in the clouds, there was a man in red on a flying boat, looking at Guqin from afar. The man in red had a scar on his forehead. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Guqin. Hey, Guqin, you're still alive. A group of subordinates stood behind him, carefully serving him. On the flying boat, there was a large flag with the word Tang written on it. Lord Tang, this is all the information you asked us to find about the Han Dynasty. We've done our best, but we don't know what else we missed. A subordinate said worriedly. Lord Tang glanced at the information on the table beside him. I've already seen it. Missed? Tell me about Guhai's life. Lord Tang said calmly. Yes, according to the information we found, Guhai came from an unknown family. He suddenly appeared at the age of 30 and married Chen Xian, from a mortal country of Chen Xian. Unfortunately, Chen Xian couldn't give birth, so he adopted two sons, Guqin and Gohan. After that, Chen Xian died of illness. Guhai sought medical help everywhere and finally stepped into the cultivation world with the help of the hall master of the first-class hall, Long Wanxin. Next, the subordinate said respectfully. Lord Tang gently tapped his finger on the armrest of the flying boat. Listening to Guhai's life story, he sneered. Two adopted sons? Old man. What great luck you have. You actually didn't die so many times. How much longer can you live? Lord Tang said in a low voice, revealing a cold smile. Lord Tang, we have been delayed here for some time. Should we continue to move forward? Otherwise, if we delay for too long, the Emperor will blame us, and we. The subordinate said worriedly. Lord Tang turned his head, looked at the subordinate, and said indifferently, Let's go north to the Qin Celestial Empire. The Qing Emperor will have to wait for a long time. Yes, his subordinates answered. Who? The flying boat circled around the limitless celestial capital and shot toward the north at high speed. In the limitless celestial capital, almost no one noticed the flying boat. Only one person, Dongfang Booby, glanced at it suspiciously before it left. Outside Silver Moon City, Silver Moon Sea. Silver Moon Sea was shrouded in fog. At this moment, outside the fog, near Silver Moon City, a group of men stood on the flying boat, listening to the sound from Silver Moon City. The leader, dressed in a white robe, revealed a slight smile. Great ferocious bird song? How much does the Grand Elder's bloodline hate the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? The Silver Moon Mountain Villa can still withstand the attack of such a ferocious bird. It is indeed worthy of being Mr. Silver Moon's inheritance. The white-robed man sneered. After the white-robed man finished speaking, another man in purple beside him laughed. Qi Sha, you are the Emperor's heaven-grade zither. You heard it clearly. What happened in Silver Moon City? Why did Taishang's bloodline use the great ferocious bird song? The white-robed man, Qi Sha, said coldly, Mind your own business. Don't ask about unimportant things. The purple-robed man's face stiffened, then looked at Qi Sha with a gloomy expression, but he didn't say anything. Everyone ignored 7 kills. 7 kills was the only one listening to the commotion in the city. In Silver Moon City, Guhai's flying boat quickly flew towards Silver Moon Villa. Before long, They were not far from Silver Moon Villa. "Mr. Good, it's there, it's there. Look." The guard leading the way immediately pointed into the distance and shouted, "Screech! Screech! Screech!" A group of hundreds of giant vultures let out sharp screeches and swooped down, crashing into Silver Moon Villa. Each of the vultures was over 1,000 feet long. Their bodies glowed with blue light. They crashed into the barrier outside the Silver Moon Villa. Boom! 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 The ferocious birds crashed into the barrier and exploded. A deafening sound rang out. The deafening sound seemed to contain a ferocious aura, making one's heart tremble. Silver Moon Villa's formation shook violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Strangely, the vulture that had exploded was suddenly reborn amidst the ripples. Are these vultures fake? Are they formed by the sound of the zither? Embark raised his eyebrows in surprise. Indeed, these vultures were transparent. Around Silver Moon Villa, sound waves fluctuated, forming ripples. At the intersection of these sound waves and ripples, vultures condensed. Outside Silver Moon Villa, the ones who formed the vultures with the sound waves were 10 white-robed zither players, continuously plucking the strings. The sound of the zither seemed to be controlled near Silver Moon Villa and could not be transmitted. However, every time they played, the hundreds of vultures became more ferocious. Screech! Screech! Vultures' cries seemed to carry a kind of terror that made people scared. It's there. Every time I hear the cries of these monsters, I don't know why, but my heart palpitates. The guard said with a cold expression. This is fear in the way of the zither. An extremely sinister way of the zither. Bingheim said with a frown. Fear. Guhai frowned and looked at Bingheim. Bingheim nodded and said, there are many effects in the way of the zither. Some sounds can cut off a person's 5 senses, just like Fairy One Urs Les Miserables. Some sounds can cut off a person's 7 emotions and 6 desires. This should be the one that cuts off a person's courage. Once a person's courage is cut off, in the best-case scenario, they will not make any progress in their cultivation. They will even regress countless times. In the worst-case scenario, they will be completely frightened to death. Break someone's courage. Guhai's expression darkened. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Wansho Taoism's Great Ferocious Bird Killing Song. Bingheim said with a frown. Great Ferocious Bird Killing Song? Mo Yike raised his eyebrows. There are 100 types of ferocious birds in the Great Ferocious Bird Killing Song. I just don't know how many types they can play. Bingheim said worriedly. As expected, as hundreds of vultures self-destructed, a soul-shaking explosion sounded. More zither masters started to play the zither. Shriek! Shriek! Another group of white-robed zither masters started to play. Suddenly, peacocks appeared in the ripples of the zither music and charged ferociously like vultures towards the boundary of the Silver Moon Villa. Rumble! The loud sounds shocked the residents in the surroundings, and they fled in all directions. Under the influence of fear, the ordinary Shioja showed an inexplicable expression of fear. Outside the Silver Moon Villa, there were hundreds of zither masters playing the zither. Peacocks, vultures, eagles, and all kinds of ferocious birds rushed towards the boundary of the Silver Moon Villa in flocks. The fierce sounds shook the heavens and the earth. A large number of cracks appeared on the boundary. Inside the boundary, Yunmo played the zither with an ugly expression. A group of Silver Moon Villa disciples behind him were also playing the zither with Yunmo. They all looked anxious. They were sweating profusely. Some people's fingers were already bleeding, but they did not dare to stop for a moment. Some of the disciples of the Silver Moon Villa, who had lower cultivations, revealed frightened expressions and shivered. One of them looked like he was scared to death. Elder Feng Tong, are you going to exterminate my Silver Moon Villa? Yin Mo shouted angrily. Outside the boundary, the person directing the white-robed zither masters was a Jurassic man who was only as tall as a child but had an old face. The man's expression was ugly and ferocious. Exterminate? Ha ha! Yin Mo, you were the one who almost killed Wana? You stole Wan Er's body and prepared to give it to the old manor master of the Silver Moon Villa for possession? Humph! You dare to harm my Wan? I want a life. Elder Feng Tong said with a ferocious expression. I already apologized to her, Yin Mo said anxiously. Apologize? Ha ha ha. So what if you apologized? I will kill you all. Where's the old manor master? Where's that old thing? If he is dead, your Silver Moon Villa does not need to exist. Elder Feng Tong said coldly. Play 100 kinds of ferocious birds. Go and greet them all. Kill them all. Elder Feng Tong said coldly. Yes. The hundreds of zither masters continued playing. I can't take it anymore. Save me. Save me. Suddenly, one of the Silver Moon Villa disciples showed a horrified expression. He was so frightened that his courage crumbled as he quickly tried to flee. Whoosh! The boundary did not seem to stop this fleeing disciple, allowing him to pass through it in an instant. Wah! Wah! Screech! Screech! Hundreds of ferocious birds instantly surrounded that person. No! Hum! The hundreds of ferocious birds suddenly self-destructed, and the man who had just escaped fell to the ground. The self-destruction did not kill him. The guard captain from before exclaimed in horror. These ferocious birds are all fake. No, they're just a kind of mental ferocious bird. They exploded in his heart. The explosion earlier did not injure his physical body, but his mental state. He lost all his courage and was scared to death. Bingheim said with an unsightly expression. That is to say, the Silver Moon Villa's boundary does not block physical objects but sound waves? Guhai asked seriously. Bingheim nodded strangely. Your Majesty, your Zither Dao is so powerful. You should know that this boundary is the Zither Dao barrier that Yin Mo and the others played. Guhai did not explain why he did not know. However, that did not stop Guhai from understanding. So you're saying that this isn't actually a barrier, but a surface where two types of sound waves come into contact. It's like the meeting of water and oil, forming a barrier at the junction. Once one side stops playing, it will be completely drowned out by the other side. As long as Yin Mo and the others stop playing, this boundary will disappear, and all the ferocious birds will explode in their hearts. That will be the end of them? Guhai asked. Yes. Bingheim looked at Guhai in confusion and nodded. Chapter 508. Outside Silver Moon Villa, the strong cultivators from Taishang's Dao were attacking Silver Moon Villa with the song of great vicious birds, trapping everyone in the villa. Under the sound attack, hundreds of ferocious birds were formed, attacking the sound waves that Yin Mo was resisting. If one was careless, they would be scared out of their wits by the sound attack. They would lose their courage or even be scared to death. Without the old villa master, Silver Moon Villa was relying on Yin Mo. Although they managed to block it, they were like a lone boat in a stormy sea that could be drowned by the waves at any time. The surrounding civilians fled in all directions in fear. Although the Most High Path zither music was mainly aimed at Silver Moon Mountain Villa, the lingering sound made the people's hearts jump. Their courage crumbled, and they quickly fled. Under the sound of the Guqin, there seemed to be an instinctive fear. The leader of Taishang's Dao was a Jurassic man called Elder Feng Tong. He played the song with a ferocious expression, directing hundreds of musicians to play the song of great vicious birds. It was as if he wanted to take revenge for the grievances that Fairy Warner had suffered in the past. Silver Moon Villa. Although a scandal had happened a few years ago and caused Silver Moon Villa's reputation to fall, Silver Moon Villa was still the pride of Silver Moon City. At that moment, Silver Moon Villa's destruction was imminent. All the citizens of Silver Moon City looked at the group of outsiders with a common enemy. However, no one could get close because the Guqin sound directly affected one's mind. Once they got close, they would be hurt. City Master, let us go over. Villa Master Yin can't hold on anymore. A group of soldiers shouted at a scholar-looking city master from the periphery. It was the new city master of Silver Moon City. He was looking at the Guqin battle in the distance with a gloomy expression. Before the new city master could speak, Elder Feng Tong seemed to have heard the call and turned his head. A musician's hearing was very strong. Elder Feng Tong smiled coldly and said, City Master Sima, we are guests invited by the Qian. Now we are settling our personal grudges. You better not interfere. Guests invited by the Qian? The new mayor's face twitched. He was indeed invited by Qian to participate in the Thousand Sage Conference. It was indeed difficult for him to handle this. City Lord, let's do it. Let us teach these rascals a lesson. City Lord, when has Silver Moon City ever been afraid of outsiders? The surrounding soldiers immediately cried out anxiously. The reason why Silver Moon City was famous and why the citizens of the city were proud of the citizens of Silver Moon City was because of Silver Moon Mountain Villa, the holy land of Guqin Dao. Now, someone wanted to destroy his pride. Even if his pride had made a mistake, it was still irreplaceable in the hearts of the people. Someone was shitting on his head, so what was there to worry about? The new city lord was a dawdler. City master, let's do it. Silver Moon Villa cannot be destroyed. Governor, that is the holy land of Silver Moon City. Silver Moon Villa cannot be lost. All of a sudden, the people all around began to shout. One shouted, 10 shouted, 100, 10,000, 100,000, a million. At this moment, the entire city seemed to be calling out to him. At this moment, the new mayor suddenly realized the importance of Silver Moon Villa in the hearts of the people. He was still too naive. At this moment, he was still thinking about power and the pros and cons. Today, even if he weighed the pros and cons, in the end, the entire city would hate him. Even Quan Hung would be a joke. Let's do it. Generals, chase these outsiders out of Silver Moon City and return peace to Silver Moon City. The new mayor shouted. Yes. Countless soldiers immediately shouted excitedly. Release the arrows. A soldier shouted from afar. Boom! Tens of thousands of arrows shot towards Taishang and his group. The arrow rain was fierce, as if it was going to turn the group of Guqin masters into sieves. Elder Feng Tong turned his head and sneered. Before we left, Zhizi told us not to harm the civilians. Hence, we did not play the Guqin to the entire city. But this time you started it first. You asked for it, then don't blame us. Great beasts kill the music. Everyone, listen up, release the restraints, and play the Guqin to the entire city. Elder Feng Tong coldly shouted. The group of Grand Supreme Dao Zither players immediately shouted, yes. No. Yin Mo of Silver Moon Villa immediately shouted. Boom. Guqin sounds rolled out with Taishang Guqin masters as the center. The Guqin sounds soared into the sky and formed a storm of sound waves. In an instant, the sound waves covered the sky and rushed in all directions. Rolling dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky and covered the entire city. Screech! Wah! Screech! Wah! Suddenly, the beasts that had been circling Silver Moon Villa suddenly increased in number by 10 times, no, 100 times. They soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of arrows shot towards the group of Taishang Guqin masters. The beasts immediately went up to meet them. Screech! A vulture beast let out a sharp cry. Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly, a high-frequency vibration formed on the arrow feather, and it exploded with a buzzing sound. Boom! The feathers of the arrows instantly exploded into fine powder. Boom, 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 boom. Feathers of the arrows flew out one after another. In an instant, all the arrows that were flying towards them exploded into fine powder under the high-frequency sound waves. What? In the distance, the mayor's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of all the civilians and soldiers in the city changed as well. Previously, the civilians were already scared witless by the shock waves. Now the sound waves had completely exploded and covered the entire Silver Moon City. In the sky, dark clouds covered the entire city. Within the dark clouds, there seemed to be black Guqin-shaped clouds condensing. Heavenly Guqin? The mayor's expression changed. He saw that the Taishang Guqin masters below were playing their Guqin. The dark clouds in the sky were also playing their Guqin. Screech, screech, screech. All of a sudden, an innumerable number of ferocious birds began to dance in the skies above Silver Moon City. In an instant, the beasts rushed towards the civilians in all directions of the city. Wah, wah, wah. The babies and children were the first to cry and tremble in fear. No, no, help us. The massive zither music caused countless residents to reveal terrified expressions, and they continuously yelled, No, don't. Hypersonic barrier. Quick, activate the hypersonic barrier. Yinmo of the Silver Moon, Villa screamed. The civilians were so frightened because of him. Yinmo was very anxious, but the Taishan Guqin masters were too powerful. Hypersonic barrier? Countless places in the city activated the hypersonic barrier array. However, there were too many civilians, and it was impossible for everyone to set up the array. Less than 1 in 10,000 civilians were protected by the hypersonic barrier. The rest of the civilians could only scream in fear. Even if there was a hypersonic barrier, it was useless. The Silver Moon Villa had a hypersonic barrier, so why were they still in such a sorry state? Suddenly, 3 ferocious birds swooped down and crashed into the sound barrier. Boom! The beasts exploded, and a huge, high-frequency vibration instantly shattered the hypersonic barrier. No! The people inside were terrified. In an instant, countless civilians in the city were terrified. They hugged their heads and curled up in fear. Escape? At this moment, Silver Moon City, which was surrounded by countless beasts, did not even have the courage to escape. Countless people cried in fear. Some Guqin masters played the Guqin, but most of the songs were useless. Some even played Gu Hai's Pathetique. However, the Guqin Dao was complicated. Pathetique was a fighter's unyielding fate. Now, it was not the oppression of fate, but fear. Pathetique was to resist external oppression, but this fear came from a heart, so it was useless. Those who were touched by the ferocious birds were instantly scared to death. Dad, no, Dad, don't die. You kill my mother, help, Terrified cries filled the entire city. Only a few people who were close to the city gate managed to escape. The others were curled up on the ground in fear. The new mayor was even more anxious. How dare you? Be asterisk star, stop. The new mayor held a brush in his hand and drew in the air. Rays of golden light shot out. However, the great beast-killing song was too ferocious. There were countless beasts, and even the new mayor could only hide in the hypersonic barrier. He was terrified, scared. The civilians were in despair. It was like the end of the world. It was a great fear, and everyone was trembling. Elder Feng Tong sneered. You asked for it. Humph. You overestimated yourselves. Yin Mo's eyes instantly became moist. In the past, when he had made a mistake, Yin Mo had felt that everyone in the city looked at him with disdain. He had felt inferior and had even thought of leaving this sad place. Only now did Yin Mo realize that the people of the city were still very concerned about him. When he was in trouble, everyone was shouting to protect him. In an instant, his eyes were red, and a warm feeling flowed in his heart. Yin Mo instantly understood what the old manor master had said. Yin Mo, Silver Moon City is our root. It's our home. It's a place worth defending with our lives. Yin Mo understood. In an instant, he felt a strong sense of belonging to Silver Moon City. These civilians were worth defending, but he had dragged them into the abyss. Elder Feng Tong, you'll die a horrible death. Yin Mo roared in grief and anger. Humph, a horrible death? But I never died. You, on the other hand, won't die. These civilians will suffer with you. Why don't you end your own life? Elder Feng Tong sneered. Man, a master, don't. The disciples of Silver Moon Villa screamed. Yin Mo looked at the civilians with red eyes. They lost their courage and fear, and they were about to go crazy. They were in such a desperate situation, but they couldn't do anything. Yin Mo smiled bitterly, but his eyes slowly became firm, as if he was about to make a decision. Mr. Good, hurry up and do something. Mr. Good, save the civilians. Mr. Good, Mr. Good. Suddenly, an anxious shout came from the sky. Mr. Good? The civilians nearby curled up on the ground, trembling as they looked in the direction of the voice. Suddenly, they saw a flying boat. On the flying boat stood a man in a black brocade robe. Go hi, it's Mr. Good, Mr. Good. Mr. Good is back. Mr. Good, help. Countless commoners were overjoyed at once. Chapter 509. In Silver Moon City. The moment the great vicious birds killing song was played in the entire city, Gu Hai quickly used the sound barrier on the flying boat to isolate the outside from the outside. Rolling vicious birds suddenly appeared in all directions of the city. The ferocious scene immediately made the faces of the people on the flying boat change. This was not a physical attack. If it were ordinary birds, Bingham could deal with them. This was a mental attack. It cannot be touched at all. Only the spirit could be touched. As long as it was touched, the heart would immediately be struck by lightning. In all directions, people had already fallen. Countless people curled up on the ground while wailing. Some were scared to death, some were scared crazy. No one could escape. Whether it was humans or animals, they were all terrified. Escape? Just now, a flying boat rushed into the sky. In an instant, it was blasted away by the high-frequency sound waves of the vicious birds. The flying boat fell. Your Majesty, do you have a countermeasure to this song? Bingham suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Countermeasure? A few songs from Earth flashed through Gu Hai's mind. But were those songs useful? His Guqin master was a fake. Every time he played a song, he guessed it. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Before he could speak, suddenly, 10 vicious birds discovered Gu Hai's flying boat. They rushed over with a loud bang. Boom! With a loud bang, the high-frequency sound waves instantly broke the sound barrier. The flying boat suddenly shook, as if it was about to fall. As soon as the barrier was broken, the rolling Guqin music rushed into everyone's ears. Kaboom! Gu Hai suddenly heard a loud sound, as if thunder had exploded in his ears. In an instant, Gu Hai had goosebumps all over his body. At that moment, when the Guqin music entered his ears, it was as if his divine soul was shaking. Boom! In between his eyebrows, the heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly suppressed and immediately calmed his shaking divine soul. What a powerful Guqin music! Bingham's face changed. Moyike's face changed drastically, and his heart jumped. The others were even worse off. Mr. Good, hurry up and do something, Mr. Good. Please save the people, Mr. Good, Mr. Good. The captain of the gate guards yelled anxiously. Mr. Good? The people nearby curled up on the ground, trembling as they looked towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, he saw a flying boat. At this moment, a man in a black brocade robe was standing on the flying boat. Gu Hai, it's Mr. Good, Mr. Good. Mr. Good is back. Mr. Good, help. Countless commoners were overjoyed at once. The people were overjoyed, but Gu Hai was helpless. Could his song be used? Your Majesty, what a powerful piece of music. Moyike's expression changed drastically. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. Your Majesty, help. The other subordinates shouted in horror. Everyone's courage crumbled as they looked at Gu Hai in horror, their hearts pounding. It was too late for the flying boat to escape. Countless birds in all directions seemed to have discovered Gu Hai. They flew over one after another. Are we destined to be scared to death? Your Majesty, aren't you very good at Guqin? Asked the Emperor for help. In an instant, Gu Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. Mr. Good, hurry up and save the people in the city, Mr. Good. Yin and Mo shouted excitedly. At this moment of despair, Mr. Good arrived. They were saved. Gu Hai. Feng Tong's face suddenly turned cold when he heard Gu Hai's name. Which Gu Hai are you? Are you the Gu Hai who slandered junior sister Wana? Feng Tong's expression suddenly became ferocious. In the past, Gu Hai said that Wan was his wife in the capital. Feng Tong had wanted to kill Gu Hai for a long time, but he never had the chance. Now, he came by himself. Mr. Good, I'm a disciple of the Sima family. Young Master Sima Chongkong said that if there is a crisis, as long as Mr. Good is here, everything will be up to Mr. Good. The new mayor in the distance was ecstatic. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Everyone was looking at him, but could he do it? Try it. Is there a piano? Gu Hai frowned and shouted. Your Majesty, there's a piano. There's a piano over there. Moyike pointed to the piano pavilion in the distance. It was the high platform where Gu Hai used to play the piano. Although Gu Hai was gone, the piano was still there. Screech. Suddenly, a ferocious bird swooped down and crashed into the piano, sending out a high-frequency sound wave. Boom! The piano instantly exploded into smithereens. I have a Guqin. Use mine. A Guqin player shouted from below. Screech. Suddenly, A large number of ferocious birds rushed over. On the flying boat, everyone anxiously looked through their belongings, but there was nothing. No, how could there be nothing? Everyone was anxious. The previous guard captain flipped his hand and took out a swona from his waist. "Mr. Good, we don't have a gucciine. Will this swona do?" The guard captain asked bitterly. "Swona?" Guhai was slightly surprised, but there was no time to think. He immediately took it. Swona? Guhai's mind had just reacted to many songs, and there was one that used swona. After cultivating, Guhai's body coordination was very good. Although musical instruments were complicated, with Guhai's current agility, it was very easy for him to learn. Moreover, swona was not complicated. Played himself? It was useless. Guhai did not have the artistic conception of guqin. All guqin players, use your artistic conception of guqin and learn from me. Guhai suddenly shouted. Bingheim quickly activated the sound amplification array. Learn from you? Countless guqin players were slightly surprised, but they were too frightened to think about it. Go with me and kill him. Ferocious birds, ferocious birds. Boss Fong Tong shouted. As he spoke, Elder Fong Tong played the guqin fiercely. Ferocious birds rushed over from all directions. At the front was a flock of vultures, roaring as they charged. That might had yet to arrive, but the people on the flying boat were already terrified. Guhai grabbed the swona and put it close to his mouth. Mea, Mila, Mila, Mila. The sound of the swona had a strange roar. When the first sound came out, it was like an earth-shattering explosion. It was like the sound of heaven and earth splitting. It was a pity that Guhai swona did not have the artistic conception of the guqin Dao in it. It was just an ordinary song. When one listened to it, one would be shocked, but there was no other effect. Elder Fong Tong revealed a cold smile. You don't have any zither Dao intent, and you still have the face to compete with me? Go to hell, Guhai! Screech, screech, screech. The rolling vultures charged at him with a murderous look on their faces, as if they were going to disintegrate Guhai and his flying boat in the high-frequency sound waves. Guhai's swona could only make people feel shocked. That was only because it didn't have the artistic conception of the guqin Dao. But what if it did? As Guhai's voice spread, Yunimo was the first to imitate it. Mea, Mila, Mila, Mila. The song, infused with the artistic conception of the guqin Dao, suddenly made the flock of vultures charging at Guhai pause for a moment. It was just a slight pause, but the flock of vultures seemed to tremble and stopped in confusion. What? Elder Fong Tong's expression changed. Why did his vultures stop? He succeeded? The countless people in the city immediately showed ecstatic expressions. This was because, in addition to Yun Mo, there were many other zither masters who imitated Guhai's swona. When they started playing, they instantly succeeded. The vultures charging at them suddenly stopped, showing confused expressions. He succeeded? The new city lord said excitedly. Above the silver moon sea, 7 kills also frowned. This doesn't make sense. This person doesn't have any zither Dao intent. Why is this song so strange? In the city, not far from Silver Moon Mountain Villa, there was a pink-clothed man sitting in a restaurant. Others would be so frightened that they would cover their heads and flee, but this pink-clothed man sat calmly by the window of the restaurant. He drank fine wine and watched the great battle outside. It seemed that the impact of the sound wave had no effect on this man at all. The man's figure was ordinary, but the only difference was that he had one more finger on his left hand than ordinary people. He had 6 fingers. Oh, a swona song? The first song has the aura of a king? No, it should be the aura of a king of birds. Is this a phoenix? The man in pink with 6 fingers narrowed his eyes. A phoenix. Yes, the song Guhai played was All Birds Worship the Phoenix. The name of this song was not very famous, but almost everyone in Huaxia in Guhai's previous life on Earth had heard of it. This was a song that had been ingrained in everyone's bones. It had been passed down for hundreds or thousands of years on Earth, and it had never faded away. Whenever someone got married, carried a bridal sedan chair, or any other kind of joyous occasion, this song would be played. It had been changed over and over again, and it had never faded away for thousands of years. Although it was a folk song, it had not faded away for thousands of years. There had to be something special about it. When Guhai played the song, he was still worried. However, when Yinemo played the song, Guhai relaxed. Indeed, this song was fine. Bastard, why did you stop? Continue playing and destroy Guhai for me. Elder Feng Tong said angrily, glaring. The Taishan Dao zither players played quickly. Screech! Screech! Ferocious cries rang out in all directions. Many ferocious birds pounced on Guhai. That scene looked like thousands of birds galloping, ferocious. In the past, such a scene would have scared many people to death. However, at this moment, countless zither players were playing Awe of the Phoenix at Guhai. Immediately, countless zither Dao states gathered and condensed into a tit not far from Guhai. It was an extremely ordinary tit. The mountain sparrow cheered and immediately suppressed the arrogance of the group of ferocious birds. This was the first section of Awe of the Phoenix. The tit chirped. As soon as the chirps of the little sparrows rang out, the little sparrows flew in all directions aimlessly. They were very naive and extremely happy. This scene caused the previously extremely oppressive atmosphere to instantly become much more cheerful. The tits seemed to have disrupted the rhythm of the ferocious birds. What? Play it quickly. Why did you stop? Go and kill it. Elder Feng Tong said anxiously. However, it was useless for Elder Feng Tong to be anxious. The Taishan Dao zither players were suddenly sweating profusely. This was because when the zither Dao state of Awe of the Phoenix was released, it seemed to be interfering with the great bird's kill song. It was an extremely strange interference. From the way the birds stopped when they saw the tit, it was obvious that the sound waves of Awe of the Phoenix were stealing the sound zone. The tit appeared cheerfully. No, it wasn't just cheerful. It flew around like a clown. Sometimes, it would fly to the peacock's tail to nibble on its feathers. Sometimes, it would fly to the vulture's bald head and stand there. It wasn't afraid of these ferocious birds at all. Explode. Quick, the peacock player over there, explode that tit. Elder Feng Tong shouted in shock and anger. It's out of control. The peacock over there is out of my control. A few Taishan Dao zither players said anxiously. What? Elder Feng Tong's expression changed. Outside Silver Moon City, 7 Kill's expression suddenly darkened. Zither interference? Controlling the opponent's zither? Who is this person? When did Silver Moon City have such a person? In the blink of an eye, they entered the second section of All Birds Worship the Phoenix. Spring returns to the earth. As the zither players continued to play, the mountain sparrow in the air suddenly spread its wings. It seemed to form a green sound wave that spread out. Quick, block it. Block his sound waves. Elder Feng Tong's eyes widened as he shouted. However, the green sound wave couldn't be blocked at all. It instantly spread throughout the entire city and soared into the dark clouds in the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the birds were infected by the green sound wave. Chirp, 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 chirp. The silly tit flew everywhere. Wherever it flew, the birds would forget everything and play with the tit. The birds no longer attacked the people around them, as though they had forgotten everything. They had been led astray by the silly tit. Chirp, 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 chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. The birds around them chirped happily. Something's wrong with the atmosphere. 7 Kills, who was outside the city, said with a stiff expression. As All Birds Worship the Phoenix entered the third section, it was a scene of birds singing and swallows dancing. The atmosphere of the entire Silver Moon City changed. Previously, it had been fierce and frightened, but in the blink of an eye, it had become joyous and joyous. Were those the ferocious birds from before? Had all of them turned into idiots? Elder Feng Tong was dumbfounded. My song is clearly a sad and frightening song. Why did it become joyful? Who can tell me why it's so joyous? Scare them to death? Scare them to death? Elder Feng Tong played the song with all his might. However, the atmosphere at that moment was strangely joyous. Mr. Good, it's done. Your song is done. Yinemo played along with Guhai excitedly. In the blink of an eye, All Birds Worship the Phoenix entered the fourth section, playing in the forest. While playing in the forest, the tits suddenly returned to normal. They were no longer silly. Instead, they started shuttling among the birds. They shuttled to where the peacocks were. The peacocks pulled out the peacock feathers on their tails and gave them to the tits. The tits stuck the feathers on their bodies. Then, the tits flew to other birds. Every time they flew to a certain area, the birds would take out their best feathers and give them to the tits. The tits would then put them on their bodies. Hundreds of birds offered their best feathers. In the blink of an eye, the tits were no longer tits. They had gathered all the beautiful feathers of the birds. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into a huge phoenix. All birds worshiped the phoenix entered the fifth section. All birds worshiped the phoenix. Boom! The phoenix stood beside Guhai. It had gathered the most beautiful feathers of hundreds of birds. At that moment, a terrifying aura spread out and rushed towards the birds. Although the hundreds of birds were no longer dancing happily, they suddenly felt a huge pressure. It was as if the aura of the king of birds was pressing down on their hearts. The birds immediately started chirping as if they were worshiping the phoenix. All the birds bowed down to the phoenix. "What? My ferocious birds, what are you doing?" Elder Fong Tong cried out in alarm. Above Silver Moon Sea, is this Gu Hai's song that specifically targets the great birds killing song, parasitizing the opponent's song and controlling it? 7 kills stared. Whoosh! 7 kills figure flashed and rushed towards Silver Moon City. In the city, Elder Fong Tong's expression changed drastically. How could this be? All birds worship the phoenix? Though all birds worship the phoenix was not finished yet. In the blink of an eye, the 6th section, Phoenix spreads its wings. Chirp! The phoenix spread its wings and released a dazzling radiance that illuminated the surroundings of Silver Moon City. Immediately, all the citizens of Silver Moon City felt a warm feeling in their hearts. The courage that had collapsed in their hearts suddenly recovered. Bang! The phoenix flapped its wings and entered the final section. All birds worshiped the phoenix. Rumble! As the phoenix soared into the sky, all the birds bowed down to it. Suddenly, the phoenix's gaze fell on Elder Fong Tong. Countless birds immediately obeyed the phoenix's command and turned their heads. All the birds looked at the Taishang Path's zither masters with ferocious expressions. "What? You're manipulating my zither music to deal with me? No, impossible." Elder Fong Tong shouted in shock. The zither masters of the Taishang Path were also shocked. Chirp! The phoenix let out a long chirp as if it was giving an order. In an instant, millions of birds swooped down toward Elder Fong Tong. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 birds galloped. A great shock that surpassed anything before faced the Taishang Taoist zither masters. Under the great terror, several Taishang Path's zither masters were scared out of their wits. "Stop playing! Stop playing! Stop playing!" Elder Fong Tong shouted in shock. Stop playing? No. All the zither masters of the Taishang Path had already stopped playing. But why didn't the birds in the sky disappear? Why were they still there? No. While Elder Fong Tong was shouting, the birds under the phoenix's lead charged forward. Boom! Chapter 510. No. Elder Fong Tong screamed. Under the lead of the phoenix, all the birds rushed forward. Honk! All the birds exploded where the Taishang zither players were. The Tongtian hit the sky with a deafening sound. The rolling dark clouds in the sky exploded. Even though it was a spiritual attack, the vibrations were still high. The Taishang zither players played their zither to defend themselves in fear. However, the force was too strong. After the deafening sound, a huge crater appeared on the ground. Smoke and dust rose into the sky. Screams came from the deep crater. Screech! The phoenix let out a long screech and flew out of the smoke and dust. It spread its wings and disappeared. This was because Guhai had stopped playing the flute. The people stopped playing their zither as well. While the birds were paying homage to the phoenix, the joy brought by the rolling phoenix had completely calmed everyone's frightened hearts. Thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you, Mr. Good. The countless ordinary citizens in the surroundings looked gratefully at Gu Hai, who was on the flying ship. Except for some people who were scared to death, all the people had recovered. If Mr. Good hadn't come again, they wouldn't have been able to survive today. Gu Hai handed the Swana to the chief guard. Swana, return it to its owner. Thank you, Mr. Good, the chief guard said excitedly. Thank me? The people in the city should thank you. If it weren't for your Swana, the people in the city would have suffered, Gu Hai said with a smile. I'm a rough man. I can't play the zither. I only know how to play the Swana. I used to think that the Swana wasn't good enough, but I don't think so anymore, the chief guard said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Gu Hai laughed. The flying boat carried everyone to Silver Moon Villa. Yin and Mo had already stood up and led the people of Silver Moon Villa to welcome Gu Hai. Thank you, Mr. Good. Solemnly, Yin and Mo bowed. Villa Master Yin, you're too polite. I'll have to trouble you this time, Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, please give me your orders, Yin and Mo said immediately. At this moment, at the huge crater, the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, revealing a group of Taishan Daoist zither players. More than half of Taishan's Guqin masters had already been scared to death. Those who were still alive were covered in blood, their faces full of fear, a portion of them already scared out of their wits. Feng Tong was also covered in blood and trembling. Serves you right. Retribution. Kill them. Countless commoners immediately began to criticize him angrily. This group of people used the great ferocious bird song of slaughter to scare the common people to death. Now, that most of them had died under his own song of slaughter, wasn't this retribution? Men, capture this group of thieves for me, the new city lord shouted from afar. Yes. A large number of soldiers rushed forward. In the huge crater, Feng Tong saw that his band was almost crippled in the blink of an eye. Despair appeared on his face. Why did this happen? Capture him, quickly capture him. Don't let them get their hands on the zither again. A large number of soldiers immediately jumped into the crater. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, the eerie sound of the zither rang out again. In the huge crater, the sound waves formed into ferocious birds that soared into the sky from the crater. Oh, watch out. Someone's playing the zither. Watch out for the birds. The soldiers kept retreating, but more and more ferocious birds flew out from the crater. In an instant, dark clouds appeared and covered the entire Silver Moon City. What? There are still Guqin masters in Taishan Daoist? This is even more powerful than the artistic conception just now. Quick, play Mr. Good's song. Suddenly, the city was in chaos. Screech, screech. Suddenly, a large number of ferocious birds appeared again. The sky was gloomy, and black fog instantly covered Silver Moon City. Wave after wave of terrifying auras descended, causing all of the commoners to shudder. After the black fog covered the city, the birds suddenly grew in size again. The eyes of the vultures and peacocks suddenly turned red, as if they were possessed. Screech! The ferocious birds rushed towards Silver Moon Villa again. Quick! Play Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix. Gu Hai shouted. Bingheim used the array on the flying boat to quickly spread the sound throughout the city. In an instant, the Guqin masters in Silver Moon City began to play Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix again. In an instant, countless birds appeared from all directions. It was still Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix, but this time, the birds were even more ferocious and were no longer affected by the birds. Screech! A peacock flew to where the birds were, opened its mouth, and swallowed them. Whoosh! A bird was instantly swallowed into the peacock's stomach. It was the same everywhere. The vultures and eagles were crazily swallowing the birds, as if they were interrupting the birds' pay homage to the phoenix. A Guqin master from the Taishan Dao? How can this Dao of Guqin be so strong? Yin Mo's expression changed. Yin and Mo also began to play quickly. The sound of the Guqin soared into the sky, and a bird appeared, hiding in all directions. Gradually, it plucked the feathers of hundreds of birds and stuck them to its body. Screech! Once again, a seven-colored phoenix soared into the sky. Once the huge phoenix appeared, it formed a terrifying aura. It's done. Countless citizens in the city heaved a sigh of relief. The phoenix was the king of birds, and it could command thousands of birds. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of the guqin in the city became more intense. The birds were only disturbed by the phoenix for a moment, and suddenly they all flew toward the huge phoenix with red eyes. Screech, screech, screech. The birds roared, not afraid of the phoenix. Rebellion. Yinmo's expression changed. Wah, screech, rumble. The phoenix, surrounded by thousands of birds, let out a scream and was torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. What? All the citizens in the city exclaimed at the same time. The phoenix was torn to pieces by thousands of birds? Shouldn't it be thousands of birds paying homage to the phoenix? In the huge pit, Elder Fengtong was also confused. Who? Is it Master? Did Master do it? While Elder Fengtong was surprised, Yunimo was also frightened. Mr. Good is a master, a guqin master. He used his Tao of guqin to forcefully turn the situation around. His Tao of guqin is too strong. Yunimo said in surprise. Tao of guqin? Guhai's expression darkened. Mr. Gu's all birds pay homage to the phoenix can counter the great vicious birds killing song, but the other party's guqin Tao is too strong. It's like how water can put out a fire, but when the fire is too strong, the fire can also evaporate all the water. His music is not as good as yours, but his Tao of guqin suppressed us. It's the other way around. Great vicious bird killing song, Yunimo said anxiously. Great vicious bird killing song? Who is it? Guhai's expression darkened. It must be someone from the Taishang Tao. It must be someone from the Taishang Tao. Quick, continue playing. Don't stop. All the guqin masters in the city, listen up. Everyone, play the great vicious bird killing song with me. Quick, quick, quick. Yunimo transmitted his voice through the sound amplification array. Previously, those who could immediately learn as Guhai played were all very good guqin masters. However, many of the guqin masters could not learn it after listening to it once. As more and more people played, more and more guqin masters joined the ranks of the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. However, the guqin masters were too strong. Phoenixes were born again and again, but they were all torn to pieces by the birds in the blink of an eye. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. It seemed that they could not resist anymore. Mr. Good, why don't you play it? You play it. Yunimo said anxiously. Me play it? Guhai looked bitter. He did not have the Tao of guqin at all, and Gaochen was traveling. How could he play it? It would be useless even if he played it. Mr. Good, we can't hold on any longer. Ah, the birds are hurting the people over there, Yunimo said anxiously. In a secluded corner of Silver Moon City. At this moment, a man in white was standing there. It was the heaven-level guqin master from Silver Moon seen not long ago, Qisha. Qisha rushed over. He reached out his hand and plucked at the void. It was as if the strings of a guqin appeared out of thin air. Strong guqin music instantly spread throughout the city. No one could even tell that it was Qisha who was playing the music. Elder Fengtong? Huh. You were really trash. I originally hoped that you could destroy the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Unfortunately, you were actually defeated by Guhai. Guhai is so powerful. In the blink of an eye, he actually found a song to deal with it. He is indeed a guqin master. It's a pity that the guqin Tao doesn't need geniuses anymore. The Thousand Saints Assembly is just around the corner, and the ones who will win the guqin Tao can only be us. Rather than dealing with you on that day, why don't we keep you here today and shift the blame to the Most High Path? Huh. Silver Moon Villa. As long as we destroy Silver Moon Villa, I can go to the back mountain of Silver Moon Villa. Humph. Qisha plucked the void and sneered. At Silver Moon Villa, Mr. Good, can you play the guqin? Yunimo asked anxiously. It is useless. My guqin level is not high enough. Guhai said with a bitter smile. His guqin level was not high enough? Yunimo was confused. However, it was fine as long as he could play. Mr. Good could create a song in an instant. With such a powerful guqin master, why would he care about the guqin? Screech, screech, screech. Suddenly, huge ferocious birds tore apart all the phoenixes and charged towards the Silver Moon Mountain Villa with a loud rumble. With just a glance at the scene of 10,000 birds galloping, The Silver Moon Villa's disciples all revealed terrified expressions. A great fear rushed into their hearts. No! Countless disciples of Silver Moon Villa screamed. All the people in the city were in despair. Thousands of birds were running, and Mr. Good was still not willing to help. Was Silver Moon Villa finished? Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, a series of Guqin sounds rang in Silver Moon Villa. In an instant, it resounded throughout the entire Silver Moon City. 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. It was still the same song, but it had an extremely strong aura. As soon as it started, a section of the phoenix spread its wings. Screech! A super phoenix's cry rang out. Suddenly, golden light shone in front of Gu Hai's group, instantly illuminating the entire Silver Moon City. Amidst the golden light, a super huge phoenix that was 100 times larger than the one before appeared. The huge phoenix flapped its wings. Honk! With unprecedented power, the birds that swooped down were all flapped into the sky by the phoenix's wings. In front of the super phoenix, they were unable to withstand a single blow. In the city, at a corner, Chisha's expression changed. Who is it? In Silver Moon City, a cold laugh suddenly rang out. You overestimate yourself. You want to sneak into the back mountain of Silver Moon Villa? You are courting death. The voice instantly spread throughout Silver Moon City. Chisha stood in the corner and squinted his eyes. You found me by following the Guqin sound? You even heard my voice? Who are you? Chapter 511. In Silver Moon City, a sneer was suddenly heard. You overestimate yourself. You want to sneak into the mountain behind Silver Moon Villa? You're courting death. The voice instantly spread throughout Silver Moon City. 7 Kills stood in the corner and narrowed his eyes. You found me by following the sound of the Guqin, and you heard my voice? Who are you? In 7 Kills' heart, Silver Moon Villa was already at the end of its road. If the Emperor had not warned him not to provoke Silver Moon Villa, he would have barged in long ago. This time, he had to hide in the dark because of Taishan. Silver Moon Villa had been suppressed by Elder Feng Tong. Now, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. What Guqin Holy Land? That was already in the past. 7 Kills was confident that he could destroy Silver Moon Villa and even the entire Silver Moon City. But now, there was a Guqin expert. I don't care who you are. Humph, so what if you found me? Do you really think you can deal with me? 7 Kills' face darkened. In an instant, 7 Kills completely released his aura and played with all his might. Ding, 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 ding. Screech, screech. Under the intense Guqin music, birds flew out one by one and charged at the giant phoenix outside Silver Moon Villa again. In terms of Guqin, 7 Kills was never afraid of anyone. He played faster and faster, more and more intensely. The one who was fighting with 7 Kills was a man in a pink shirt in a restaurant outside Silver Moon Villa. The man had 6 fingers on his left hand, and strings of Guqin appeared behind him. It was him who played All Birds Worship the Phoenix. The Guqin was getting more and more intense. Huh, you still not leaving? You're courting death. The man with 6 fingers sneered. As he played, Guqin music surged out, and the phoenix outside cried even more fiercely. The two experts were fighting. The Guqin masters in the city had stopped everything. They looked at the phoenix spreading its wings and suppressing the birds in the sky. Gu Hai revealed a look of surprise. Yunimo also frowned slightly. Who's attacking? Bingheim was surprised. What a powerful Guqin. The sky above Silver Moon City has been completely covered by their Guqin concept. Mo Yike raised his eyebrows. Who is it? Are they protecting this Silver Moon Villa? The people in the city were at a loss. Yin Mo frowned as if he was thinking. Villa Master Yin, do you know who he is? Gu Hai asked in confusion. I can't tell who attacked us, but the one who helped us. Yin Mo frowned. You can tell who it is? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. When a Manor Lord was alive, he used a Guqin to simulate a voice that sounded like him. He should be. Yin Mo's eyes flashed with surprise. The pink-clothed man found 7 kills, and 7 kills followed the sound of the zither to find the pink-clothed man. Although he could not see him, the sound of the zither allowed him to get a general idea of who he was. 7 kills slowly closed his eyes as he played the Guqin. All of a sudden, 7 kills opened his eyes, and his eyes widened. 6 fingers? Zither demon. Zither demon's 6 fingers? 7 kills expression changed. Heaven-grade Zither, 6 fingers. Yin-mo explained to Guhai. Heaven-grade Zither? Guhai raised his eyebrows as he recalled. In the past, when he first came to Silver Moon City, he had heard that the Silver Moon Villa used to have 4 heaven-grade Zither. They were all forged by Mr. Silvermoon. They were the Ding Ding, the Army Destroyer, the North Star, and the 6 fingers. The Ding Ding was given to Dai Qianxing, and Pejun was given to Liu Yang of Gojoseon, but Guhai broke it in the end. Gaochen was now in Guhai's hands, and 6 fingers was given to someone else. Anyway, he gave it away a long time ago. 6 fingers? 7 kills expression changed, and then his face turned ferocious. 6 fingers? Humph, you're just a defective heaven-grade Zither with 6 fingers on your left hand. You want to stop me with an incomplete heaven-grade Zither? As he spoke, 7 kills fingers moved again. Screech, screech, screech. Thousands of birds rushed over again as if they were going to tear the phoenix into pieces. In 7 kills' eyes, so what if the phoenix had 6 fingers? Heaven-grade Zither were made with the human form as the foundation. How could a perfect person have 6 fingers? A defective Zither wanted to fight with him? Defective Zither? Ha! 6 fingers sneered and waved his left hand. Boom! The huge phoenix of the Silver Moon Villa suddenly turned into 10 phoenixes, and the 10 phoenixes suddenly soared into the sky. Screech! 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 The huge power of the phoenixes instantly stunned the birds that swooped down. The 10 phoenixes soared into the sky, and with a long screech, the birds instantly trembled. They were all playing the Zither, but 6 fingers' vibrations were so blurry that the strings could not be seen clearly. As the phoenixes screeched, they suddenly commanded all the birds. 6 fingers sneered. Screech! The phoenixes screeched and flapped their wings, leading all the birds to a certain part of the city. That direction was where 7 kills was. What? 7 kills expression changed. It was different for what he imagined. 6 fingers was actually not weaker than him. How could he control his birds? 7 kills immediately took a step and jumped out. Rumble! Immediately, a large number of birds exploded in that area. However, the phoenixes did not stop, and the birds immediately chased after 7 kills. Whoosh! 7 kills flew high in the sky at an extremely fast speed, covering 1,000 miles in an instant. A large number of birds arrived in the blink of an eye, and 7 kills did not have time to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, he was chased continuously. At the window of the restaurant, 6 fingers' eyes were cold as he stared at 7 kills, who was being chased in the distance. 7 kills? There are 16 heaven-grade Zither in the world. I don't mind having one less. 6 fingers said coldly. His voice instantly spread out through the Zither. Under the pursuit of the birds and phoenixes, 7 kills quickly flew out of the city. While escaping, 7 kills said with a ferocious expression, "You only took advantage of the song. If you come again, I will definitely take your life. Then don't leave. Let's try." 6 fingers said coldly. Humph! 7 kills figure flashed, and he flew out of the city. 7 kills was still unwilling to admit defeat, but he had to admit that 6 fingers was not weaker than him. If it were another time, 7 kills could fight with him. However, he could not do so now. The Emperor had given him a mission, and he could not let his personal matters go to waste. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to the Emperor. Whoosh! 7 kills disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. At this moment, 6 fingers was exposed in front of everyone. Guhai and Yinamo looked at the restaurant not far away. Not far away, Elder Feng Tong, who had just climbed out of the pit, was shocked. It's not Master? 7 kills? Is he trying to frame me? While Elder Feng Tong was still in shock, 6-Fingered also looked over coldly. When 6 Fingers looked over, a cold, murderous aura burst out of his eyes. Elder Feng Tong trembled. 6-Fingered Zither Demon? Elder Feng Tong? A disciple of Wansho Taoism? You got guts. How dare you act so presumptuously in Silver Moon Villa? 6 Fingers said coldly. You? Didn't Silver Moon Villa give you away? Why did you help them? Just now you... Elder Feng Tong trembled. Six Fingers narrowed his eyes. I was in the city just now. I wanted to see the character of the current Villa Master of Silver Moon Villa. When Master was here, even Taishang of Wanshou Taoism had a worship master. Now that Master is not here, how dare an ignorant junior like you act presumptuously? No one cares about Wanshou Taoism anymore? I'll take care of you on behalf of Taishang, Six Fingers said coldly. In the sky, Phoenix suddenly turned around and led thousands of ferocious birds to swoop down. No! Elder Feng Tong screamed. He was about to be baptized by thousands of ferocious birds again. Mr. Six Fingers, have mercy! Suddenly, on a mountain outside the city, a man in a white Taoist robe shouted. His shout formed a sound wave that rushed into the city. The sound wave entered the city and turned into a long river, blocking Phoenix's path. Screech! Phoenix led thousands of ferocious birds to stop instantly. Some of the birds that didn't stop in time fell into the river and melted instantly. This is... Mo Yike raised an eyebrow. Eloquent? This person is a master of the zither and calligraphy. Moreover, he is extremely strong. Bingheim said with a solemn expression. Master, save me, Master. Elder Feng Tong cried out in ecstasy. Bastard, watch how I'll deal with you later. The man in the white Taoist robe said coldly. Elder Feng Tong's face stiffened. Six Fingers turned his head and looked at Huang Xiaolong, his eyes cold. Oh? Xuanan from Taishang's faction? Taishang's faction? Bingheim's expression changed. Xian? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Xian is the highest generation in Taishang's faction. Taishang's faction's tycoon is a Xian. Bingheim explained. Xuanan bowed slightly and said, My disciple is mischievous and has caused trouble for Silver Moon Villa. I will take him back and discipline him. I apologize to you all. Mr. Six Fingers, how have you been since we parted? Sorry for causing trouble for you this time. Six Fingers looked coldly at Xuanan. Mischievous and mischievous? Is this just mischievous and mischievous? In the past, one of the Taishang bloodline also suffered greatly at the hands of Villa Master Yin. This time, let's call it even, okay? Moreover, Mr. Six Fingers was in the city. If you had acted earlier, you wouldn't have caused any damage, right? Tycoon is already into Qian. I hope you can forgive the misunderstanding. Xuanan said lightly. Oomph. Six Fingers snorted coldly. Bastard, come with me. Xuanan said coldly. Yes. Elder Feng Tong replied immediately. He flipped his hand and took out a flying boat. All the Zither Masters and corpses from Taishang's faction were brought onto the flying boat and flew toward Xuanan. Goodbye, Mr. Six Fingers. Xuanan smiled faintly. As he smiled, Xuanan glanced at Gu Hai. That glance was quite complicated. He seemed to have something to say, but he stopped himself. He smiled coldly and left with everyone. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Xuanan in the distance. How is Xuanan's strength? Gu Hai looked at Bingheim. I'm not sure. However, in Wanshou Taoism, Taishang's faction, Xian cultivators are at least in the Middle Celestial Palace, and at least in the Middle Celestial Palace. Bingheim shook her head. Xuanan? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Did Six Fingers give up on dealing with Elder Feng Tong because of him? Did that mean Six Fingers was also afraid of this person? In the distance, Six Fingers waved his sleeve. Bang! The sky full of phoenixes, ferocious birds, and dark clouds exploded. Six Fingers stepped forward and instantly flew in front of Gu Hai and Yin Mo. Chapter 512. Lu Ji stepped forward and appeared in front of Gu Hai and Yin Mo in an instant. Mr. Lu Ji? Yin Mo smiled gratefully. Lu Ji ignored Yin Mo and looked at Gu Hai. 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. Not bad. Thank you. If it weren't for me, Mr. Lu Ji would have taken action already, right? Gu Hai smiled. I won't take action, Lu Ji said calmly. Huh? Gu Hai was surprised. Lu Ji looked at Yin Mo. Were you going to commit suicide? Yin Mo's face froze. Pedantic, Lu Ji shouted. But at that time, I couldn't fight against the Taishang Dao Guqin band. Yin Mo said bitterly. What does the life and death of the whole city have to do with you? You are Mr. Silver Moon's descendant. It's enough that you are alive. Commit suicide? How could Mr. Silver Moon have such a pedantic descendant? Lu Ji said coldly. After Lu Ji said that, Yin Mo's grateful expression disappeared. The previous villa master taught me that Silver Moon City is my home, and the people are my family. There is no such thing as who deserves to die and who doesn't. They died because of me, so why can't I save them? Yin Mo said angrily. The previous villa master? He is a pedantic thing. He taught you something even more pedantic. He has the talent for Guqin, but you don't even have the talent for Guqin. You can't handle Elder Feng Tong? Ignorant. Lu Ji said coldly. I can't agree with your philosophy, but no matter what, I have to thank you today. You saved us and the whole of Silver Moon City. Yin Mo said solemnly. I just wanted to save you. You are Mr. Silver Moon's descendant. All right, let's cut the crap. No one lives in Yangxin Palace, right? I will live in Yangxin Palace from now on. Lu Ji said. Yangxin Palace? You live in the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? Yin Mo raised his eyebrows. All the zither masters in the world have come to Diqian. Silver Moon Villa will definitely be a place of many things. Mr. died early, and although he is buried, no one can disturb his peace. Humph, I'm counting on you. If I didn't come back just now, someone would have gone to dig up Mister's body. Lu Ji said coldly. Yin Mo's face stiffened, but he couldn't refute. If you live in the Silver Moon Mountain Villa, where is your master? Will he agree? Yin Mo asked worriedly. My master? Don't you know that they call me Zither Demon? Lu Ji sneered. Huh? Yin Mo didn't understand. My master? I was the one who killed him. Six Fingers said calmly. The disciples of the Silver Moon Villa were shocked. Kill master? Regain freedom? Wasn't this Six Fingers a little too demonic? Lu Ji ignored the crowd and flew toward the back of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he entered the heart-nurturing palace. Guhai was silent for a while and looked at Yin Mo, smiled bitterly. The old villa master told me that one day, when Six Fingers returns, he will settle down. Guhai frowned slightly and nodded. Since the old villa master said so, Guhai had no reason to interfere with the matters of the Silver Moon Villa. However, for the disciples of the Silver Moon Villa, it was very encouraging. At least, with Six Fingers in charge, no one would dare to provoke the Silver Moon Villa. Mr. Good, you said that you have something to tell me? Please come in. Yin Mo greeted. Guhai nodded. Someone would clean up the mess in the villa. Guhai and the others followed Yin Mo into a hall. Someone served them tea, and they sat down. Can you use the sound barrier? Guhai asked solemnly. Yin Mo's expression changed, and he nodded. He waved his hand, and a light barrier enveloped the hall. Mr. Good, are you looking for Shangwan Hen? Yin Mo seemed to have guessed what was going on. Guhai nodded. I heard Mu Qinfeng mention that Qing Emperor is here as well. He's in the Silver Moon Ocean. Before I came, I noticed that the Silver Moon Ocean was shrouded in fog. I wonder what happened during this time. Qing Emperor? Qing Emperor has left. Yin Mo shook his head. Oh. Yin Mo was silent for a while and finally smiled bitterly. Fine, I won't hide this from Mr. Good. The Silver Moon Ocean is my villa's property, and it's in a super Guqin formation. As long as I'm willing to listen carefully, I can hear the sounds in the formation clearly. What did you hear? Qing Emperor has gone north to Heavenly Court City. He left behind a small group of subordinates to set up a formation in the Silver Moon Ocean to guard Shangwan Hen and the other Xuanwu. Yin Mo said solemnly. Guard Shangwan Hen? Why? Why didn't Qing Emperor do it himself? I heard that Shangwan Hen has the evil consciousness of the previous Xuanwu Supreme being in his body. Is that right? I heard that the evil part is sealed in a snake's head. Maybe. Yin Mo recalled. Snake's head? Guhai suddenly remembered. In the past, there was indeed a snake's head in the Silver Moon Ocean. It was used by Liu Yang of Gojoseon to unlock the millions of Guqin figurines. Shangwan Hen swallowed the snake's head, and his cultivation increased so much that he went straight to the Yuanying state. The previous Xuanwu Supreme Being was punished by the heavens and was torn into pieces. Before he died, Xuanwu Supreme Being knew that he was going to die, so he sealed his life's power in a Xuanwu pearl and threw it out, waiting for the destined Xuanwu to get it and revitalize the Xuanwu clan. At the moment of his death, the sealed evil consciousness lived in the snake's head and fell into the silver moon ocean with the pearl in its mouth. Unfortunately, the evil consciousness didn't have the ability to refine the Xuanwu pearl, so it fell into a deep sleep. It was only when it was nourished by some power in Shangwan Hen's body that it woke up. Yin Mo recalled. The power in Shangwan Hen's body? That was the power of the god Xuanwu. Guhai frowned and said, Xuanwu pearl is in the silver moon ocean. Shangwan Hen's trip this time was to find the Xuanwu pearl? Wasn't the Qing emperor tempted? Yin Mo shook his head and said, Of course he was tempted. However, the Xuanwu pearl is exclusive. Only the Xuanwu clan can touch it, and it even wrapped Shangwan Hen inside. The Qing emperor couldn't do anything about it at the moment. What does the Qing emperor want to do? Guhai asked in a low voice. He wants to recruit the Xuanwu supreme being. Yin Mo recalled. Recruit? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Yes. Unfortunately, Shangwan Hen's consciousness clashed with the evil Xuanwu supreme being's consciousness at that time. He didn't give the Qing emperor a definite answer at all. It seemed that something important had happened in the heavenly courts, and the Qing emperor had no choice but to go. Therefore, the Qing emperor left a group of people behind and set up a great formation. Yin Mo recalled. Set up a great formation? Yes, set up a great formation to imprison Shangwan Hen. When the Qing emperor returns from the Thousand Sage Conference, he will slowly subdue him. Yin Mo explained. Heh, imprison Shangwan Hen? Subdue him after he returns? What a boastful tone. He's so confident that he can definitely imprison Shangwan Hen, Guhai said in a low voice. After the Qing emperor left, the Great Formation was activated. I couldn't hear anything from inside anymore, Yin Mo said with a bitter smile. Oh, Guhai was confused. The person who set up the formation is called Miata. She's the #1 formation master under the Qing emperor. Her formation has already become a world. Even though Shangwan Hen has obtained the inheritance of the Xuanwu clan, it will still take a long time for him to inherit it. So, Yin Mo explained. Miata? Have you seen her before? Guhai asked in a low voice. Look at this. Yin Mo stretched out his hand and condensed his dermic powers. Instantly, the appearance of a man in purple appeared. It's him? Guhai's pupils shrank. Mr. Good? You know her? Yin Mo asked in confusion. Ha, I know her. Guhai laughed. Although his expression didn't show any abnormality, Guhai felt a surge of hatred in the depths of his heart. When the Qing emperor led a group of people to kill Chen Xian, this person was there. Miata. Mr. Good, I've said what I need to say. I don't know anything else. Yin Mo shook his head. That's enough. That's enough. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. Your Majesty, that Qisha is also one of the Qing emperor's people. Bingheim explained. Oh, his expression darkened. He should be one of the Qing emperor's trusted subordinates. I used to be in the solar god shrine, so only found out by chance. Bingheim explained. I understand. Guhai tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his chair. Your Majesty, you want to deal with Miata? What do we need to do? Mo Yike asked with a frown. You don't need to do it. Mr. Mo, Bingheim, you don't need to stay here either. Take the invitation to the Thousand Saints Conference and bring a group of accompanying officials and head to heavenly courts immediately. I need you to spread the name of the Han Dynasty. Let everyone know that the Han Dynasty is here to participate in the Thousand Saints Conference, Guhai said in a low voice. Then, what about you, Your Majesty? Bingheim asked worriedly. Do as I say, Guhai said in a low voice. Your Majesty, that Miata is also a powerful person from the heavenly courts. Why don't you let Qin Zibai stay behind to help you? Mr. Mo, what do you think? Bingheim asked worriedly. Before Mo Yike could speak, Guhai shook his head and said, No need. You all go first. Qin Zibai will stay close to Mo Yike and protect him. Don't make any mistakes. Qin Zibai frowned slightly and nodded. Bingheim was still worried about Guhai, but Guhai shook his head and told them to do as he said. After leaving the main hall, Gu Hai sent off Mo Yike, Bingheim, and the others, and turned to look in the direction of the Silver Moon Sea. Mr. Good, why did you let them go first? Yin Mo asked in confusion. Mr. Mo and the others are the most precious people in the Dahan. 7 kills hearing is amazing, so we can't let anything happen to him here. Moreover, the Han dynasty must make a name for itself in this Thousand Saints Conference, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yin Mo frowned, showing that he didn't quite understand. Right. Thank you for your help this time, Mr. Good. Yin Mo has a gift for Mr. Good. Consider my thanks to Mr. Good, Yin Mo said with a smile. Oh, Mr. Good, this way please. Yin Mo invited. Gu Hai looked confused. He followed Yin Mo into the villa and slowly entered a basement. There were a lot of soundproof arrays around it. Soon, they reached the bottom of the basement, which was an empty space. At that moment, there were 100 bronze statues standing in the empty space. Qin figurines? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. When he got closer and saw the faces of the bronze statues, Gu Hai's expression changed. Sky-class Qin figurines, Pajuan? Pajuan is already dead, Yin Mo said with a smile. These are the Qin figurines that Mr. Good gave me. I built them according to the structure. They're far inferior to Sky-class Qin figurines, but they're not inferior to ordinary Qin figurines. Chapter 5:13. Pajuan is already dead. This is the Gu Qin figurine that Mr. Good gave me. I built it according to its structure. It's not as good as a heaven-class Gu Qin, but it's just as good as a regular one, Yin Mo said. Oh, what's the use of these Pajuan figurines? Gu Hai asked. You can think of them as the auxiliary Gu Qin of a heaven-class Gu Qin. They don't have a soul in them, so they need Gaochen to play the little genie and pour it into their bodies. That way, they will go wherever Gaochen wants them to go. Then, they can play whatever Gaochen wants them to play from a long distance away. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, you can control them to play Gaochen songs from a long distance away? You can use resonance? Gu Hai was shocked. Resonance? You can say that as long as you control Pajuan, you can transmit telepathy from millions of miles away. That way, Gaochen will be like having 100 clones. It's even more powerful against enemies. Yin Mo explained with a smile. If the Gaochen plays the little spirit and controls the Gu Qin figurine, and the Gu Qin figurine leaves the Gaochen's body, the Gaochen will be able to make defeating armies hear his voice through the resonance of the Gu Qin. Then, when Pajuan needs something, can he transmit it back through resonance? Or Pajuan and Pajuan can transmit messages to each other. Gu Hai stared at Yin Mo. Yes. Yin Mo smiled. Then, is there a distance limit? Gu Hai stared at Yin Mo millions of miles away. That's the distance between 2 cities. Any further, and it might be useless. Yin Mo smiled bitterly. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the army-shattering Gu Qin figurine. Villa Master Yin, how did you think of making this Gu Qin figurine? Mr. Silver Moon's legacy? That's not it. I was just blindly thinking about it. It has nothing to do with the ancestor. It's just that today's disaster is completely useless. It seems that I was just blindly messing around. Compared to ancestor, I'm far inferior, Yin Mo said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai took a deep breath. No, Mr. Yin Mo, perhaps you have already surpassed Mr. Silver Moon, at least in terms of creation. Yin Mo looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Ha! You only thought of using it for battle, but have you ever thought of using it for communication? This is an epic-making creation, a creation that transcends time and surpasses everything. This is the rhythm of the internet. Gu Hai suddenly laughed. What internet? Yin Mo was confused. No, it's different from the internet. It can only transmit information through resonance. The internet? I've thought of researching it, but unfortunately, it won't work. The coverage is too small, and it requires signal transmission. It also requires a signal station that can be destroyed at any time. It takes a very long time, and the signal may be cut off midway. This resonance of yours is a super wireless transmission. Villa Leader Yin, please accept Gu Hai's bow. Gu Hai suddenly bowed. Mr. Good, what are you doing? You don't have to do this. What are you doing? Yun was flustered. Villa leader Yun, is this Pajuan's creation difficult? Guhai looked at Yun. It's very expensive. One Pajuan needs 1 million upper-grade spirit stones to buy materials, Pajuan said with a frown. 1 million upper-grade spirit stones? Then Dahan will officially place an order with you. 2 million upper-grade spirit stones for one. What do you think? Guhai said with a smile. Pajuan was slightly stunned. 2 million upper-grade spirit stones for one. Will Silver Moon Villa accept this order? Guhai said with a smile. Mr. Good, are you serious? Yunmo was confused. From Yunmo's point of view, this Pajuan was extremely difficult to use. First of all, there must be a musician who could play the little elf. Second, this Pajuan had no thoughts and was extremely dull. What was the use of it? It was powerful, but there were many flaws. I'm serious, Guhai said with an extremely serious expression. Okay, but how many do you need? Yunmo asked strangely. As many as you have, Guhai said with absolute certainty. Okay. Yunmo smiled bitterly. This time, to make these 100 Pajuan, they had used up more than half of Silver Moon Villa's stock of raw materials. They were worried about running out of money, and now Guhai was giving them money? Only one thing. I hope Villa Master Yun can keep this a secret. This Pajuan can only be sold to Dahan. You can't reveal anything, Guhai said with an extremely solemnly tone. That's not a problem. Mr. Good has helped me a few times, and I have no reason to refuse. Moreover, you gave me such a huge profit. Yunmo smiled bitterly. No, this Pajuan is too important to me. Guhai exclaimed. Was it important? It was too important. Yunmo might not understand the importance of information, but Guhai had fought countless battles and knew all too well. With this item, Dahan would enter the age of information in the future. Guhai put away all the Pajuan and emphasized again, Villa Master Yunmo Pajuan, don't show up. Don't show up at any time. Mr. Good, I gave you these 100 Pajuan so that you can shine at the Thousand Saint Conference. You can form a super band at that time. With Mr. Good's musical skills, he might not be able to defeat all the other musicians, but he will definitely be at the forefront. This is a great weapon for the Thousand Saint Conference, Yunmo said blankly. Ha 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 ha. Use it at the Thousand Saint Conference? I can't bear to do that. Even if I could defeat all the other heroes in the end and become the champion, I think it's a waste to expose Pajuan. This item is only suitable to be used in the dark. At least, I need it in the dark for a short period of time. Please, Villa Master Yun. Solemnly Guhai bowed to Yunmo again. Solemnly Guhai said so. Yunmo gradually understood the importance of Pajuan. Solemnly nodded in the end. The two slowly stepped out of the basement. Once they were out of the basement, they didn't mention a word about what they had just said. Villa Master, Mayor Sima wants to see you. He says he wants to thank Mr. Good for saving the people. A disciple of the Silver Moon Villa, he said respectfully. Oh, lead the way. Yunmo nodded. Guhai looked around the Silver Moon Villa. The entire Silver Moon Villa has set up a sound barrier. Guhai looked at the faint barrier around them. That's right. Mr. Good, you can say whatever you want. The outside world definitely can't hear you. Only the people inside can hear you, Yunmo said with a smile. Guhai nodded, and the two quickly walked to a square. Mayor Sima was waiting with a group of officials. Greetings, Mr. Good, Villa Master Yun. Mayor Sima immediately greeted them and bowed respectfully with a smile. Greetings, Mayor Sima. Guhai and Yunmo bowed slightly. Mr. Good, Villa Master Yun, you're too polite. Thank you so much for what you did earlier. If it weren't for you, the people of Silver Moon City would have been in trouble. Mayor Sima sighed. That's what I should do. Guhai smiled faintly. The mayor's mansion has prepared some wine and specially invited Mr. Good to a banquet to thank Mr. Good for saving the people earlier, to celebrate the defeat of the enemy. Mayor Sima invited. That group of people is still near Silver Moon City. There's no need to celebrate for now. Guhai shook his head. What? Still near Silver Moon City? Mayor Sima's expression changed. Even if you didn't come, I would have gone to look for you. I hope you can cooperate with me and take down all the Guqin masters who are hiding near Silver Moon City, Guhai said in a low voice. Yunimo was slightly stunned. Guhai wanted to deal with the people from Silver Moon Ocean, 7 kills, Array Master Miyata, and the others. However, Guhai didn't seem to have anyone around him. How could he deal with them? Rely on the mayor's mansion? Forget it. They couldn't even deal with 7 kills. Miyata was an expert above the Middle Celestial Palace, even without using arrays. How could they deal with her? Yunimo didn't understand what Guhai was going to do. However, Guhai didn't hesitate at all. He had to deal with the people from Silver Moon Ocean immediately. This time, thousands of people in Silver Moon City were killed and injured. The hatred of killing our people is irreconcilable. Mr. Good, just give the order. Silver Moon City's soldiers will cooperate fully. We won't rest until we die. Seema City Master said solemnly. Thank you, City Master. However, don't worry too much. It won't be difficult to deal with them. Guhai shook his head and smiled. At the same time, in the mental cultivation palace of Silver Moon Villa, Luji didn't hear the conversation between Guhai and Yunimo in the basement. After all, there was a sound barrier there. However, he heard the conversation between Guhai and the city master. This Guhai is overestimating himself. A small Yuaniing state wants to deal with people from Kaitian Palace? Luji showed a trace of disdain, but he didn't care. What Luji didn't know was that a large number of people from Kaitian Palace had fallen under Guhai's hands. Silver Moon Ocean was covered in thick fog, and nothing could be seen clearly. Whoosh! A stream of light flashed past. It was 7 kills who had returned and entered the array. Boom! The array suddenly surged as if it was defending against an enemy. It's Lord 7 kills. You don't have to do anything. A clear voice sounded. Instantly, the array returned to normal. 7 kills entered the depths and flew to the entrance of a hall on an island. Bang! After 7 kills landed, a group of people surrounded him. The leader was a man in a purple robe. It was the appearance that Yunimo had shown to Guhai not long ago. He was the number 1 array master under the Qing Emperor, Miyata. Lord 7 kills. Before the Emperor left, he told us not to leave Silver Moon Ocean. Were you going to Silver Moon City just now? Miyata frowned. 7 kills looked coldly at Miyata. I don't need you to care about my matters. I will explain to the Emperor. I can't care about you, but you better not bring trouble to us. Oomph. Miyata snorted. You better mind your own business. Where's Shangwan Hen? Is he willing to talk? 7 kills said in a low voice. Miyata frowned slightly and finally shook his head. The previous Supreme Xuanwu was willing to talk to us, but the consciousness of the other Shangwan Hen was unwilling. Just now, we interrogated Xuanwu and found out the crux of Shangwan Hen's illness. Oh, 7 kills was puzzled. Shangwan Hen is unwilling to submit to the Emperor because he has allied with a dynasty called Dahan. Miyata said in a low voice. Han Dynasty? How can a small dynasty block the Emperor's path? Just destroy it. 7 kills said coldly. Miyata nodded, obviously agreeing with him. Where is the Han Dynasty? 7 kills asked in a low voice. According to Xuanwu, the Han Dynasty is at the border of the Qian Dynasty. The leader of the Dahan is called Guhai. Miyata recalled. Guhai. 7 kills, eyes widened in shock. Wasn't Guhai the one who created all birds worship the phoenix in the city? Chapter 514. Silver Moon Sea. Thick fog pervaded the area. A monstrous formation enveloped the entire sea. In the center of the sea was a sea area. The seawater split in all directions. In the center of the sea, a golden egg with a diameter of 1,000 feet floated. The golden egg was semi-transparent, and one could vaguely see Shangwan Hen sitting cross-legged in it. Shangwan Hen's face was completely distorted. Half of it was ferocious, and the other half was serene. Behind Shangwan Hen, there seemed to be 2 giant shadows. One was a black tortoise, and the other was a black serpent. The black tortoise and the black serpent were swallowing the energy in the golden egg. At the same time, they were staring at each other coldly. Shangwan Hen, you're going back on your word. You said you gave me your body, and you still want to take it back? A sinister voice roared from the half of Shangwan Hen's ferocious body. Feng Yu, You're the previous Supreme Xuanwu, and you want to take my body. Don't you think you've gone too far? Hey, you're right. I'll lend you my body, but you couldn't keep it. Who can you blame? Shangguan Serene half said coldly. I couldn't keep it? If it weren't for your weak body, I wouldn't have exhausted all my energy to deal with that stinky bat for you. Oomph. Feng Yu said coldly. What's mine is mine. I only lent it to you. Oomph. Supreme Feng Yu died back then. It's a miracle that you're still alive. Don't be ungrateful. Shangguan said coldly. If it weren't for me, how could you find the Xuanwu pearl with that memory? Fine. I won't waste time with you. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Feng Yu said coldly. Shangguan sat cross-legged, resisting the supreme Feng Yu's consciousness in his body. However, while his consciousness was resisting, his body was frantically absorbing the power of the golden egg. The 1,000-feet golden egg was the Xuanwu pearl. At this moment, the two of them were wrapped in rolling energy. In the outside world, some of the Xuanwu had anxious looks on their faces. The appearance of these two people was enough to make the Xuanwu happy. After all, the appearance of the god Xuanwu and the supreme martial artist meant that the Xuanwu clan would rise again. However, two supreme martial artists had suddenly appeared. What was he going to do? Who should we listen to? While the Xuanwu were worried about Shangguan, who was inside the Xuanwu pearl, they were also on guard against the experts who had suddenly appeared from the surrounding islands. It was this group of people who had trapped them here. They're here again. They're here again. The group of Xuanwu shouted angrily. This was a strange formation. Under this formation, it was very difficult for the Xuanwu to attack, because once they deviated from this place, they would be lost in the formation. That was how a few of his fellow clansmen had gone missing. Miyata and 7 Kills had once again arrived near the Xuanwu clan. Stop right there. The group of Xuanwu glared and shouted angrily. Miyata revealed a cold smile. This is my world. No one is qualified to make me stop. As she spoke, she waved her sleeve. Boom! The surging fog immediately enveloped the group of black tortoises, instantly pushing them far away. The black tortoises, who already had the strength to create heavenly palaces, were actually unable to withstand a single blow from the formation. In the Xuanwu pearl, Shangguan suddenly opened his eyes and stared coldly at the people in front of him. Supreme Feng Yu, Shangguan. Have the two of you thought about what we said earlier? Miyata sneered. Submit to the Qing Emperor? When I was still alive, did the Qing Emperor dare to speak to me like this? Feng Yu said coldly. Miyata smiled. That was then and this is now. In the past, the Emperor's reputation was not well known. Now, you have fallen into the mortal world, haven't you? Following the Qing Emperor will not disgrace you. It is better than following that dynasty, right? Shangguan narrowed his eyes. Oh, you know the dynasty I'm allied with? The Han dynasty, right? Without the Emperor's help, 7 Kills, or I can destroy it. Do you believe it? Shangguan, the Han dynasty is not suitable for you. Following the Emperor is your best choice. Miyata advised. You are 7 Kills. You can destroy the Han dynasty? Shangguan said with a disdainful smile. We're speaking nicely to you because the Emperor is doing us a favor. Otherwise, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. I think many supreme martial artists want God Xuanwu. The Emperor doesn't want to force you, so don't be ungrateful. 7 Kills said with a glare. The Emperor said that if you are willing to follow him, the Emperor will allow Xuanwu to be the first allied beast. In the future, when the country is established, the Xuanwu clan will be the Emperor's national beast. Miyata said again. Feng Yu smiled evilly. It is not that we can't negotiate, but is this the posture of a negotiation? How can we negotiate if you imprison us? You should remove the formation first. Shangguan said calmly. Supreme Feng Yu, you don't have to play any tricks with them. My attitude is that it is impossible. Soon, the Emperor will come to save me. What are you worried about? Gu Hai will come to save you. That Yuanying state? You still expect him to come to save you? 7 Kills sneered. Oh, Shangguan looked at 7 Kills with narrowed eyes. I have seen Gu Hai. He is in Silver Moon City now. His Guqin skills are not bad. Unfortunately, he is from the Yuanying state. I will kill him now and end your hope. What do you think? 7 Kill sneered. Shangguan Hen's eyes brightened. The Emperor is in Silver Moon City? Ha, that's good. That's good. Shangguan Hen looked as if he was saved, which made 7 Kills and Miyata depressed. Are you crazy? Do you really expect someone from the Yuanying state to save you? 7 Kills sneered. You said that the Emperor's Guqin skills are not bad? To be able to get a heaven-class Guqin to say that, you must have fought with the Emperor and lost terribly, right? Ha ha. Shangguan Hen laughed happily. 7 Kills' face turned cold. Kill the Emperor? Go ahead. Don't overestimate yourself. Shangguan Hen sneered. Miyata and 7 Kills looked at each other in confusion. What was Shangguan Hen so confident about? He was from the Yuanying state. He was making it seem as if they were looking for death by going to him. Guhai was only from the Yuanying state. Humph, what you said is good. Good. 7 Kills said coldly. As soon as 7 Kills finished speaking, a subordinate in green flew over. Master 7 Kills, Master Miyata, the army of Silver Moon City has arrived at Silver Moon Ocean. They're clamoring to avenge the people in the city. They want us to hand over 7 Kills' head to pay tribute to the people in the city. The subordinate in green shouted. What? 7 Kills and Miyata were puzzled. The governor of Silver Moon City? Is he crazy? 7 Kills stared. How brave was the governor? If it wasn't for Lu Ji, he would have destroyed the entire Silver Moon City. Would the governor of Silver Moon City still dare to bring an army here? Miyata waved her sleeves. Boom! Immediately, the surrounding clouds and mist condensed, instantly revealing the scene of the outside world. Sure enough, outside the Silver Moon Ocean, there were 10 huge flying boats. On the flying boats stood soldiers in armor. Each of them looked at the Silver Moon Ocean with ferocious expressions. On the leading flying boat stood City Lord Sima. Beside City Governor Sima stood a man in a black brocade robe. Guhai. 7 Kills' eyes suddenly widened. In the Xuanwu Pearl, Shangguan Hen saw Guhai in the distance, and his eyes lit up. Ha 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 ha! Shangguan Hen laughed and closed his eyes. Shangguan Hen closed his eyes. However, the expression on the other half of his face suddenly changed. Shangguan Hen, are you that confident? Supreme Being Feng Yu said coldly. Oh, Supreme Being Feng Yu, you can read my mind? Shangguan Hen raised his eyebrows. Humph, although I can't read your mind, I can feel your emotions. Do you think Guhai can get rid of me? Supreme Being Feng Yu said coldly. I didn't say anything. You think too much. Just absorb the power of the Xuanwu Pearl. Whoever gets the body will have to rely on their own abilities. Shangguan Hen said coldly. Humph, you can't fool me. I don't know why you are so confident in Guhai. But I am not afraid of anyone. Supreme Being Feng Yu said coldly. As he spoke, Shangguan Hen's body emitted red light. What are you doing? Shangguan Hen said angrily with a glare. I can't do anything to you now, but I know Guhai's life. To prevent any accidents, I have to be on guard. Once Guhai gets rid of the ants outside, he won't be able to target me. Supreme Being Feng Yu said coldly. As he spoke, the red light on Shangguan Hen's body became more and more intense, as if it was burning. Bastard, what are you trying to do? Xuanwu Great Splitting Technique? You bastard. You want to split my physical body? Shangguan Hen suddenly exclaimed. Humph. Guhai is here, and these ants will be finished soon. I am just in case, Supreme Being Feng Yu said coldly. Stop, bastard, stop. Shangguan Hen shouted. Shangguan Hen and Feng Yu's conversation was transmitted to the outside world. Miyata and Qi Sha both had gloomy expressions on their faces. Without 6 fingers, they're just a bunch of overconfident idiots, and you think we are inferior to them? 7 Kills said angrily. A bunch of people, and the strongest is only from the Yuanying state? Ha, Supreme Xuanwu, you underestimate us too much, don't you think? Miyata also said angrily. Shangguan Hen and Feng Yu ignored her. It was as if they were fighting for something in their bodies. The red light around them became brighter and brighter, and their bodies seemed to be melting. Oomph. 7 Kills and Miyata snorted coldly. The two of them stared at the outside world. Were they so weak in the eyes of Supreme Xuanwu? A bunch of overconfident idiots. 7 Kills looked at the flying ship outside coldly. Outside the Silver Moon Sea, on the flying ship, City Lord Sima looked at Guhai. Mr. Good, is it okay for us to come here like this? This is a monstrous formation. Guhai stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the monstrous formation in the distance. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will deal with it. You guys could just cheer for me." Cheer? City Lord Sima was puzzled. Beat the war drums, Guhai said with a serious expression. City Lord Sima didn't understand, but he still nodded. He waved his hand, and the drummers on the flying ship started beating. Dong, 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 dong. The sound of the war drums spread to the Silver Moon Sea in the distance. Chapter 515. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of war drums resounded outside the Silver Moon Sea. A murderous aura rushed into the fog-filled Silver Moon Sea. City Lord Sima was slightly worried. He looked at Guhai. Guhai's expression was still cold as he looked at the group of men in green in front of the fog. What? You're the master of the formation. You still don't dare to come out? Guhai said coldly. Outside the formation, the group of men in green said coldly, Bastard, do you think you can meet our master just because you want to? Ha! You killed the Qian citizens onto Qian territory. Even if the Qing emperor comes, he won't be able to protect you. Guhai said coldly. Oomph. If you have the guts, come and try. The leader of the men in green said coldly. Break into the formation? Guhai didn't plan to do that. Continue to beat the drums. I don't believe that they are willing to be cowards. Guhai said coldly. Thump, thump, thump. The soldiers of Silver Moon City continued to beat their drums. At this moment, the soldiers were uncertain. After all, 7 kills had caused too much destruction in Silver Moon City. If there was only one city lord here, most of the soldiers would have run away. However, Guhai was different. With Guhai standing at the front, the soldiers felt that they weren't afraid of anything. Oomph. You think you can find trouble with our master? Revenge for the Qian citizens? What a joke. I've killed more than 100 people. You want to find me? All of us here have killed the Han citizens. What can you do? Oomph. A man in green glared and rushed over. The man in green held a bronze hammer in his hand. He arrived in front of Guhai in an instant and smashed the hammer down on the flying boat. With the strength of the Yuanying state's peak, the hammer smashed down, creating a strong gust of wind. City Lord Sima's expression changed. At that moment, Guhai moved, but all he saw was Guhai reaching for the life-ending saber on his back. Zhou Tian-san. Guhai snorted. Buzz. Suddenly, a purple light illuminated the world. Inside the formation, Qi Sha and Miyata suddenly widened their eyes. Blade domain? How is that possible? Miyata was shocked. Oh no. 7 Kills' face darkened. Boom. The purple light in the outside world suddenly disappeared, and a life-extinguishing saber returned to its original position. The explosion just now was caused by the man with the bronze hammer exploding with a loud bang, filling the air with a bloody mist. Roar! The soldiers behind Guhai roared excitedly. Guhai's face darkened. Guhai showed no mercy to this group of Qing Emperor subordinates. He killed a peak Yuanying state's peak expert with one strike. It was a clean cut, and the other Yuanying state soldiers who were charging forward were immediately stunned. The expressions of the group of men in green changed drastically. There was even a Celestial Palace expert among them, but he had no intention of stepping forward. Have you notified the Lord? The man in green from Celestial Palace glared. Yes, we have. Someone beside him immediately replied. Guhai looked across coldly. Seeing that the group of men in green had been stunned, he took a deep breath and said, Mu Qinfeng. Hall Master? Mu Qinfeng walked closer. I told you before. Now, they won't dare to make things difficult for you. Go and deliver the letter of challenge to them. Guhai said in a low voice. Letter of challenge? Is that necessary? City Lord Sima asked blankly. You have already started killing, and now you want to deliver the letter of challenge? The one I just killed was a fool. The Qian has the Qian rules. After all, they represent Qing Emperor. We can't ignore the rules. Guhai said coldly. All right. City Lord Sima was confused. Why was Mr. Good so inflexible? However, he saw Guhai take out a scroll. The scroll was already rolled up, and the words letter of challenge were written on it. Mu Chenfeng grabbed the war letter scroll and slowly flew into the fog in the distance. In the fog, the group of men in green looked ferocious. However, when they saw Guhai staring at them coldly, they didn't charge forward. Humph! When the Lord comes out, none of you can escape, the group of men in green said ferociously. Guhai stared at them with a gloomy expression. Mu Chenfeng flew closer to the fog with a hint of worry. At this moment, Miata and Qi Sha also flew to the edge of the array angrily. Whoosh! Some of the fog in the array suddenly dispersed, revealing Miata, Qi Sha, and the others. Their expressions were ferocious as they stared at the flying ship in the distance. When Mu Chenfeng saw the fog disperse slightly, she immediately shouted, "Listen up, traitors! Elite Hall's Hall Master Guhai represents the citizens of Silver Moon City to officially issue you a letter of challenge. Take it." Oomph. Qisha snorted and waved his hand. An energy palm suddenly appeared in the air and slammed toward Mu Chenfeng. Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. She tossed the letter of challenge and immediately retreated. Boom! Even so, Mu Chenfeng was still hit by the energy waves from the energy palm. She flew backward and looked extremely pathetic in midair. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. Qisha sneered. Smack! Miata extended her hand and caught the letter of challenge. She held the letter of challenge and looked coldly at the group of people in front of her. Hall Master. Mu Chenfeng flew over in pain. Division Leader Mu, you've worked hard. Solemnly, Guhai said Guhai. It's nothing, hee. Mu Chenfeng smiled bitterly. That's the power of Qi Sha's palm strike. He's from Kai Tian Palace. City Lord Sima asked worriedly with a frown. That's right. Kai Tian Palace is the one who accepted the letter of challenge, Guhai said calmly. Ah, City Lord Sima looked worried. In the distance, Miata took the letter of challenge and looked at Guhai and the others with a gloomy expression. You Guhai, do you have the guts to come to my array? Miata said coldly. The letter of challenge states clearly. Don't you know how to read it? Guhai shouted coldly. Letter of challenge? We're already face to face, and you're giving us a letter of challenge? Qisha and Miata narrowed their eyes as they looked at the other side. They were confused. However, since the letter of challenge was delivered, why not take a look? Miata slowly opened the letter of challenge. Miata frowned and looked at the letter of challenge. Huh? Did you get it wrong? Miata felt slightly stunned. What's wrong? Qisha also looked over in confusion. However, he saw that there were no words on the letter of challenge, only a strange egg-shaped picture. An egg? Ha 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 ha. Are you crazy? Why did you give me a picture? Miata guffawed. Did you get it wrong? City Lord Sima immediately looked worriedly at Guhai. Mu Chenfeng asked in confusion, Hall Master, did you get it wrong? However, Guhai smiled coldly and said, Ignorant. You can't even understand my letter of challenge. What a joke. Guhai sneered confidently. Miata and 7 kills, who were in the distance, could not help but take another look. However, there really was only one egg on the challenge letter. Humph! Acting all mysterious and overestimating yourself. Breaking the letter of challenge? What's the use of that? Miata shouted coldly and tossed the letter of challenge to her subordinates. The subordinates immediately grabbed it and looked at it. Is it really just an egg? The color of the egg seems to be fading. Let me see. It's really fading. This is a letter of challenge? Earlier, when we interrogated that black tortoise, he bragged about Guhai to the skies. How could he make a mistake in sending a challenge letter? Seeing is better than hearing about him. The subordinates looked disdainful, and the egg-shaped picture disappeared completely. Huh, Qisha, they don't dare to come over. Let's not waste time with them. Why don't you go and capture them? Miata looked at Qisha. Me? What about you? I have to preside over the array. I promised the Emperor that I would not step out of the array. Miata shook her head. All right, A bunch of disgraces. Let me do it. Chi sneered. While Chi was sneering, a subordinate suddenly shouted behind him, "Oh no, they poisoned me. My stomach hurts." "Go high poison us?" "Sir, my stomach hurts." "My stomach hurts too." "Sir, save me." The subordinates screamed and held their stomachs. Chi expression changed. "Oh my stomach too?" Miyata's expression changed. She waved her sleeves. "Guhai, you despicable person. How dare you poison us?" As she waved her sleeves, the array was activated. Rolling fog shrouded the surroundings, isolating them from the air. "Ah, sir, my stomach is getting bigger. I feel that there are two forces growing in my stomach. Oh no, I can't force it out. What kind of poison is this?" Miyata's expression changed. Chisha's legs suddenly turned to jelly, and he looked shocked. "My stomach, what's in my stomach?" City Master Sima, Mu Chunfeng, and even the soldiers of Silver Moon City widened their eyes. Then they saw that everyone's bellies had suddenly become so big that their clothes were torn apart. For a moment, everyone was swaying left and right. "Mr. Good, when did you do it?" "Why didn't I know?" Governor Sima asked blankly. "When I sent the letter of challenge." Guhai said calmly. "The letter of challenge? The painting on it? Ah, could it be the same painting as Empty City? Pregnant?" Governor Sima suddenly exclaimed. "Who's pregnant?" Mu Chunfeng was also shocked. "Ah, didn't we agree to send the letter of challenge? Why didn't I follow the rules?" "Heh, I don't need to follow the rules with them." Guhai's eyes turned red. As he spoke, Guhai stepped forward and flew towards the crowd. "Sir, I'm tired. I don't have any strength. Ah, my stomach is getting bigger. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's a baby?" A man in green suddenly exclaimed. "Wong." Everyone suddenly became silent. Because everyone felt that there was a baby in their stomachs, they were all shocked. "My stomach is getting bigger. Sir, help. Sir, that Guhai is coming." Everyone was extremely anxious. Miyata and Seven Kills took a few glances. Naturally, they knew that there were twins in their stomachs. At this moment, both of them were also shocked. "We've been tricked. Quick, catch Guhai. He's only from the Yuanying state. While we still have the strength, let's catch him first." "No, kill him first. Quick." Miyata's eyes widened as she exclaimed. Now that they were twins, they had not grown to their maximum size. There was still time, there was still time. Roar! Seven Kills and Miyata rushed towards Guhai at almost the same time. "Mr. Good, be careful," Governor Sima exclaimed. "Leader, be careful," Mu Chunfeng also exclaimed. However, they saw Miyata and Seven Kills rushing towards them with their big stomachs. Even with their big stomachs, the two of them were still full of vigor. They were about to reach Guhai. However, Guhai suddenly waved his sleeves. 5 scrolls flew out of his sleeves and floated in front of Guhai. On each scroll was an egg. Seven Kills and Miyata were the first to see 5 eggs in an instant. 5 eggs? No! Almost at the same time, Seven Kills and Miyata felt like they were blind. Chapter 516. Silver Moon City. The Silver Moon City army accepted Guhai's invitation and headed to Silver Moon Ocean to avenge the people who had died not long ago. All of a sudden, the entire city was paying attention to the situation at Silver Moon Ocean. The people were looking forward to the news. In Silver Moon Villa, Villa Master Yun Mo also looked worried. After all, only Yun Mo knew the situation at Silver Moon Ocean. Other than Seven Kills, there was also Miyata, who was an elite from the Central Celestial Palace. More importantly, Miyata was an array master. The entire Silver Moon Ocean was wrapped in a super array. Wouldn't Mr. Good die if he went there? After thinking about it, Yunimo still walked to the back of the mountain. Outside the Yangshin Palace, Yunimo hesitated for a while and said respectfully, "Mr. Six Fingers, what's wrong?" Six Fingers' voice came from the Yangshin Palace. "Silver Moon Villa owes Mr. Good a lot. This trip to Silver Moon Ocean might be dangerous. Mr. Six Fingers, can you?" Yunimo said worriedly. "Humph, he asked for it. Who can he blame?" "All right, don't disturb me," Six Fingers said coldly. Yunimo was anxious for a while, but could only feel helpless in the end. Guhai didn't let him go, but Yin-Mo was still very worried. After thinking about it, Yin-Mo left the villa with a group of Guqin masters and headed to Silver Moon Ocean. After all, there was a Guqin array there. He hoped that he could help Mr. Good. Six Fingers sat in the Yangxin Palace and sneered. Guhai asked for it? You're going to die too? Ha! Silver Moon Villa is indeed getting worse with each generation. Six Fingers' face was gloomy, but he didn't intend to help. Others couldn't hear the voice at Silver Moon Ocean, but Six Fingers' hearing was very good. Oh, challenge letter? Pedantic. This Guhai is really pedantic. Challenge letter when we're already face to face? He actually established the Han Dynasty. He's really asking for it. Humph, it's good that he's dead. He's leading a group of people to death. He's overestimating himself. Six Fingers sneered. As he listened, Six Fingers' face suddenly froze. Huh? Poison? Did Guhai poison him? Are Miyata and Chisha idiots? He didn't even know that Guhai had poisoned him? What kind of poison was this? Big belly? Lu Ji's expression stiffened again. He immediately stood up with a blank expression. Silver Moon Sea. Miyata and Seven Kills held their big bellies and used the last of their strength. They widened their eyes and wanted to kill Guhai instantly. But who would have thought that Guhai would take out another 5 scrolls given to him by longevity? He spread them out in an instant, revealing them to Miyata and Seven Kills. Seven Kills and Miyata were the first to see the 5 eggs. 5 eggs? No. Almost at the same time, Seven Kills and Miyata felt like they were blind. Pregnancy was the most sensitive period. In an instant, Seven Kills and Miyata felt another 5 forces emerge from their stomachs. Guhai, you despicable man. Seven Kills roared. At this moment, Seven Kills had the urge to cry. He had fought countless battles, but never had he been defeated in such a humiliating manner. The twins became septuplets in an instant. Guhai held the life-ending saber and waved the 5 scrolls. Miyata and Seven Kills immediately closed their eyes. Zhou Tian-san. He slashed the saber. Bam! Seven Kills and Miyata didn't dare to continue fighting. They immediately retreated into the distance. Ouch! Miyata clutched her stomach and fell from the sky. She didn't even have the strength to fly anymore. Septuplets. Their stomachs were rapidly expanding. Quick, save us! Save us! Seven Kills shouted. Master Miyata, I'm coming. Master Seven Kills, over here. A group of subordinates in green flew over anxiously. Whoosh! The 5 scrolls were immediately transferred to their sight by Guhai. Ouch, my stomach is so big too. I can't fly anymore. Help! Master, help! There was no time to save Miyata and Seven Kills. In the blink of an eye, everyone's stomachs were so big that they had no strength left. A few subordinates in green rushed in front of Guhai, ready to fight. Zhou Tian-san. Bam! Suddenly, the group of subordinates in green exploded. Guhai approached Miyata coldly. In the distance, City Master Sima and the rest of the soldiers had their eyes wide open. Their jaws dropped to the ground. Before they came, they were still worried. If it wasn't for Mr. Good leading the team, they wouldn't have dared to come. But now, looking at this group of experts, they suddenly became laughable. Is that the Seven Kills who caused a commotion in Silver Moon City? Was this Seven Kills who had brought disaster to Silver Moon City with his big belly and his mournful expression? Was this really the Seven Kills who had brought disaster to Silver Moon City? Smack, smack, smack. One by one, the experts fell into the sea. They had no strength left. Their foreheads were covered in sweat, and they looked constipated. They allowed Guhai to approach them. As expected, Mr. Good was right. There was no danger at all. The purpose of the army coming was to create an atmosphere of confrontation between the two armies. It was just to attract all the experts in the array. That was all. Ouch, my belly. Master, I'm going to give birth. I'm going to give birth. What should I do? I'm a man. I can't give birth. I'm pregnant with twins. A series of anxious and painful voices sounded from all directions. Guhai approached Miyata with a long sword. Why? Why is it like this? I have an array. Let me into the array. Miyata shouted in shock. Guhai didn't care at all. His eyes were bloodshot, and a murderous intent surged out. In Silver Moon City, Six-Fingered had a strange expression. It settled just like that? Six-Fingered had thought of many possibilities before. They were all that Gu Hai would definitely die. At most, he could fight and eventually die in the Silver Moon Sea. But why did he hear this? They hadn't fought yet, but the other side had been defeated? What kind of spell did Gu Hai cast? No wonder Gu Hai was fearless when 7 kills was wreaking havoc in the city not long ago. Perhaps Gu Hai could resolve the crisis of Silver Moon Villa without him doing anything. Silver Moon Beach. Protect Master, quick, protect Master. A group of pregnant subordinates rushed to Gu Hai. Boom, boom, boom. Not to mention that they were not a match for Gu Hai when they were at their peak. Now that they were pregnant, they were even less of a match for Gu Hai. Gu Hai swung his saber, and the many azure-clad subordinates instantly exploded. Gu Hai was getting closer and closer to Miyata. An unforgettable hatred suddenly surged in his heart. Regardless of 7 kills, Gu Hai only wanted to kill Miyata now. In the past, he accompanied the Qing Emperor to kill his wife, Chen Xian'er. Miyata was one of them. Today, he must kill him. Gu Hai's eyes turned red, but Miyata became more and more afraid. Her face was full of horror. No, no. Miyata retreated in horror. No, it's too late. Gu Hai's long sword was getting closer and closer. Emperor, save me. Emperor, save me. Miyata suddenly screamed. A great threat of death surged into Miyata's heart. You called the Qing Emperor? It's useless. Gu Hai finally arrived and slashed down with his saber. At this moment, a green light suddenly appeared between Miyata's eyebrows. The green light rushed out of her body and formed a green light shield that enveloped Miyata. Boom! The life-extinguishing saber hit the green light shield. There was an earth-shattering sound, and the green light shield shook violently. However, it blocked the life-extinguishing saber. Gu Hai's face darkened. A green light suddenly appeared in Miyata's eyes. Her expression was no longer fearful. A murderous aura emanated from Miyata's body. Celestial Emperor, save me. 7 kills was suddenly overjoyed. Miyata, how did your body become so filthy? My consciousness can't enter your body. What's going on? A majestic voice came from Miyata's body. The Qing Emperor? Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Was this a strand of the Qing Emperor's consciousness? Gu Hai would never forget this voice for the rest of his life. It was the Azure the Arch. It was him. 4th cycle. Gu Hai glared and slashed again. Boom! An extremely powerful force slammed into the cyan light barrier. However, the cyan light barrier shook violently for a period of time, but it still didn't break. How could a strand of consciousness bring such a powerful force? How dare you? I don't care who you are. If you dare to move again, I'll kill your entire family. The Qing Emperor's voice was heard again. Slash! Gu Hai slashed down with his saber again. Boom! The green light shield shook again. It blocked Gu Hai's attack again. On the other side, 7 kills' expression changed. Emperor, it's Gu Hai. It's Gu Hai. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at 7 kills coldly. 7 kills shuddered and did not dare to speak. Who is it? You're courting death. The Qing Emperor's voice was heard again. Oh no, Miyata is pregnant and her body is filthy. The Emperor's consciousness can't enter her body completely. Emperor, save me. Emperor, save me. 7 kills was terrified. Buzz! A green light appeared between 7 kills' eyebrows and formed a green light shield around his body. Another filthy body? What happened to you? Oh, luckily, he's here. I'll let him save you. Oof. The Qing Emperor snorted. Boom! Gu Hai slashed at Miyata again. At this moment, Miyata and 7 kills were completely defenseless. The green light shield around Miyata's body was about to shatter. The subordinates did not have the courage or strength to come forward. Gu Hai looked on coldly and was about to slash again. Whoosh! At this moment, a stream of light flashed by. It was a flying boat that came from afar. There was a huge flag on the flying boat with the word Tang written on it. Lord Tang? It's Lord Tang. Lord Tang, help! The subordinates in green who were lying on the ground were overjoyed. The huge flying boat came crashing toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face darkened. He turned around and slashed with the Life Slayer saber. Fourth day of Zhou. Gu Hai shouted with his eyes wide open. A man in red stood in front of the flying boat. He had a scar on his head. When he saw Gu Hai's saber coming, his face changed. A green bead flew out of his hand. Huh! The Life Slayer saber shattered the green bead. The flying boat was not far away from Gu Hai in an instant. Qing Emperor dragged 7 kills and Miyata, who were wrapped in green light, onto the flying boat. Bring them back, the Cyan the Arch said coldly. After that, the green light that wrapped 7 kills and Miyata disappeared. Okay, the Lord Tang in red replied. Gu Hai grabbed the Life Slayer saber and turned to look at Lord Tang with a ferocious expression. Lord Tang also looked at Gu Hai coldly. Chapter 517. On the Silver Moon seaside, a scarred man in a red shirt looked coldly at Gu Hai on a flying boat that suddenly appeared. Gu Hai also looked at the scarred man with a ferocious expression. Lord Tang, help! Lord Tang! Miyata's subordinates shouted. However, Lord Tang didn't care at all. Instead, he stared at Gu Hai. Lord Tang, hurry up and do something. There's something in the array that belongs to the Imperial Emperor. Hurry! 7 kills held his stomach and shouted anxiously. If you make any more noise, I'll throw you off. Lord Tang said coldly. Throw him off? Throw him, Gu Hai. 7 kills' eyes widened, and he immediately shut his mouth. Lord Tang turned to look at Gu Hai. Gu Hai turned his saber and was about to slash again. Let's go. Lord Tang snorted. Whoosh! The flying boat shot into the distance. Slash! Gu Hai slashed again with the 4 cycles of Heavenly Cycle. A green bead flew out of Lord Tang's hand and shot toward Gu Hai. Boom! The green bead exploded with a loud bang. Countless clouds of smoke scattered in all directions. Gu Hai's figure suddenly stopped. The flying boat had already reached the horizon. Lord Tang, take us with you. Lord Tang, don't leave us behind. Lord Tang, help! The group of subordinates in green shouted in horror. However, Lord Tang's flying boat had already flown far away. Gu Hai stood in the clouds of smoke and watched the flying boat leave with a gloomy expression. Whoosh! Mu Chunfeng and the others quickly flew over. Hall leader? Who is that? Is he so powerful? Mu Chunfeng said in surprise. Mr. Good, why didn't you chase after me just now? City Lord Sima asked blankly. City Lord Sima had clearly seen that Gu Hai seemed to have set his sights on Miyata and had an undying hatred for her. However, why didn't he chase after her just now? Don't chase a cornered enemy. Gu Hai shook his head, unwilling to explain further. City Lord Sima was slightly stunned. Gu Hai flipped his hand and put away the 5 scrolls. City Lord Sima didn't understand, and Mu Chunfeng was even more confused. Just now, why didn't the Emperor show these 5 paintings to Lord Tang? Wouldn't everything be solved if she got him pregnant? However, Gu Hai had already made a decision. Everyone could not say anything. Mr. Good, what should we do with these people in green? City Lord Sima looked at Gu Hai and asked. Didn't they say just now? Their hands are stained with the blood of the Deqian people. Since they have killed the Deqian people, what's the point of keeping them? Waiting for Miyata and 7 kills to save them? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Gu Hai, if you dare, the Emperor will not let you go. The group of people in green suddenly shouted in shock. Kill them immediately and avenge the innocent Deqian people. Gu Hai said coldly. Yes. The soldiers in the distance responded. City Lord Sima frowned slightly. He seemed to have other thoughts. However, since everyone was cheering, he couldn't stop them. Immediately, the men in green were killed on the spot by the soldiers of Silver Moon City. In the distance, another flying ship flew over quickly. It was Villa Lord Yunmo. Along the way, Yunmo was very anxious. After all, Silver Moon Villa owed Gu Hai a lot. He might not be able to help, but the old Villa Lord had said before that he had to do his best. Even though it was very dangerous, Yunmo still flew over with his men, hoping that they could help. However, when he got closer, he saw that the soldiers of Silver Moon City were killing the Qing Emperor subordinates one by one. Why is this happening? Yunmo said in shock. Whoosh! The flying ship arrived in front of them instantly. "Oh, Villa Lord Yin? Why are you here?" Guhai asked in confusion. "I was worried that something might happen to Mr. Good. So, it seems that I was overthinking." Yin Mo smiled bitterly. Guhai was slightly stunned. Then, his expression became serious. Solemnly, he bowed to Yin Mo and said, "Thank you for your concern, Villa Lord Yin." Although Yin Mo did not do anything, he had come to help him regardless of life and death. He had to be grateful. "Mr. Good, you're too polite. I didn't do anything either." However, Miata and 7 kills, who I thought were impossible to deal with, were all killed by Mr. Good in such a short time. Yin Mo smiled bitterly. At the same time, at the back mountain of Silver Moon Villa, Yangxin Palace. Pedantic. Lu Ji snorted coldly. Clearly, Lu Ji despised Yin Mo for being so reckless to help. On Lord Tang's flying ship. Whoosh! The flying ship flew quickly towards the north. "Ouch, my stomach, ouch." Miata held her stomach and cried in pain. "Lord Tang, why didn't you kill Guhai? Why didn't you do anything? You have the ability. You have the ability." 7 kills held his stomach and stared at Lord Tang. Lord Tang looked at them coldly. "I have the ability, but I don't have the obligation to help you. If you dare to be presumptuous again, I'll send you back. Do you believe me?" "Huh." Miata and 7 kills expressions froze, but they did not dare to refute. Clearly, Lord Tang had the ability to make them not dare to refute. Lord Tang turned his head and looked into the distance. He narrowed his eyes. "Ha, that's Guhai, right?" "Yes, it hurts." Miata held her stomach and cried in pain. "Guhai. Ha, he should have received the invitation to the Thousand Sage Conference. If you want to take revenge, wait until you're in heavenly courts," Lord Tang said calmly. "But there's something in Silver Moon's sea that belongs to the Emperor," 7 kills said anxiously. Lord Tang looked at them coldly. "Something belonging to the Qing Emperor? If you lose it, it's your fault." I don't understand." "Miata, you're a formation master. Why didn't you use formations when you fought with Guhai?" Miata's expression froze. "And you, 7 kills, you're a heaven-class Guqin master. Why didn't you use Guqin techniques?" Lord Tang said coldly. 7 kills expression also froze. "Two idiots." Lord Tang showed a hint of disdain. 7 kills and Miata. Who would have thought? No, the scene that Guhai created when the two armies faced each other was simply too late. It was also not suitable to use ritual arrays or the zither. "Ouch, ouch." Miata held her stomach in pain. "My stomach, what do I do? What do I do?" Lord Tang, quick, help me, help me. 7 kills screamed in agony. Lord Tang and everyone on the flying boat looked at the two people's stomachs and their faces stiffened. "Sir, should we?" One of the subordinates seemed to want to go forward and check. Lord Tang narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in them. That person suddenly shivered and retreated to the back, no longer interrupting. Lord Tang, quick, it's too bloated. "Help me," Miata said anxiously. Lord Tang looked coldly. "You're pregnant. I don't dare to help you. Bear with it. Fly for 2 more days. One of your people, the Elixir King, seems to be there. Ask him to help you." 2 more days? No. The two screamed and held their stomachs. Lord Tang ignored them. The airship flew quickly into the distance. Silver Moon Sea. A group of Qing Emperor subordinates were all killed in the blink of an eye. In front of them was a cloud formation. Guhai looked coldly. "Hall Master, should we go in?" Mu Chenfeng asked. Guhai shook his head and remained silent. 7 kills and Miata were gone. All of Qing Emperor's subordinates were killed. However, were there any other Qing Emperor's subordinates in this formation? Guhai was very cautious. "Prepare to set up the formation. Use the formation to break the formation," Guhai said in a low voice. Now, they could only set up a chess formation to break the formation in front of them. "There's no need, Mr. Gu. There's a Guqin Dao formation here. Miata has already left. Without him, I should be able to use the Guqin Dao formation to break his formation." Yin Mo smiled. "Oh, then I'll have to trouble you, Villa Master Yin." Guhai immediately smiled. Yin Mo nodded. He took out a Guqin. Ding, 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 ding. While Yun Mo was playing the guqin, the seawater not far away suddenly trembled. A large amount of seawater rushed into the sky and dissipated some of the fog. However, the sea was too big. It would take a long time. Ding, 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 ding. Rumble. With the sound of the guqin, the seawater churned wildly. Waves rushed into the sky and quickly dissipated the fog. For a moment, the people of Silver Moon Sea set off a huge tsunami. Run, run. I can't control the formation. Help. Run. One figure after another soared into the sky from the fog. They fled in all directions. There's still someone else. Mu Chenfeng's face darkened. Release the arrows. City Master Sima shouted. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Immediately, arrows shot out in all directions. Some of the green-clothed men screamed as they were shot to death, while others managed to escape. Guhai did not bother with him, continuing to wait. Hum. With a loud sound, the Guqin Dao formation opened Miyata's formation. In an instant, a huge tsunami swept in all directions and exploded the rolling fog. Buzz. As the sound of the Guqin ended, water fell from the sky. Instantly, the sky was clear. Mr. Good, I didn't disappoint you. Yun Mo smiled. Thank you, Villain Master Yun. Guhai said gratefully. Mr. Good, you're too polite. Yun Mo shook his head. Everyone's eyes quickly turned to the sea and saw the huge golden egg. That's the black tortoise pearl. Yun Mo looked at the golden egg and said. City Master Sima and the others widened their eyes because they could see a snake and a tortoise in the center of the golden egg. They seemed to be confronting each other. There was also a group of Xuanwu around it. Guhai quickly flew closer. The group of black tortoises were covered in wounds, as if they had been tortured to extort a confession. At that moment, the Xuanwu were ecstatic when they saw Guhai flying over. However, after the ecstasy, the Xuanwu had complicated expressions. Greetings, greetings, your majesty. After hesitating for a while, the Xuanwu respectfully greeted Guhai. The appearance of Supreme Feng, you made the future of the Xuanwu clan complicated. No one knew if they would ally with the Han dynasty. The Xuanwu looked at Guhai with complicated expressions. However, it was Guhai who had saved everyone. In the end, the Xuanwu still bowed to Guhai. Guhai nodded and turned to look at the Xuanwu pearl, where Shangwan Hen's expression was twisted. Chapter 518. Within Xuanwu's bead, Shangwan Hen's face was contorted. He was even trembling in pain. Behind him, the two huge illusions, the black tortoise and the black tortoise, were facing each other and roaring furiously. Guhai reached out his hand to touch it. Boom! Xuanwu's bead knocked Guhai away. It's useless, Mr. Good. Qing Emperor also tried to break Xuanwu's bead, but he couldn't. Maybe he didn't try his best, but in the end, Yun Mo explained. Why, Your Majesty, you can't. The Xuanwu immediately surrounded Yun Mo anxiously. Ah! Shangwan Hen suddenly screamed in pain. His head was trembling more and more violently. Shangwan Hen, how can I help you? Guhai stared at him and shouted. Help! It's too late. Ha ha! Feng Yu's voice came from Shangwan Hen's bead. Boom! A large amount of black gas suddenly gushed out from Shangwan Hen's neck. As soon as the black gas came out, the trembling Shangwan Hen's head was strangely deformed. It became bigger and bigger and more deformed. 4 cycles. The life-extinguishing saber slashed at it. Hong! Under the fierce slash, Xuanwu's bead still couldn't break through. Your Majesty, you can't. The Xuanwu anxiously tried to stop Yun Mo get lost. Guhai glared at the Xuanwu anxiously. The Xuanwu anxiously stared at the Xuanwu anxiously. Your Majesty, it's too late. Huh! Shangwan Hen said bitterly. Boom! The power in Xuanwu's bead surged toward Shangwan Hen's deformed head. Buzz! With a sudden shudder, the head suddenly stopped. See, Mu Chunfeng, City Master Sima, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked in front of them in shock. 2 heads. Yun Mo was surprised. However, he saw that Shangwan Hen's head had split into 2. It seemed that another identical head had emerged from his neck. No, it was slightly different. The new head had a sinister look on its face. Shangwan Hen, I'm out. Ha 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 ha. The sinister head laughed evilly. Feng Yu? You bastard. Shangwan Hen's head said hatefully. Xuan Wu's great splitting technique? Supreme martial artists, why are you? The group of Xuan Wu immediately exclaimed. Ah! Shangwan Hen suddenly screamed in pain. Split roar, Feng Yu said malevolently. Rumble. However, they saw that more and more black gas was emerging from Shangwan Hen's neck. That supreme martial artist Feng Yu's head became deformed again. Bang! A right hand emerged from the neck. Bang! Another left hand emerged. Shangwan Hen now had 4 hands. When the 2 new hands appeared, they seemed to have found a place to exert strength. They supported Shangwan Hen's shoulders and slowly crawled out from Shangwan Hen's neck. Roar! Roar! The black tortoise and black tortoise behind him roared and approached Shangwan Hen. That supreme martial artist Feng Yu seemed to have crawled out from Shangwan Hen's body. Gu Hai and the others were all shocked. Split? It can split? Gu Hai said in astonishment. Oh! Shangwan Hen and Feng Yu both roared and were enveloped by the black gas. Within the black gas, Feng Yu's body strangely appeared little by little and slowly crawled out from Shangwan Hen's neck. Ha 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 ha! Feng Yu came out little by little with an evil smile. Finally, a pair of feet completely appeared. I'm out, I'm out. Ha ha ha! Shangwan Hen, what can you do now? Ha ha ha! Feng Yu laughed loudly. Feng Yu crawled out from Shangwan Hen's body. The wound on Shangwan Hen's neck strangely healed. Feng Yu, you actually dared to split. It's fine if you split me, but you didn't even let off a god. Shangwan Hen stared at Supreme Feng Yu. If it weren't for you, would I have split Xuan Wu's body? Now, I only have 1 snake god. It's your fault. Supreme Feng Yu said coldly. Roar! Supreme Feng Yu stretched out her hand and used energy to create a set of clothes to cover her body. The black tortoise and black snake behind the 2 suddenly roared loudly. As they roared, Xuan Wu's pearls trembled violently. Then, the black tortoise moved behind Shangwan Hen, while the black snake moved behind Supreme Feng Yu. They were completely split. Roar! The black tortoise and black snake revealed a ferocious expression. Shangwan Hen and Feng Yu watched coldly. Shangwan Hen snorted coldly. He no longer paid attention to Feng Yu and suddenly stretched out his arms. Black Tortoise God, this is the power left to me by the previous Supreme Being. Quickly absorb it for me. Shangwan Hen shouted loudly. Rumble! The energy in Xuan Wu's pearls surged wildly into Shangwan Hen's body. Black Snake God, I'm the previous Supreme Being. This is my power to begin with. Help me absorb it. Feng Yu shouted. Rumble! The surging energy quickly surged into Feng Yu's body. Shangwan Hen and Feng Yu looked at each other coldly. The huge Xuan Wu's pearls seemed to be slowly shrinking. You want to compete with me for this power? This is mine to begin with. How can you compete with me? You're only storing in your body now. You can't refine it. Supreme Feng Yu sneered. Roar! Behind Feng Yu, the giant snake let out a thunderous roar. Then, it surged into Feng Yu's body. Feng Yu's body quickly swelled and changed shape. She slowly turned into an enormous black snake. The snake's mouth spat out energy, and its body grew bigger and bigger. I have memories, but no experience. However, what is mine is mine. Do you dare to kill me and snatch it? Shangwan Hen shouted coldly. Boom! The black tortoise behind him immediately rushed into Shangwan Hen's body. While it was spitting out energy, Shangwan Hen also turned into a super huge tortoise. Rumble! The entire Xuan Wu's pearls shrunk and were quickly absorbed by the snake and the tortoise. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 feet long Xuan Wu's pearls had shrunk to the size of the tortoise and snake. The black tortoise's body emitted a large amount of energy. Its body had expanded to 5,000 feet, which was already its limit. Clearly, Shangwan Hen had to store the energy in his body. As for refining it, it would take a long time. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the black snake had expanded to 15,000 feet long. It was a super huge snake. As it absorbed the energy, it was completely refining it. Ha 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 ha! Without your imprisonment, my cultivation is growing fast. It should have been like this long ago, long ago. Feng Yu roared. As he roared, his body emitted a super aura. Retreat. Gu Hai's face darkened, and he quickly led everyone to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the giant snake's aura had reached the peak state of Shiyu the Great in the past, and it was still growing. The giant snake roared at the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky began to revolve around the giant snake. Supreme, supreme. The group of Xuanwu cheered excitedly. This was the aura of a supreme, the aura of an invincible supreme. The giant snake stretched out its neck, revealing a flattened neck like a king cobra. Behind the flattened neck, there seemed to be a moon-like pattern, and a gloomy aura was emitted. The snake swung its tail, and the gloomy aura instantly enveloped the entire Silver Moon Sea. The Silver Moon Sea was instantly frozen, and the turbulent sea was instantly frozen. This aura, Yin Mo revealed a shocked expression. It has already surpassed Shiyu the Great. Gu Hai's expression changed. Crack! The giant snake roared at the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder. Rolling thunder and lightning rushed down like a rainstorm, and it instantly hit the entire frozen sea. All the Xuanwu people in the world, listen up. I am back. All the Xuanwu people, immediately report to me at the Silver Moon Sea. Roar! Supreme Fengyu roared. On top of the giant snake's head, a snake-shaped blue light seemed to appear, and the blue light shot out in all directions. Buzz! Below, the group of Xuanwu people were ecstatic. Voice of God? This is the voice of God. The group of Xuanwu people said excitedly. Buzz! With the Silver Moon Sea as the center, the blue light started to spread in all directions of the divine continent. The great Qian celestial empire, heavenly courts in a courtyard. The angels from a solar divine palace were gathered here. The six-winged angel Yehua was sitting on a chair, discussing something with a group of subordinates. Suddenly, a group of people's expressions changed. Humble, everyone stood up. What's wrong? Chuan, did I say something wrong? Gu Hai will definitely come to heavenly courts to participate in the Thousand Saints Conference. At that time, you'll be the one to assassinate Gu Hai. Yehua said coldly. Ha 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 ha. The leader suddenly raised his head and laughed. Chuan, are you crazy? Why are you standing up? Have all the Xuanwu people lost their minds? Someone beside him sneered. The leader, Chuan, laughed coldly. No need, second young master. From now on, I will not follow you, ha. What did you say? Yehua said coldly. Without the protection of the Solar Divine Palace, you are just stray dogs. Someone beside him said coldly. Everyone, we should go back. Ha. Supreme Martial Artist is back. Supreme Martial Artist is not dead. We should go back. We are no longer the slaves of the Solar Divine Palace. We are the Xuanwu people, the most powerful people in the world, the Xuanwu people. Chuan shouted. Yes. The Xuanwu people immediately responded. Voice of God. Through the god of a race, the voice was transmitted to all the people. In an instant, all the Xuanwu people heard Supreme Martial Artist Fengyu's voice. Chuan and the others did not want to stay here for a moment longer. Boom. They did not want anything. They did not want to pack anything. Go. They were going to the Silver Moon Ocean to meet Supreme Martial Artist. Han Dynasty, boundless celestial capital. Miao Chun and the Xuanwu people's expressions changed. In the end, Supreme Fengyu has the upper hand? Ha. Miao Chun revealed a bitter smile, thinking that Shangwan Hen was done for. Elder Miao, what's going on? Why are all the Xuanwu people so agitated? Gu Qin came forward to ask. Your Highness, I am sorry. Although I am very willing to follow Supreme Shangwan Hen, Supreme Fengyu won in the end. I have to leave. I'm still Xuanwu. Sorry. Miao Chun shook his head. Let's go. Rumble. The Xuanwu people quickly flew towards the Silver Moon Ocean. Chapter 519. Fengyu shouted. Through the mysterious snake god, her voice was transmitted to the entire clan. The giant snake turned its head and looked at Shangwan Hen and the others. Greetings to the Supreme. The Xuanwu excitedly saluted Fengyu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All around the Silver Moon Ocean, streams of light suddenly flashed. The nearby Xuanwu clan members had heard the sound and were excitedly flying over. Supreme. Greetings to the Supreme. Greetings to the Supreme. The newly arrived Xuanwu clan members saw the giant snake and immediately cried out with tears in their eyes. Although the giant snake looked a little different from before, its aura was unmistakable. All the newly arrived Xuanwu clan members were extremely excited. Feng Yu ignored the Xuanwu clan members. Instead, she coldly looked at Shangwan Hen's giant black tortoise form. Shangwan Hen? Ha! Ha! Now you can't do anything, right? I've already split from your body, so I'm no longer under your control. You've taken half of the black tortoise pearl's energy, so the other half should be mine. Supremacy Feng Yue's eyes were cold and murderous. The giant black tortoise's body flickered and instantly transformed back into Shangwan Hen's human form. Shangwan Hen flew to Gu Hai's side and coldly looked at the mysterious snake. Feng Yu, you split my body. Do you know that I'm not complete? My cultivation will be affected. Even my soul is split in two. Are you trying to split the Xuanwu clan apart? You talk too much, Feng Yu coldly said. Feng Yu's body emitted a cold, murderous aura. You want to kill me and take the energy in my body? Ha ha, come on, kill me. You're my split body. Our lives are the same. If I die, you must die. Do you dare to kill me? Come on then, Shangwan Hen said coldly with a ferocious expression. Supreme Being Feng Yu stared coldly at Shangwan Hen. She spat out her snake tongue, and her eyes were filled with coldness. You're right, I can't kill you, but what about the others? What about that Gu Hai? Humph, go and capture Gu Hai for me, Supreme Feng Yu said with a cold snort. Yes. All the Xuanwu immediately responded. At this moment, he completely disregarded Gu Hai's previous rescue. The words of the supreme martial artist were orders. The group of Xuanwu immediately charged forward. How dare you? Shangwan Hen glared at him. Suddenly, the aura of the black tortoise spread out, and the pressure of divinity caused all of the Xuanwu's faces to fall. They stopped in their tracks and dropped to their knees. Supreme martial artist, please forgive us, the group of Xuanwu immediately said bitterly. Shangwan Hen stared coldly at the group of Xuanwu. Do you still recognize me? That's fine. Now listen carefully. Whoever dares to touch Gu Hai will be regarded as a traitor of the Xuanwu clan and will be killed. The group of Xuanwu's faces changed, and they turned to look at Supreme Feng Yu. Supreme Feng Yu looked coldly at Shangwan Hen. You have a black tortoise god, so they don't dare to touch you. So what if I do? Today I'm going to kill Gu Hai. Let's see what you can do to me. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Supreme Feng Yu. Shangwan Hen sneered. Feng Yu? You're afraid of Gu Hai, aren't you? That's why you want to kill him. Shangwan Hen tried to provoke Supreme Feng Yu. However, Supreme Feng Yu didn't fall for it. Instead, she said coldly, maybe you're right. I see the shadow of Old Man Guanxi in Gu Hai. Old Man Guanxi never did anything when he killed people. He could easily mobilize people and kill people. Gu Hai also has this ability. Today, I won't kill him. In the future, he will definitely scheme against me for you. So, I might as well die here now. Shangwan Hen sneered. You want to kill him, but what if I insist on protecting him? Protect? You won't be able to protect him. You have the power to open the Heaven Palace now, but it's only the lower Heaven Palace. Ha ha ha. In front of me, who can you protect? Supreme Feng Yu pointed forward again and looked at Shangwan Hen disdainfully. In Supreme Feng Yu's eyes, there was no one here who could stop her. Killing Gu Hai was a piece of cake. Even if you have countless schemes, I can defeat 10 with my strength. No one can save you. However, Supreme Feng Yu had just moved forward a little when her face suddenly stiffened and she stopped. Shangwan Hen, are you crazy? Supreme Feng Yu suddenly exclaimed. Haha, can I protect Gu Hai now? Shangwan Hen sneered. However, she saw Shangwan Hen take out a long sword from somewhere and put it to his neck, as if he was going to commit suicide. You, Supremacy Feng Yue's eyes widened. If you dare to move forward, I will die in front of you. No, if I die, you will die too. At most, we will die together. Ha ha! Shangwan Hen laughed arrogantly. You dare? You're going to commit suicide for him? Supreme Feng Yu glared. Shangwan Hen said coldly, I will commit suicide. I believe that the Emperor will be able to find my divine soul one day. I believe that he will be able to revive me. But what about you? After you die, what will you have? Who can save you? Gu Hai can revive the dead. Who would believe that? Supreme Feng Yu glared angrily. I believe you. Shang Wanhen's voice was firm and firm. Supremacy Feng Yue's expression flickered with uncertainty. I said that I will protect him. I will definitely be able to protect him. Even if you want to kill him, you may not be able to. Shang Wanhen sneered. Oomph. Supreme Feng Yu glared and snorted. Obviously, it was impossible for her to attack again. However, she didn't expect Shang Wanhen to be such a ruthless person. Suicide? Suicide to protect a person? Although she was the incarnation of evil, she didn't have the heart to seek death. Supreme Feng Yu snorted and turned into her human form. Shang Wanhen sighed secretly. He turned his head and looked at the group of Xuanwu. All Xuanwu, listen up. Whether you listen to me or Supreme Feng Yu, I now command all the Xuanwu with the will of the god Xuanwu. From today onwards, no matter who you are, no one is to make things difficult for Gu Hai. You're not to make things difficult for anyone in the Han Dynasty. If you violate this, you will be treated as traitors and killed without mercy. The group of Xuanwu looked at each other, then looked at Supreme Feng Yu. In the end, they said respectfully, yes. Shang Wanhen looked at the Xuanwu coldly, then turned to look at Gu Hai. Your Majesty, let's leave first. You can't leave. Feng Yu suddenly said coldly. Shang Wanhen said in a deep voice. What if you're killed outside? So, you're not allowed to leave. Stay by my side. Feng Yu said coldly. Did I say I was leaving? Shang Wanhen snorted. Supreme Shang Wan, why don't you come to my Silver Moon Villa? Yun Mo said with a smile. Okay. Shang Wanhen nodded. Go to Silver Moon City? At this moment, Supreme Feng Yu didn't stop him. After all, Silver Moon City was right next to them, within her sight. Shang Wanhen and Gu Hai left for Silver Moon Villa. City Lord Sima was very confused on the way back. Supreme Xuanwu, resurrected, stationed in Silver Moon Ocean from now on? Is this a blessing or a curse? A group of Xuanwu transformed into their human forms and followed Shang Wanhen under Supreme Feng Yu's instructions. On the surface, they were there to protect him, but in reality, they were there to monitor him. Silver Moon City. The army that took revenge for the people returned to the city and was greeted with cheers. However, Gu Hai didn't have time to care about it. Instead, he went to hall in Silver Moon Villa with Shang Wanhen. Only Gu Hai and Shang Wanhen were in the hall. They even used a soundproof enchantment. Shang Wanhen, thank you very much. Gu Hai said with a smile. What are you talking about, Your Majesty? Your Majesty risked your life to come here for me. So what if I threatened Supreme Feng Yu? Besides, I didn't say anything wrong. If I died, would you resurrect me? Shang Wanhen said with a smile. I must resurrect you. Gu Hai said with certainty. Resurrect? How could it be so easy? However, if Shang Wanhen really died because of him, he had to do his best. In that case, I can rest assured. At least I didn't make the wrong choice in our alliance. I was able to escape from Supreme Feng Yu's imprisonment, and all my hopes were on you. So I had to do what I did just now, Shang Wanhen said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded solemnly. The two of them told each other what had happened during this period of time and sighed with emotion. What do you plan to do next? Stay by Supreme Feng Yu's side? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Shang Wanhen said with a smile, I'd better stay in Silver Moon Sea for the time being. With the strength of the Celestial Palace, there is still a lot of energy in my body that has not been refined. If I go out now, I will be a human-shaped treasure. I don't know how many jealous people will come looking for me. With Feng Yu by my side, they won't dare to do anything to me. Gu Hai was silent for a while. Although Shang Wanhen said it casually, Gu Hai could hear the deep helplessness in Shang Wanhen's voice. Don't worry, I will help you find a solution as soon as possible. Definitely. Gu Hai said with certainty. Shang Wanhen was silent for a while and nodded. The Han Dynasty is developing rapidly. It's good that you stay in Silver Moon Sea. Help me protect Yun Mo of Silver Moon Villa, Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, because of Yun Mo, the Han Dynasty will usher in an explosive development. So, Yinmo's safety is of utmost importance. The entire Xuanwu clan will gather in Silver Moon Sea, so protecting Yin Mo shouldn't be difficult. I'll leave everything to you, Gu Hai said solemnly. Don't worry, with me here, Yin Mo will be here. Solemnly, Shengwan Hen said. Gu Hai nodded. Your Majesty, are you going to the Thousand Sage Conference next? Shengwan Hen asked doubtfully. Gu Hai nodded. The Thousand Sage Conference is about to start. I have to meet and kill many people. I have to leave as soon as possible. Shengwan Hen nodded. All right, I have a theory about the resurrection of Supreme Fengyu, Gu Hai said with a frown. Oh, could all of this be part of Old Man Guanqi's plan? Gu Hai said solemnly. Whoosh. Shengwan Hen immediately stood up, showing a horrified expression. Gu Hai shook his head. I don't know if it is or not. Be careful. I will think of a solution for you as soon as possible. Shengwan Hen's eyelids twitched for a while before he finally nodded. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, In that case, after everything is settled, I will head north to Heavenly Courts. Chapter 520. Venerable Lu Nian followed Mo Yike and Bingheim to Heavenly Courts. Gu Hai stayed in Silver Moon City for 2 days before bringing Mu Chanfeng to the airship. With Mu Chanfeng and the other Wood Branch disciples leading the way, they headed for Heavenly Courts. Heavenly Courts in a huge plaza. A large number of soldiers were stationed around the plaza, with giant dragons circling above. This was one of the garrisons of Heavenly Court's dragon tribe. It was called the Dragon Shin Hall. No one was allowed to approach the Dragon Shin Hall. Even the Daqian officials were not allowed to approach without permission. The might of the dragon was limitless. The Daqian's national beast looked down on the world. At this moment, a man in white was standing outside the Dragon Shin Hall, quietly looking at the majestic palaces in front of him. This man was none other than the former Dragon Crown Prince who had been imprisoned in the Han Dynasty, Ao Shun. Dragon Shin Hall? I'm back. Ao Shun smiled. Halt! Immediately, a large number of soldiers blocked Ao Shun's path. Who are you? How dare you barge into the Dragon Shin Hall? A soldier glared at him. Oh, look at his forehead. There's a sinful mark. He's a sinful dragon. Another soldier exclaimed. Insolent, sinful dragon. How dare you leave your post and return to Heavenly Courts? Are you tired of living? Quick, inform the dragon tribe. The soldiers glared at him. Oh, isn't this the Crown Prince? Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was a man in armor who suddenly flew over. Commander Chun, this sinful dragon wants to barge into the Dragon Shin Hall. So, the soldiers cried out. Commander Chin smiled. This is the Dragon Tribe's Crown Prince. Don't you recognize him? The soldiers' expressions changed. The Dragon Tribe's Crown Prince? Isn't that Crown Prince Ao Shun? How? The soldiers looked at Ao Shun in shock. Yes, that's Crown Prince Ao Shun. But this is the previous Crown Prince. It's a pity that he was stripped of his position and became a sinful dragon. Isn't that right, Crown Prince Ao Shun? Commander Chen sneered. If it were in the past, Ao Shun would have been enraged already. However, after being imprisoned in the Han royal dynasty for so many years, Ao Shun's temper had improved significantly. He smiled faintly and did not think much of it. You recognize me? Ao Shun smiled. Why don't I recognize you? Oh, right, Crown Prince Ao Shun definitely doesn't recognize me. In your eyes, I'm just an insignificant ant. I remember when Crown Prince Ao Shun led the Dragon Tribe's army to the west. When he returned, his shoes were dirty. At that time, he stepped on my head and wiped the dirt off his shoes. What about now? I'm already one of the Dragon Shin Hall's guards. And you? A sinful dragon, a prisoner, and even followed the traitor Liu Yang of Gojoseon. You still dare to come back? Commander Chun sneered. Ao Shun smiled. Go, tell my brother that I'm back. Tell Crown Prince Ao Shun. Who do you think you are? You think you can see whoever you want? You're a sinful dragon of the Dragon Tribe, and also a disgrace to the Dragon Tribe. I heard that you were stupid enough to lead the Dragon Tribe to your death in the Thousand Island Sea. You were tricked and sealed your cultivation? Do you know? You've disgraced the Dragon Tribe. You can't see any dragon of the Dragon Tribe as you please. You want to see the Crown Prince? That's right. This used to be your temporary residence, but now it belongs to Crown Prince Ao Shung. Commander Chin sneered. A disgrace to the dragon tribe? Ha, perhaps. All right, go and tell him. Ao Shun didn't feel humiliated by the ridicule. Instead, he smiled and said again. More and more people gathered around Ao Shun. Suddenly, a giant dragon circling in the sky seemed to notice the commotion and flew over. What's going on? The giant dragon shouted coldly. Commander Chun immediately turned and shouted, Crown Prince Lin, it's this sinful dragon Ao Shun. He disobeyed the imperial order and came to heavenly courts without permission. He even said that he wanted to see the crown prince. I'm just teaching him a lesson. Sinful dragon Ao Shun? The giant dragon was startled. He looked at the white-robed man in the center of the crowd, Ao Shun. The moment he saw Ao Shun, Crown Prince Lin's expression changed. Crown Prince, you're back. Crown Prince Lin said excitedly. Ao Shun smiled faintly and nodded. Crown Prince Lin, he's a sinful dragon, a sinful dragon. Because of him, many dragons of the Dragon Clan had died. He's going to be sent to prison for coming to the capital without permission. Commander Chin's heart skipped a beat. F***CK off. Crown Prince Lin cursed. Commander Chin's expression changed. Father, Uncle Jin, the Crown Prince is back. Crown Prince Ao Shun is back. Crown Prince Lin turned and shouted at the Dragon Star Hall. Rumble. Around the Dragon Star Hall, almost all the dragons roared and rushed into the sky. Little Lin, what did you say? Little Lin, how dare you lie to me? I'm going to kill you. Crown Prince Ao Shun is back. Is that true? In an instant, the dragons around the Dragon Star Hall were in a frenzy. They rushed into the sky and flew toward Ao Shun. Commander Chin's expression changed. What? Isn't he the disgrace of the dragon race? Inside the Dragon Star Hall, at this moment, Crown Prince Ao Shun sat before his desk, using a brush to review some of the dragon race's administrative matters. Your Highness, you are so diligent. The dragon race now trusts you. A subordinate at the side said with a smile. Perhaps. The dragon race's obsession with my big brother is too deep. Crown Prince Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. No, Ao Shun, betraying the dragon race and allying with the Liu Yang of Gojoseon is already one of his crimes. Furthermore, he left such a disgrace to the dragon race on 9-5 Island. The entire dragon race should be bitterly disappointed. The dragon race's crown prince should only recognize you now. You have already surpassed him. Don't you see? Every time you return, half of the dragon race comes to welcome you. Sometimes, 1 or 2 elders even come personally. This is the dragon race's acknowledgement of the crown prince, growing more and more. That subordinate said with a smile. Another subordinate at the side smiled and said, That's right. Your Highness, this old servant remembers that when you first became the crown prince, almost no dragon race came to welcome you every time you returned. Now, with the crown prince's diligence, more and more dragon race members are convinced. Half of the dragon race came to welcome you. Back then, even Ao Shun might not have such support. When his subordinates praised Ao Shun revealed a smug smile. Although he did not say anything, he felt very happy in his heart. Just at this moment, a shout suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Father, Uncle Jin, the Crown Prince is back. Crown Prince Ao Shun is back. Crown Prince Lin's shout made Ao Shun, who was holding a brush, pause, and his face sank. Roar, 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 roar. Many large dragons soared into the sky outside and gave off loud cries. Where is he? Where is Crown Prince Ao Shun? Little Lin, you lied to me. I'll kill you. Excited voices rang out from all around the palace complex as one giant dragon after another flew into the distance. In Ao Shun's study, the expressions of his subordinates changed. Ah, that's Elder Jin's voice. Isn't Elder Jin in seclusion? He would never come out from his seclusion unless a supreme being came. Why? Is that Elder Lin's voice? Didn't Ao Shun betray him at the Silver Moon Sea? Why is his voice still so excited? Are they all crazy? Almost all the dragon race members are out. How is this possible? Anxious voices rang out outside the hall. Crown Prince Ao Shun's subordinates lowered their heads and did not dare speak. They just said that half of the dragon race would welcome Ao Shun when he returned. Now that Crown Prince Ao Shun was back, almost all the dragon race members were out. Wasn't he the disgrace of the dragon race? Why were the dragon race still so supportive of Ao Shun? Smack! In the study, the brush in Ao Shun's hand made a crisp sound. Ao Shun, who had a gloomy expression, subconsciously broke it. In the outside world, Commander Chen's jaw dropped as he stared at the dragons roaring toward him in astonishment. Many of the dragon race members would not come out to welcome Crown Prince Ao Shun. Why were they so excited when they heard that Ao Shun was back? That expression? Why was this happening? Wasn't Ao Shun the disgrace of the dragon race? He was a sinful dragon, not the Crown Prince. Why were they still so supportive? Crown Prince Lin had already turned into his human form. He walked to Ao Shun excitedly. Crown Prince, you are finally back. Little Lin has been waiting for a long time. Crown Prince Lin said excitedly. Ao Shun smiled bitterly and said, I am no longer the Crown Prince. You could just call me Brother Shun. No, in my heart, you will always be the Crown Prince. You will always be the Crown Prince. Crown Prince Lin said incoherently. Crown Prince, you are back. Crown Prince, I am Little Dongzi, the Crown Prince. The group of dragon race members excitedly turned into human forms and rushed over. The group of soldiers that had blocked the way immediately shrank back and quietly retreated with ashen faces. Aside from a younger generation of dragon race members, there were also a group of dragon race elders. This was especially so for Uncle Jin, Uncle Lin, and the others who appeared at 9-5 Island. The group of elders saw Ao Shun's white robes. Why do I feel that Crown Prince Ao Shun looks like he has been washed clean? Me too. It feels like Crown Prince Ao Shun has been reborn. The group of elders smiled as they flew over. However, the younger generation of dragon race members had already surrounded Ao Shun. The group of elders smiled and did not approach. Crown Prince, why are you not going in? Come, let's go in. We have kept your place for you. No one dares to touch it. We just waited for you to return. That's right. Crown Prince, let's go. Let's go in. The group of dragon race members surrounded Ao Shun. Ao Shun smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to step into the square with the group, Ao Shun suddenly smiled. My shoes seem to be dirty again. The group of dragon race members were slightly stunned. Ao Shun looked at Commander Chun. Crown Prince Lin immediately flew into a rage. Bastard, are you courting death? How dare you make things difficult for the Crown Prince? Although Crown Prince Lin did not know what had happened, he could roughly guess what had happened. He immediately looked at Commander Chen angrily. You are courting death. You are courting death. The group of dragon race members immediately glared at Commander Chen. This lowly one knows his mistake. This lowly one knows his mistake. Crown Prince, I'll be your stool. Commander Chen crawled over in fear and lowered his head. He wanted Ao Shun to step on his head and wipe the mud off his shoes like he did in the past. He looked at the trembling Commander Chun kneeling in front of him. Ao Shun did not step on him. Instead, he smiled and said, Forget it, I won't step on you this time. I'm just giving you a reminder. Any grudges of the dragon race are not for an outsider like you to interfere. Yes, yes, yes. Commander Chun lowered his head in horror. Let's go. Ao Shun smiled as the group of dragon race members swarmed into the depths of the square. Oomph. The group of dragon race members snorted coldly at Commander Chun. The group of dragon race juniors listened to Ao Shun's orders, while the group of dragon race elders looked at each other. Ao Shun doesn't have the same arrogance as before. No, I feel that Ao Shun's arrogance is even sharper. Oh. The group of dragon race elders watched in amazement as Ao Shun dealt with the grudge just now. Arrogance, he was still so arrogant. It was just that he was not as reckless as before. The group of dragon race members left. Commander Chen lay on the ground, trembling for a while before he caught his breath. At this moment, another commander walked over. "Little Chen, are you crazy? How dare you find trouble with Crown Prince Ao Shun? If it were Crown Prince Ao Shun's past temper, you would have died long ago." Commander Chen said bitterly. How could I have thought of that? Isn't he the disgrace of the dragon race?" "Disgrace my ass. What do you know? Do you know Crown Prince Ao Shun's past? He is the pride of the entire dragon race. Next time, keep your eyes open. Don't court death and implicate us," the commander said coldly. Commander Chen's face stiffened. On the other side, in the dragon race hall, "Let's go and welcome my big brother." Crown Prince Ao Shun took a deep breath and said, "Kwang." The door of the dragon race hall opened. Ao Shun stepped out of the dragon race hall and immediately saw that almost all the dragon race members in the distance were enthusiastically surrounding Ao Shun. Chapter 521. In a small courtyard in the Deqian Celestial Empire, 7 kills and Miyata had fainted. Their stomachs were swollen like a mountain. A group of men and women surrounded them. The leader, the King of Elixirs, was frowning as he checked their pulse. Behind the King of Elixirs, a man in white suddenly trembled. A ray of green light shot out from his glabella. "The Emperor's spiritual will is here," someone suddenly shouted. The King of Elixirs immediately stopped checking 7 kills and Miyata's pulse and looked at the man in white respectfully. "Wong." The green light enveloped the man in white. As the man in white trembled, his eyes suddenly emitted a green light. A powerful aura was emitted from the man in white. "Greetings to the Emperor." Everyone greeted respectfully. The man in white had a gloomy expression. He looked at the crowd and finally looked at the 2 unconscious people in the center. "He sent them here? What did he say?" The man in white, controlled by the Qing Emperor, asked in a deep voice. Lord Tang left Lord 7 kills and Lord Miyata behind. He didn't say anything. The King of Elixirs frowned. The Qing Emperor walked closer slowly and looked at the 2 dying people. Anger flashed in his eyes. What happened in the Silver Moon Ocean? Why did their bodies become filthy? In the array, they shouldn't have encountered any danger. Why are they in such a miserable state? We don't know. The King of Elixirs smiled bitterly. "King of Elixirs, you have checked them. What happened to them?" The Qing Emperor asked coldly. "There's a foreign object in their stomachs. They can't get it out, so..." The King of Elixirs frowned. "Foreign object? What foreign object? Can you save them?" The Qing Emperor asked in a deep voice. "I don't know what it is, so I don't dare to use the elixir. It will be dangerous if the foreign object in their stomachs is poisonous. The only way is to cut open their stomachs and take it out carefully. After that, we can heal the wounds," the King of Elixirs said solemnly. "Then you can start," the Qing Emperor said in a deep voice. "Yes." The King of Elixirs instructed everyone to remove 7 kills and Miyata's clothes. In front of everyone, the King of Elixirs took out a small knife and started cutting open Miyata's stomach. Slowly, Miyata's stomach was cut open. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Dan Wang even fixed Miyata's stomach so that the things inside wouldn't come out. After disemboweling him, everyone's eyes widened. "What's inside? How did you stuff it in? What kind of danger did Gong Darren encounter?" "We'll find out soon. It's all up to Lord Dan King." Everyone was anxious. Qing Emperor's face was also gloomy. The Elixir King's hand was wrapped in a layer of golden light, and he slowly reached into Miyata's stomach. Slowly, he fished out an item. Everyone's eyes widened. When the items were taken out, everyone in the courtyard gaped. "What? Umbilical cord? Placenta? A baby? Master Gong is pregnant?" an excited man exclaimed. Everyone else. Qing Emperor's face stiffened. There was a foreign object in her stomach, but who would have thought that it was actually a child? "It's a stillbirth." Miyata's face twitched. A subordinate brought a tray over and placed the stillborn on it. The Elixir King continued. Everyone's eyes widened again. Soon, he took out another item. "It's twins." The Elixir King's face twitched. Qing Emperor's face also twitched. "It's triplets." The Elixir King took out another one. "It's septuplets." The Elixir King took out the last fetus. At this moment, Miata's stomach had already shrunk. The Elixir King searched her stomach again. After confirming that there was nothing, he turned to Qing Emperor and said, "Emperor, it's gone." At this moment, Qing Emperor had already turned his head away. It was too disgusting. A grown man pregnant with septuplets? The others were the same. If it weren't for the Emperor, they would have washed their eyes and gone blind. Phew, Miata slowly woke up. The moment she woke up, Miata saw the Elixir King. The moment she saw the Elixir King, she was so agitated that she was about to cry. "Elixir King, save me, save me." The Elixir King's face twitched. "Don't worry, Master Gong. I've already aborted your child." Huh? Miata was slightly stunned. She saw the Elixir King's subordinates holding up 7 trays for Miata to see. There were 7 stillborn babies on the trays. "These came out of your stomach," the Elixir King said with a strange expression. Miata's face twitched. She turned to look at the people around her. The people around her all turned their heads to look at her. "Miata, all right, Qisha, save them and let them wash up before coming to see me," Qing Emperor said coldly. Buzz. The white-robed man that Qing Emperor possessed trembled violently. The green light around him retracted back to his glabella. Qing Emperor couldn't stand it anymore. "Master Gong, what should we do with your children?" the Elixir King asked with a strange expression. Miata looked at the 7 fetuses on the trays. She was about to break down. For hours later, the Azure Thearch's consciousness once again possessed the white-robed man. Miata and Qisha knelt in front of Qing Emperor in shame. They recounted everything that had happened in the Silver Moon Ocean. The Cyan Arch looked at the two of them coldly. "Trash. Yes, we know our mistake. We fell into Gu Hai's trap," the two said fearfully. "Humph. Fell into his trap? Are you too stupid to use your brains? You didn't use your advantage and let Gu Hai drag you around?" Qing Emperor said coldly. The two didn't dare to retort. Qing Emperor looked at them coldly. He took a deep breath and said, "Gu Hai? Ha, I heard a lot about Gu Hai in Heavenly Courts. He'll be here soon." "Humph, you two, get your asses to Heavenly Courts." "Yes," Qisha answered. "Then, Emperor, what about Shangwan Hen?" Miata asked worriedly. Qing Emperor looked coldly at Miata. "Fengya's already summoned all Xuanwu. Humph, let it be free for now. I'll catch all of them in one fell swoop." "Yes," the two answered. "Gu Hai. Ha, I'd like to see what kind of superhuman Gu Hai is." "Humph," Qing Emperor snorted. Buzz. The green light shrunk back into the white-robed man's forehead. Qing Emperor's thought left. After more than a month, Gu Hai and Mu Chunfeng's flying ship finally arrived at the Deqian Celestial Empire's capital. "Hall leader, that's Heavenly Courts." Mu Chunfeng pointed into the distance. The flying ship stopped. Gu Hai gazed into the distance. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he saw the enormous Heavenly Courts. The infinite celestial capital was just a huge floating city. Here, however, there were 33 of them. Some were hidden in the clouds in the distance and couldn't be seen clearly. From afar, they looked like 32 planets orbiting a shining star in the center. The only difference was that they didn't rotate. "Your Majesty, look. The one in the center shining with golden light is the main city of Heavenly Courts. The 33 cities of Heavenly Courts are also known as the 33 Heavens." Mu Chunfeng explained. Gu Hai gazed at the huge city radiating golden light. That city wasn't smaller than the infinite celestial capital. Why was it shining with golden light? That was because it was surrounded by rolling destiny clouds. It was a sea of destiny clouds that surpassed that of the Day One Imperial Empire. If the amount of destiny in front of them was an ocean, then the destiny of the infinite celestial capital was at most a small lake. The sea of destiny clouds above Heavenly Courts didn't have a golden dragon of destiny stationed there. Instead, countless human-shaped destinies gathered above the sea of clouds. There seemed to be 2 rows of human-shaped destinies respectfully facing a throne of destiny in the north. An emperor sat on it. That's a group of officials of the Deqian Celestial Empire. Only those who have attained a certain rank and title can form the godly image of destiny. The most powerful one is His Holiness's godly image. Mu Qianfeng explained. Guhai gazed at the godly images that filled the sky. A majestic aura surged from the sea of destiny clouds. It was solemn and majestic, the Deqian celestial empire's godly image of destiny. Guhai asked solemnly, Heavenly Courts is the main city. The other 32 cities are arranged according to yin-yang, 8 trigrams, 10 heavenly stems, and 12 earthly branches. The left and right are Tianyang City and Tianjin City. The middle circle is 8 trigrams, which are Tianjin City, Tianquin City, Tianli City, Tianquin City, and so on. The top circle is heavenly stems, which are 8 B, C, D, and so on. The bottom circle is 12 earthly branches, which are Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao City, and so on. Mu Qianfeng explained. Yin-yang, 8 trigrams, heavenly stems, earthly branches. Guhai nodded with furrowed brows. The 33 heavens were arranged in an extremely detailed manner. Hall Master, speaking of which, you haven't returned to Elite Hall's headquarters since you became the Hall Master. Why don't we return to the headquarters first? Mu Qianfeng looked at Guhai. Elite Hall's headquarters? Guhai asked in a low voice. Yes, everything there should be allocated for you. There are still many Elite Hall disciples living there. Why don't we? Mu Qianfeng suggested. All right, Elite Hall's headquarters is in Heavenly Stellar City. It's over there. I'll take you there. Mu Qianfeng said excitedly. It was like a wanderer returning home. It had been a long time since he came back, so Mu Qianfeng was very excited. The flying boat flew closer for a while. Who? Suddenly, a soldier rushed into the sky and stopped the flying boat. Who are you? Is there a registration for the flying boat to enter Heavenly Courts? The soldier stared at him. Guhai took out the Elite Hall token. The soldier looked at it and respectfully returned the token to Guhai. Hall Master of Elite Hall, please forgive me. The Thousand Saints Conference is about to begin, and the Heavenly Courts are very strict. Please forgive me. The soldier said respectfully. The ignorant are not guilty. Guhai smiled. The soldier moved aside, and the flying boat continued to fly towards Heavenly Stellar City. Chapter 5:22. Heavenly Court, Heavenly Stellar City. With Mu Qianfeng leading the way, Guhai's flying ship slowly landed in a large plaza. Hall Master, this area of 400 kilometers is my Elite Hall's territory. Outsiders are not allowed in at all. Mu Qianfeng said as she pointed to the surroundings. The surroundings looked like a grassland with a large number of ornamental animals wandering about. A large ritual array formed a fog around the periphery, preventing outsiders from seeing what was happening inside. There were a few hills in the surroundings with all sorts of palaces on them. The flying ship landed in front of the largest palace. There was a signboard at the entrance with the words, Elite Hall. Earlier, when Guhai entered the ritual array, the news had already spread throughout the entire Elite Hall's headquarters. Nearly all the Elite Hall disciples stationed here knew that Guhai was here. When Guhai's flying ship landed, the plaza was filled with excited Elite Hall disciples. Guhai turned his head and looked over. Greetings, Hall Master, the Elite Hall disciples said respectfully as they bowed. Oh, Guhai felt slightly surprised. After all, Xiao Chun had never returned before and had been appointed midway. Previously, he had been worried that someone would make things difficult for him. Unexpectedly, the Elite Hall disciples before him were so respectful to him. Hall Master, you still don't know this. After Hall Master Long Xiaya died, the entire Elite Hall declined. Later, Hall Master Long Wanqing took over, and Elite Hall got better. However, after Hall Master Long Wanqing died, the entire Elite Hall fell into despair until you became the Hall Master. This is Elite Hall's headquarters. A large amount of information is gathered here. All the Hall disciples still pay close attention to everything about the Hall Master. No, they pay special attention to the Hall Master. They respect the Hall Master because the Hall Master's actions over the years gave them hope and respect. Mu Qianfeng explained. Guhai nodded and said, Everyone, please rise. Thank you, Hall Master. The elite Hall disciples immediately said happily. Gu Hai and Mu Chenfeng stepped off the flying ship. Hall Master, how did you force Liu Yang of Gojoseon to his death? Hall Master, you even forced Shiyu the Great to death. How'd you do it? When Gu Hai stepped into Class 1 Hall's entrance, a group of young Class 1 Hall members surrounded him excitedly. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Before he could speak, Mu Chenfeng suddenly shouted, All right, stop arguing. The Hall Master has just returned. Let him rest for a while. No need. Just bring me around Class 1 Hall's headquarters. Gu Hai shook his head. Yes. Mu Chenfeng nodded. Hall Master, I'll show you around. Hall Master, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll tell you. The Class 1 Hall members warmly received Gu Hai. Outside Heavenly Stellar City. Swish. A flying ship quickly flew over. Halt. Who are you? Do you have a registration? A soldier immediately flew up to stop the flying ship. On the flying ship stood Yi Hua, a group of angels, and a group of experts from Sun God Shrine. Don't you recognize me? Yi Hua said in a deep voice. Oh, you're an envoy from Sun God Shrine. Why are you heading to Heavenly Stellar City? The soldier frowned. Why? Do I have to report to you? Is this how the Deqian treat their guests? Yi Hua said in a deep voice. I wouldn't dare. Everyone, please go ahead. I just want to remind everyone that this is the Deqian Celestial Empire, Heavenly Court City. Everyone, take care of yourselves. The soldier shook his head and left. Oomph. Yi Hua coldly snorted. The flying ship flew directly into Heavenly Stellar City. On the flying ship, the experts all had serious expressions. Second young master, is the news reliable? A six-winged angel asked. It shouldn't be wrong. Gu Hai is here. He's at Elite Hall's headquarters. It's good that he's here. Let's see where he can run to this time. Yi Hua coldly said. But this is Heavenly Court. If we go like this, won't we? The six-winged angel was worried. Yi Hua narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, It's fine. Just make your move. Let's end this quickly. But, second young master, can we make our move? A subordinate doubtfully asked. Two six-winged angels. Assassin King is also a mid-level Celestial Palace expert. That's 3 mid-level Celestial Palace experts, a 4-winged angel, and a 2-winged angel. You can't even deal with a single Gu Hai? Yi Hua coldly said. That Gu Hai only knows how to play tricks. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. A 6-winged angel suddenly said in a deep voice. Even if the Deqian Celestial Empire investigates, Gu Hai is already dead. I'll use Sun God Shrine's name to protect you. Yi Hua coldly said. Yes. A group of subordinates replied. Heavenly Stellar City, Elite Hall's headquarters. The group of Elite Hall disciples stationed here were overly enthusiastic towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai wanted to visit the Elite Hall, and the disciples all rushed to introduce him. Although there were too many people, Gu Hai did not stop them. After all, this was a form of recognition and enthusiasm. After a round of walking, they arrived at the treasury. In the treasury, there were large amounts of treasures that Long Xiaoya had collected in the past. However, these treasures did not attract Gu Hai's attention. Now that the Han dynasty was growing stronger, the Dahan's treasury was no weaker than the treasures here. Moreover, it had been several decades. Even if there were any treasures, they would not be able to keep them. What is this? Gu Hai was slightly stunned as he looked at a large cannon barrel. This cannon looked similar to the cannon Gu Hai had seen on Earth in the past. However, it was bigger, about 5 zhang long, and it was covered with runes. This is called Sky Blasting Cannon. In the past, it was my Elite Hall's most powerful treasure. Unfortunately, it is broken now, Mu Chenfeng said regretfully. Sky Blasting Cannon? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. This is a treasure that His Holiness used in the past. Later on, His Holiness had no use for it, so he gave it to Hall Master Long Xiaoya. However, when he was fighting the South Sea, he broke it and brought it back. This treasure was eliminated by His Holiness. Hall Master Long Xiaoya was too embarrassed to ask His Holiness to repair it, so she kept it here. She wanted to repair it, but she could not. Mu Chenfeng said regretfully. Sky Blasting Cannon? How does it work? Guhai asked curiously. Elite Hall's most powerful treasure? Guhai's interest was piqued. Go and get the sky-blasting grenades. Muchen Feng called out. The group of Elite Hall disciples rushed to the storeroom and soon returned with 10 large chests. When the chests opened, they revealed 10 large black balls. These are, Guhai said in shock, these are sky-blasting grenades. His Holiness refined them in the past. As long as you place the sky-blasting grenades in this sky-blasting cannon and activate the ritual array on the sky-blasting cannon, the sky-blasting grenades will fly out along the tube and explode the opponent facing it. Even middle stage, Heavenly Palace cultivators will be blown up in an instant. Mu Qinfeng sighed softly. Sky-blasting cannon? Is this really a cannon? Guhai felt slightly shaken. What cannon? Everyone felt slightly stunned. This is a cannon? These sky-blasting grenades are cannonballs? Did Daiqianxing refine them? Guhai asked in shock. That's right. Mu Qinfeng nodded blankly. Guhai had thought about making cannons in the past. After all, it was not difficult. Casting cannon barrels, fuses, and gunpowder were not advanced technologies. Even the fireworks and firecrackers in the mortal world were based on the same principle. However, the power of gunpowder was too weak, so he never considered it. However, the sky-blasting grenades before him were similar to cannons. Did Daiqianxing personally refine these sky-blasting grenades? Can they really blow up middle-stage heavenly palaces? Guhai asked, feeling puzzled. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. Hall Master Long Xiaoya displayed her might in the Southern Sea and killed many experts. Mu Qinfeng nodded. The key is that these sky-blasting grenades were personally refined by His Holiness. Unfortunately, there are only 10 left. I heard that His Holiness gave Hall Master Long Xiao 81 sky-blasting grenades back then. Mu Qinfeng recalled. Guhai reached out and touched the cannon barrel. The key is still this sky-blasting grenades. Guhai nodded. Naturally, gunpowder would not be very effective. However, it would be too embarrassing if something refined by Daiqianxing could not even deal with a middle-stage heavenly palace. What belonged to Elite Hall was Xiao Chen's. Satisfaction flashed in Guhai's eyes as he looked at the sky-blasting cannon. Is it broken? So what if it is broken? I have heaven-replenishing powers. What can I fix? Just as Guhai showed a satisfied smile, a furious shout suddenly rang out outside. How dare you barge into my Elite Hall's headquarters? Who is it? Come out. Hall Master, this is bad. My Elite Hall is surrounded by a ritual array. Hall Master, there is an enemy attack. Suddenly, the anxious voices of Elite Hall's guards came from outside. What's wrong? Did you activate the ritual array? Mu Qinfeng's expression changed as she rushed out. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous sounds came from outside. The ritual array is activated. However, the protective barrier is about to break. Hall Master, it's the angels. Hall Master, the angels are here. Anxious voices came from outside. Mu Qinfeng had already rushed out. However, Guhai narrowed his eyes. Angels? Oh, it looks like they are looking for me. Hall Master, what should we do? The Elite Hall disciples asked worriedly. It's fine. Carry this sky-blasting cannon out. I want to test it, Guhai said with a cold smile. But it's broken? The Elite Hall disciples exclaimed in shock. Guhai touched the sky-blasting cannon and shook his head. It's fine. How can that be? Hall Master Long Xiaoya said that herself. His subordinates said anxiously. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Carry it out, Guhai ordered. Understood. The group of Class 1 Hall members nodded in confusion. Guhai stepped forward and led the Elite Hall members out of the treasure trove while carrying sky-piercing cannons. Chapter 5:23. Heavenly Stellar City. Outside Class 1 Hall, in a restaurant, hey look, isn't the fog at Class 1 Hall's headquarters getting thicker all of a sudden? A customer asked out of curiosity. That's right. The fog is expanding outwards. What kind of array is that? Sigh. In the past, when Long Xiaoya was around, Class 1 Hall was very impressive. Unfortunately, they're getting worse as the years go by. Now, they can only make arrays at home. I heard that the current hall master is called Gu Hai. I heard that he is quite powerful in the south. Is there a dynasty? Can he be compared to Long Xiaoya? There was a lot of discussion in the restaurant. However, no one paid much attention to the fog that suddenly appeared outside Class 1 hall. In a private room in the restaurant, Li Shunji, the commander of the Shinji battalion, sat by the window and looked at the fog-shrouded Class 1 hall's area in the distance. Huh. Yihua finally made a move, Li Shunji said with a cold smile as he took a sip of wine. Battalion Commander Yihua is standing on a mountain peak to the west of Class 1 hall. He did not go in, a subordinate said respectfully. Oh, he's clear-cut. If De Qian pursues the matter, he can represent Solar Divine Palace to discipline these disobedient subordinates. Huh, Li Shunji said with a cold smile. But, a subordinate at the side said with a frown. But what? Li Shunji looked at that subordinate coldly. Is it worth it? Battalion Commander. That Gu Hai only killed your nephew. Li Haoran deserved it. Even if Gu Hai did not make a move, he would have been discovered by His Holiness sooner or later. Only death awaited him. Why does Battalion Commander target Gu Hai again and again? Time after time, our grudge with Class 1 Hall is getting bigger and bigger. That subordinate said with a frown. That's right. Battalion Commander, Li Haoran is not your only nephew. Your other nephews died as well. Why didn't you? Another subordinate asked in confusion. Li Haoran. Li Shunji narrowed his eyes. His expression darkened. Making an enemy out of Gu Hai for his nephew? If it was in the past, Li Shunji wouldn't have made an enemy of Gu Hai. Especially after seeing Gu Hai's many tricks, Li Shunji wouldn't have made an enemy so casually. However, Li Haoran was different. Why was it different? At that time, Li Shunji didn't give the Shinji battalion to Li Haoran because he valued his ability. Li Haoran's ability was nothing to Li Shunji. Why was he brooding over Li Haoran's death? That was because Li Haoran was his only son. Naturally, Li Shunji held a deep grudge against Gu Hai for killing his son. Of course, Li Shunji could not tell his subordinates about this disgraceful history. All right, let's not talk about this anymore, Li Shunji said coldly. Yes, his subordinates said bitterly. There were many powerful people in the De Qian Celestial Empire. Perhaps other forces didn't pay attention to Gu Hai, but the Shinji battalion paid close attention to Gu Hai. Because of this, the Shinji battalion disciples didn't want to fight Gu Hai head-on. However, the Shinji battalion disciples couldn't do anything about the battalion leader's stubbornness. Campmaster, the angels set up a light isolation rune outside Class 1 hall. The sounds inside can't travel out, and if the rune isn't broken, with Gu Hai and the others' abilities, they won't be able to break it, a subordinate explained. 3 middle celestial palaces, 52 low celestial palaces, and 2,000 Yuanying state disciples. It's enough to wipe out Class 1 hall. Besides, as long as they kill Gu Hai, this time, Gu Hai won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. Li Shunji sneered. On the mountain peak in the distance, Yihua touched the thumb ring on his hand and looked coldly at the light isolation array in front of him. Gu Hai, today is the day you die, Yihua said coldly. The outside world couldn't hear the sound from the light isolation array, but Class 1 hall could hear a lot of sounds from the outside world. Gu Hai led a group of Class 1 hall disciples and walked slowly to the entrance of the main hall. Boom! With a bang, Class 1 hall's great formation was completely destroyed. How dare you act so presumptuously in the heavenly court? Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the De Qian law? Mu Chenfeng rushed out and shouted angrily. Class 1 hall's array was broken, but there was still a huge fog array in the outside world that isolated Class 1 hall's headquarters from the outside world. Punishment? Ha 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 ha. The group of powerful people in the sky laughed. The punishment of the De Qian law. Come on then. You want them to punish me? Little thing, if you don't want to die, scram to the side. Ask Gu Hai to come out. A 6-winged angel suddenly shouted coldly. Impudent. This is our De Qian heavenly court. You dare to act recklessly here? A Class 1 hall disciple shouted. Suddenly, another Central Palace expert released his aura, and an extremely powerful pressure rushed down. For a moment, Everyone's expression changed, and they felt as if they couldn't breathe. Assassin Monarch? It's you. Mu Chenfeng said with a sinister expression. It's you, little thing. Ha! You didn't expect it, did you? Back then, when Long Xiaoya attacked my fiend city, you were there? At that time, I couldn't do anything to Long Xiaoya. Now, do you think I can kill you? Assassin Monarch sneered. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom! Mu Chenfeng was immediately sent flying by a powerful force. Pooh! In midair, Mu Chenfeng vomited a mouthful of blood. Branch Master. The group of subordinates shouted in alarm. I'm fine. Mu Chenfeng stood up slowly while vomiting blood. That little thing, where's Gu Hai? Assassin Monarch sneered. Hand over Gu Hai, and I can give you a dignified death. Otherwise, another six-winged angel said coldly. Otherwise what? Gu Hai's cold voice suddenly sounded from the side of the hall. Hall Master. The group of disciples who were suppressed to the point of suffocation immediately looked at the entrance of the hall anxiously. In the sky, almost all the experts looked at the entrance of the hall with gloomy expressions. However, they saw Gu Hai slowly walking out with a gloomy expression. A group of subordinates followed behind him, carrying a huge pipe as they walked out. Gu Hai. In the sky, everyone's expressions sank as they shouted coldly. When Gu Hai stepped out, he felt the ferocious intent of the people in the sky. A wave of killing intent rushed towards him. Gu Hai wasn't afraid. Instead, he looked around in the sky. Oh, two six-winged angels and a group of lackeys from Solar Divine Palace? Haha, why isn't Yahua here? Gu Hai sneered. Gu Hai, you really dare to come out? You tricked us last time. Let's see where you can run this time. One of the six-winged angels said coldly. Gu Hai looked at Mu Chenfeng and asked, Branch Master Mu, are you injured? I'm fine. It's just that this subordinate has embarrassed Class 1 Hall. Hall Master, please take action. Mu Chenfeng smiled bitterly. Who injured you just now? Gu Hai asked coldly. It's me. Gu Hai, what other methods do you have? Come at me. This time, you won't have A.O. Tianwang helping you, right? Assassin Monarch sneered. Who injured you? Go find them yourself. Gu Hai said solemnly. Mu Chenfeng was startled. Here are the 5 diagrams that I didn't use last time. I'll lend them to you. Find the person who injured you. Gu Hai took out the 5 diagrams. The angels were startled. Mu Chenfeng's expression turned serious. 5 diagrams? That whoever looks at them gets pregnant diagram? Thank you, Hall Master. Mu Chenfeng took the diagrams. There was no need to know how to use them. Mu Chenfeng had seen them clearly in the Silver Moon Sea. She just needed to show them to the other party. Mu Chenfeng was filled with confidence. In the eyes of others, it was as if Gu Hai had given her a treasure to win. The angels narrowed their eyes. Clearly, they hadn't heard of the diagram's magical effects. All right, Assassin Monarch, don't waste time with them. Kill Gu Hai, and we will leave as soon as possible. One of the 6-winged angels said coldly. Why me? Why aren't you guys going? Assassin Monarch said coldly. Although Yi Hua had promised to protect them, the angels weren't willing to make a move in the heavenly court. They would let the lackeys of Solar God Hall make a move first. We will help you. Go and come back quickly. Second young master told us to listen to me. I want you to go now. That 6-winged angel said coldly. Assassin Monarch snorted coldly. He didn't refute. They were making a mountain out of a molehill by dealing with the weaklings of Class 1 Hall. What was there to be worried about? Assassin Monarch was about to rush down. Right at that moment, Mu Chenfeng suddenly soared into the sky. The angels were startled. Is this person crazy? He is from a Yuanying state. He dares to come alone? Assassin Monarch made him vomit blood with a palm strike. Is he crazy now? No. Gu Hai gave him a treasure. Look, it's the 5 diagrams. He opened them. What's on the diagram? Be careful. Look carefully before making a move. It must be some powerful treasure. What's on the diagram? An egg. All the cultivators of Solar Divine Palace widened their eyes as they watched Mu Chenfeng push the 5 diagrams into the sky. They were confused. Even Assassin Monarch, who was about to charge down, paused. He wanted to see what Mu Chenfeng was doing. At that moment, except for Gu Hai, Mu Chenfeng and the Wood Division disciples who just returned, the other Class 1 Hall disciples, were also confused. Hall Master, are those 5 diagrams very powerful? Huh? Don't tell me they're like those in Empty City. Someone seemed to have guessed something. That's right. Guhai nodded. The Class 1 Hall disciples were stunned. Their expressions became strange. At that moment, screams rang out in the sky again. My stomach. It hurts. Outside Class 1 Hall's array, Li Shunji narrowed his eyes in a restaurant. Humph. Guhai is dead this time. On a mountain peak, second young master. Are they too heavy-handed this time? A subordinate asked worriedly. Heavy-handed? Humph. So what if they kill all of them? Those who humiliate me will die. Yihua clenched his fists and said coldly. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the fog in the distance trembled slightly. Done? They have killed Guhai, second young master. A subordinate said excitedly. Yes, they're knocking on the array. The angels outside can withdraw the array now. Another subordinate said excitedly. Yihua smiled faintly. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, in one of the areas covered in fog, the fog slowly dispersed, and a gap could be seen. Is that Archangel Gal? A subordinate said in surprise. However, he saw a 6-winged angel frantically slapping the barrier at the gap with a panicked expression on his face. Where is Guhai's head? What is Archangel Gal doing? Why is he so panicked? Guhai is definitely dead, but Archangel Gal's expression? What's wrong with him? Everyone was incomparably anxious. The 6-winged angel knocked more and more quickly, and the panic on his face became more and more serious. He was shouting something, but his voice could not be heard. Open the array. Yihua's expression suddenly changed as he shouted. Buzz. In that area, the barrier was instantly opened. Save me, second young master, save me. In that area, the 6-winged angel screamed and flew out. The 6-winged angel flew out of the exit in a panic and rushed into the sky, his face filled with panic. The 6-winged angel has the strength of a middle celestial palace. Why is he running out in fear? In the distance, Li Shunji's face sank. What happened? Yihua stared at him and shouted. Save me, second young master, save me. The 6-winged angel screamed in fear. The 6-winged angel's terrified cry attracted the attention of countless heavenly stellar city citizens. The citizens looked at the escaping 6-winged angel in shock. What was going on? At this moment, at the exit of the barrier, there was a loud sound that shook the sky. A black cannonball turned into a ray of black light as it charged at the 6-winged angel. Second young master. The 6-winged angel let out a final cry in fear. In front of countless people's eyes, the 6-winged angel was blown to pieces by the black cannonball. A giant mushroom cloud soared into the sky. It formed a superstorm that instantly swept through countless places in Heavenly Stellar City. The giant explosion shook the entire city. In an instant, all the citizens of Heavenly Stellar City were stunned as they looked at the sky in shock. Even Yahua shuddered at the thought. 6-winged angel. That was a 6-winged angel. It exploded? Li Shunji's eyes opened wide and his expression changed. Sky blasting cannon. How is that possible? Wasn't it broken? Chapter 524. Heavenly Stellar City, City Lord's Palace. At this moment, a man wearing an official's robe was coldly looking at a group of subordinates in front of him. City Lord, we have already done our best. The zither sound from the city's west was caused by a zither master being too careless and causing an effect. A subordinate said with an ugly expression. How many times have I told you? The 1,000 Sage Conference is coming. You can't cause any trouble. At least in Heavenly Stellar City, you can't cause any trouble. Do you know how many nobles there are in Heavenly Stellar City? A zither master being careless? Didn't you warn us beforehand? Now that the various countries and sect have come to Heavenly Stellar City, if something happens, how can I explain it to His Holiness? The city lord stared at him. Yes. The subordinate lowered his head and said, I am the city lord, but in Heavenly Stellar City, what does my city lord count for? There are nobles and high-ranking officials everywhere. If something happens at this time, Even I can't save you. The city lord coldly said, Yes, inform all the city guards to keep their eyes open. Before anything happens, they have to stop it. If something happens, they have to control the effect to the smallest area possible. The smallest area is that only people within 10 miles know about it. Do you understand? The city lord coldly said. Only 10 miles? A subordinate said in a shocked voice. That's right, only 10 miles. The city lord coldly said. As soon as the city lord finished speaking, suddenly, the entire city was filled with anxious cries. Save me, second young master, save me. A heaven-shaking explosion swept through the entire heavenly stellar city. Who? A giant storm swept through the entire city lord's palace. The city lord's face fell. Who is it? Who? The city lord let a group of shocked people out. With the sound of the sky-piercing cannon, all the citizens turned their heads. In heavenly stellar city, there was a dragon palace. Outside the dragon palace, there were large amounts of giant dragons flying. Suddenly, there was a heaven-shaking explosion that came from the other side of the city. In the dragon palace, Crown Prince Ao Shung slightly knit his brows. What happened? Someone is causing trouble in heavenly stellar city? A large amount of dragons flew in that direction out of curiosity. Not only the dragon clan. At this moment, the guards in the city reacted immediately and immediately rushed to the center of the explosion. The myriad sage assembly was just around the corner, and the 33 cities of the Celestial Court were almost completely under martial law. So how could there be such a huge commotion? It's from Class 1 Hall's direction. Sir, it's from Class 1 Hall's direction. 5 armies quickly gather at Class 1 Hall. The army gathered at Class 1 Hall. In a restaurant not far away from Class 1 Hall, Li Shunji's eyes widened, and his expression changed. Sky blasting cannon? How is that possible? Isn't it broken? Sky piercing cannon? All the subordinates looked at Li Shunji in shock. Gu Hai has never used it before, so it can only be the one in Class 1 Hall's headquarters. That's impossible. After Long Xiaoya died, how many people snuck into Class 1 Hall's treasure trove? It's definitely broken. I personally checked it myself. Why? Why is it fixed the moment Gu Hai returned? Li Shunji's expression was dark. What do we do now? His subordinates were worried. Just watch. This has nothing to do with us. Don't interfere. Li Shunji said coldly. Yes. The subordinates nodded. In the distance, the array set up by the angels was dispelled, and the fog slowly dispersed. At the foot of the mountain, a large number of angels slowly flew toward Yihua. Yihua's expression was dark as he looked at the 6-winged angel in the sky. It exploded? This is the sky blasting cannon? Yihua's expression changed, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Second young master, Angel Jia exploded. What should we do? Second young master, let's leave first. Bastard, why are you leaving? There are others. Yihua's expression turned cold. A large number of nosy people quickly gathered around. Look, it's over there. I saw it with my own eyes. A black ball flew out and instantly exploded that 6-winged angel. 6-winged angel. That's the strength of a middle celestial palace. It exploded in an instant? Died without a complete corpse? It's a black ball fired by Class 1 Hall. Didn't Class 1 Hall already exist in name only? It's the sky blasting cannon. I heard that Hall Master Long Xiaoya used it before. I heard that it was a treasure forged by His Holiness. It's very powerful. More and more nosy people gathered around. A large number of city guards had already arrived and started to prevent the people from getting closer. Move away, move away. It's dangerous inside. Move back. A large number of soldiers came forward and separated the people. At the same time, they looked warily in Class 1 Hall's direction. They took out their weapons and coldly looked inside Class 1 Hall. Many people were unwilling to leave and watch from afar. In the sky, a large number of angels who were in charge of setting up the array flew toward Yihua. The city guards were also on guard against Yihua. Yihua's expression was extremely gloomy. Angel Jia was blown up by a cannon. What exactly happened inside? Wasn't Gu Hai the only one? Where are the others? Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and the fog outside Class 1 Hall slowly dispersed. On the square of Class 1 Hall's main hall, at this moment, a group of experts from Solar God Palace were tied up in rows. Except for Angel Jia, who escaped and was blown up, the other angels, Assassin Monarch, and the others were all captured. Their mouths were gagged, and they had painful expressions. Their stomachs were slightly swollen. They were all tied up and kneeling on the square. There's another six-winged angel. He was caught. He's kneeling there. That's Assassin Monarch and Hedgehog Demon King. I heard that they're also from Central Celestial Palaces. More than 1,000 two-winged angels? There's also a four-winged angel. That's from Central Celestial Palaces, right? There are dozens of Central Celestial Palaces and 2,000 Yuanying State Palaces, right? There are also 2 Central Celestial Palaces that are tied up. One of them was blown up just now. How can this? Countless civilians and city guards revealed looks of astonishment. Was this still the Class 1 hall that existed in name only? Those were a group of extremely ferocious experts. How could they all be taken down? All the soldiers and people looked behind square. Behind each Solar God Palace expert, there was an excited Class 1 hall disciple. Behind them, there was a group of Class 1 hall disciples excitedly surrounding a man in a black brocade robe sitting on a chair. A cold light flashed in the man's eyes as he looked outside the fog. Beside the man was the excited Mu Chinfeng. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and excitedly stood beside a giant cannon. There was still smoke coming out from the mouth of the giant cannon. It was clear that the sky-quaking thunder was fired from that cannon. Look, that's the sky-quaking cannon. I've seen it before. That's it. It blew up the Central Celestial Palace in one shot. All the people were filled with excitement. How bold! In Heavenly Stellar City, people above the Yuanying State are not allowed to fight. You actually dare. A city guard wearing armor angrily shouted. However, they saw the man in the black brocade robe sitting there reveal a cold smile and gently point his finger. Ka 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 ka. Mu Chunfeng and the other Class 1 hall disciples immediately aimed the cannon at the city guard leader who was shouting. The city guard leader was only halfway through his sentence when he saw the cannon pointed at him. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. With a shudder, his voice was stuck in his throat. The sky-quaking cannon could blow up the Central Celestial Palace in one shot. With his small arms and legs, if he was hit by the cannon, wouldn't he? Where you are standing is Class 1 Hall's territory. Retreat, Guhai said calmly. There was a sound amplification array around them, which amplified Guhai's voice. The cold voice immediately caused the leader of the city guards to tremble, and he retreated. It was not until he retreated for more than a mile that the cannon turned away from him. However, at this moment, the scolding from the city guard commander was no longer there. He did not dare to shout anymore. Who is he? The surrounding people looked at Gu Hai in shock. That is Division Master Mu Chinfeng. Even Mu Chinfeng is standing respectfully beside him. Could he be the Elite Hall Master, Gu Hai? Gu Hai? The surrounding people revealed shocked expressions. Clearly, many of Gu Hai's methods at the front lines had not spread. Even if they did, they were limited. At the very least, only a small portion of the people knew about the battle where he forced Shiyu the Great to death. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the angels not far away. Hall Master, the tea you wanted. A subordinate at the side respectfully handed a cup of tea to Xiao Chun. Gu Hai received the cup and took a sip. His expression was relaxed, and he did not show any intention of going against Xiao Chun. Gu Hai, Yi Hua shouted coldly in the distance. After drinking the tea, Gu Hai held the teacup and looked at Yi Hua with a faint smile. Yi Hua, you are finally willing to come out? Did you forget what I said to you last time? Humph. My subordinates are in the wrong for trespassing without telling me. However, they're my subordinates. Release them immediately. Yi Hua said coldly. Behind your back? Trespassing into Elite Hall. Many people were confused, but even more people were disdainful. It was obvious that Yi Hua was just looking for an excuse. What does that have to do with me? Gu Hai smiled coldly. Huh? Yi Hua glared. Those who trespass into Elite Hall without permission will die. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Wow. The surrounding people and city guards looked at Gu Hai in shock. Is he going to kill these angels? Why didn't I know about this rule? Many people have trespassed before. Why did you? Yi Hua said coldly. I just set the rule, Gu Hai said coldly. The surroundings fell silent. This new hall master of Elite Hall is very tyrannical. He just set the rule. How dare you? Yi Hua immediately flew up, looking like he was going to attack. Crack, 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 crack. However, Mu Chenfeng quickly adjusted the direction of her sky-piercing cannon and pointed it at Yi Hua. What's wrong? You want to challenge my rule as well? Gu Hai asked coldly. Yi Hua's expression turned cold as he paused. All right, there's no need to drag this out. Kill him, Gu Hai said indifferently. Yes, the group of Elite Hall disciples shouted excitedly. They rubbed their palms together and grabbed their weapons, preparing to chop off the head of the bound solar Divine Hall expert in front of them. These Elite Hall disciples had waited for this moment for too long. Ever since Long Xiaoya died, the Elite Hall disciples had lived in cowardice. They had lowered their heads and conducted themselves. They had never expected to be so unyielding one day. Chapter 5:25 / Mu Chenfeng shouted. The Elite Hall disciples raised their swords and were about to slash down. How dare you? Yi Hua's expression changed as he angrily shouted. However, the sky-piercing cannon was facing Yi Hua, so he hesitated for a moment. However, no matter how hesitant he was, the people below were his subordinates, so he had to make a move. When the countless citizens and soldiers defending the city saw this scene, they were shocked. The new hall master class 1 hall seemed to be a little too domineering, right? In the distance, Li Shunji narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai, he is openly shedding all pretense of cordiality with the Sun God Palace. He really dares. Li Shunji also did not expect that Gu Hai would do things so cleanly. The Elite Hall disciples completely listened to Gu Hai's orders, as if they wanted to vent the resentment in their hearts over the years. They raised their swords and were about to slash down. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out in the sky. The voice was deep and filled with a monstrous anger. City Lord, the city guards immediately said respectfully. They saw the heavenly stellar city's city lord and his subordinates on a flying boat. They quickly arrived above the Elite Hall. The heavenly stellar city's city lord was wearing an official's robe. His face was filled with anger as he stared at the people below. The heavenly stellar city's city lord shouted. His voice was filled with awe, instantly causing the Elite Hall disciples to stop. They all frowned as they looked at the sky. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky, looking at the person who shouted. He revealed a faint cold smile. Who are you? Why are you trespassing in my Elite Hall? Humph, I am the Heavenly Stellar City's City Lord. Everything in Heavenly Stellar City is under my jurisdiction. Why are you calling me trespassing in your Elite Hall? You're the Hall Master of the Elite Hall, right? Oh, sky-piercing cannon. Were you the one who shouted just now? The Heavenly Stellar City Lord coldly said. Was trespassing? You're trespassing right now. Since you are the Heavenly Stellar City Lord, I will not pursue this matter. Immediately leave my Elite Hall sky. My Elite Hall's matters is not up to you to interfere. Gu Hai coldly shouted. Presumptuous. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord glared at him. On the flying boat, the Heavenly Stellar City Lord subordinates all took out their weapons and coldly looked down at Gu Hai. The surrounding commoners looked at Gu Hai in shock. Where did this Gu Hai come from? He actually dared to go against the City Lord? What are you waiting for? Kill, Gu Hai said coldly. It's... The Class 1 Hall members were also dumbfounded. Although they had been unyielding before, they had never thought that Class 1 Hall could challenge the City Lord. That was the City Lord of Heavenly Stellar City. Only Hall Master Long Xiaoya dared to do so in the past. Heavenly Stellar City Lord, Class 1 Hall captured my Sun God Shrine's envoy. Is this how you treat your guests in the Deqian Celestial Empire? Yi Hua immediately tried to pressure the Heavenly Stellar City Lord. In this way, it became a diplomatic matter. Although the Heavenly Stellar City Lord had just arrived, he could roughly see what was going on from afar. These angels had brought this upon themselves. He did not want to care, but Sun God Shrine and the Qian Celestial Empire were on the same level. So he had no choice but to care. He had been praying for nothing to happen, but in the end, something happened. Stop! Everyone, please wait. The heavenly stellar city lord shouted again. Oh! Guhai coldly looked at the heavenly stellar city lord. The Class 1 Hall members were slightly stunned. You are the Class 1 Hall master, Guhai? Guhai, these angels are Sun God Shrine's envoys. You can't kill them in the heavenly court otherwise. The heavenly stellar city lord said with a frown. What does it have to do with me? Guhai coldly said. The heavenly stellar city lord was instantly choked. He looked at Guhai with a gloomy face. Humph, Guhai, I have already properly discussed this with you. If you insist on doing things your own way and cause trouble, don't blame me for not warning you. Yeehaw, ha 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 ha. Trespassing into my Class 1 hall is already causing trouble. I killed these trespassers to stop causing trouble. Heavenly Stellar City Lord, don't cause trouble. Go back to where you came from. Guhai coldly said. Audacious, where did these barbarians come from, causing trouble in my Heavenly Stellar City? I'll warn you again, immediately release these angels. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord coldly said. Barbarians? Ha, ha, ha. I was personally conferred the title of Class 1 Hall Master by Daikianching. Where did I come from? Go and ask Daikianching. See how Daikianching will answer you. Humph. Guhai gave a cold snort. Also, although I have just taken over Class 1 Hall, I know that Class 1 Hall is a Diqian power. Today, a group of outsiders are trying to assassinate the Diqian power. As the Heavenly Stellar City Lord, not only are you not united against them, you are helping outsiders provoke the Diqian power. What? Are you, the City Lord, working for the Diqian Celestial Empire or the Sun God Shrine? Or could it be that you are a member of the Sun God Shrine? Guhai stared at him as he spoke. Hua! The surrounding soldiers and citizens were in an uproar. This Guhai, he dared to say anything. He even dared to slander the City Lord? Audacious, this is preposterous. Men, capture Guhai for me. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord stared at him as he spoke. Guhai's eyes turned cold as he pointed a finger at the sky. Immediately, the sky-piercing cannon was pointed at the flying ship in the sky. The experts who were about to charge down felt their hearts turn cold. Where did this Guhai come from? He dared to point the sky-piercing cannon at them. How could they go down? Guhai, do you want to rebel? The Heavenly Stellar City Lord stared at him. Rebel? If I want to rebel, you as the City Lord will not be able to escape the blame. It was you who trespassed on my Class 1 Hall's territory. Leave immediately. I said, leave immediately. I will count to 3. Guhai coldly said. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord stared at Guhai. This was his first time seeing this kind of person. You dare to threaten me? The soldiers looked at the Heavenly Stellar City Lord in a daze. The surrounding citizens and soldiers were all stunned. Wasn't this Class 1 Hall's temper too explosive? Li Shunji in the distance was stunned. What does this Guhai want to do? In order to kill these angels, he will not hesitate to fall out with the City Lord. Li Shunji stared at him as he spoke. Even Yihua was a little stunned at this moment. With the arrival of the Heavenly Stellar City Lord, Yihua understood that he could no longer make a move. At the same time, his subordinates were safe. The original personal grudge had been raised to a diplomatic matter between Sun God Shrine and the Diqian Celestial Empire. Like this, for the sake of the relationship between Sun God Shrine and the Diqian Celestial Empire, no matter what, his subordinates could not die now. But who would have thought that Guhai would not care about anything? How is this possible? You dare, the Heavenly Stellar City Lord coldly said. 1. Guhai firmly said. The Class 1 Hall disciples looked at each other, but they were a little hesitant. The Class 1 Hall disciple in charge of the cannon did not know what to do. Mu Chunfeng quickly pushed that person aside and controlled the sky-piercing cannon herself. 2. Guhai coldly said again. Oomph. I will stand here today. I want to see if you dare. Cold sweat appeared on the Heavenly Stellar City Lord's forehead, but he still said with a fierce expression. The soldiers on the side did not know what to do. The surrounding citizens had already held their breaths and opened their eyes wide. They looked at the Class 1 Hall Master. Did he dare to fire? 3. Guhai shouted. Everyone shuddered at his words. Fire! Guhai shouted. Oh! The sky-piercing cannon controlled by Mu Chenfeng suddenly made a loud sound. A sky-piercing thunder was shot at the flying ship. What? He really fired? Impossible. What? The surrounding citizens suddenly cried out in shock. Even Li Shunji's expression in the distance changed. Yihua's mouth opened wide. Was Guhai really going to fight with the heavenly stellar city lord? The sky-piercing thunder was very fast, almost instantly reaching the flying ship. Guhai, you dare! The heavenly stellar city lord was so scared that his expression changed, and he instantly jumped out. Almost at the same time, all of the soldiers on the flying boats fled in all directions in horror. The heavenly stellar city lord's flying ship exploded above Class 1 Hall's territory. Everyone was instantly blown away. It exploded into pieces and shot in all directions. The escaping soldiers were instantly covered in blood from the explosion. Even the heavenly stellar city lord was sent flying by the explosion with his hair disheveled and his clothes in tatters. Guhai, you dare rebel, you're rebelling. The heavenly stellar city lord angrily flew away. The surrounding citizens were blown away by the explosion, but most of them were shocked. That was the high and mighty heavenly stellar city lord. How could he be blown away like that? Rumble. After the explosion, the area around Class 1 Hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Guhai in disbelief. The only sound was the sound of another sky-piercing thunder rolling into the sky-piercing cannon's barrel. He really dared? He really shot at the city lord? The sky-piercing thunder was poured into the cannon once again. In the direction Guhai pointed at, it was aimed at the heavenly stellar city lord. This is Class 1 Hall's territory. Get out. Guhai coldly said. I will report to His Holiness. You are plotting against a court official. I will report to His Holiness. The heavenly stellar city lord pointed at Guhai and roared. 1. Guhai coldly said again. Counting again, the heavenly stellar city lord trembled. If it was before, he would not believe that Guhai dared to shoot at him, but now he did not dare not believe it. He really would. He really would. Humph. With a flick of his sleeve, without waiting for Guhai to count to 2, the heavenly stellar city lord flew out of Class 1 Hall's territory. Guhai no longer cared about the heavenly stellar city lord and turned to look at the soldiers brought by the other city lords. The cannon followed Guhai's gaze. Humph, humph, humph. There was no need for Guhai to count. The soldiers all left Class 1 Hall's territory. Even after everyone had left, the commoners, soldiers, and Yihua were still in a daze. Kill, Guhai coldly said. Don't. Yihua's expression changed. Yes. A group of Class 1 Hall disciples roared. At this moment, they were almost roaring out the excitement in their hearts. Oh! His hand raised, and the blade fell. Almost at the same time, 2 middle sky palaces, 50 low sky palaces, and 2,000 Yuanying state people were all sent flying. Blood splashed across the sky. See, outside Class 1 Hall, almost everyone sucked in a cold breath. In an instant, they had a new understanding of the new Class 1 Hall Master. Guhai. Yihua revealed a fierce expression. The sky-piercing cannon immediately pointed at Yihua. Yihua, this is the territory of the Qian Celestial Dynasty. No matter where you come from, no matter who your father is, and no matter how mighty you were in the past, you have to abide by the Qian rules in the Qian Dynasty. If you barge into my Class 1 Hall, you have to be punished by my Class 1 Hall. If you dare to come forward again, you will end up like them. Guhai said coldly as he pointed at the Solar Divine Palace experts who had been beheaded. Yihua clenched his fists as if he was burning with rage. In the distance, the heavenly stellar city lord also looked at Guhai with a gloomy expression. At this moment, he was burning with rage. The civilians all around looked at Guhai, but they did not have any evil thoughts. Instead, they respected him from the bottom of their hearts. That's right. This was the Qian dynasty. No matter who you were, you had to abide by the Qian rules. just as Gu Hai coldly looked at Yi Hua, the two of them facing each other. Suddenly, a scream came from the sky. "It's him? Gu Hai! Roar!" A huge dragon suddenly flew over. When it saw Gu Hai below, it immediately revealed a furious expression. "Brothers, Gu Hai sent himself to us. Come quickly. Today, I want to hold an ancient killing convention." Ha ha ha! Another huge dragon suddenly roared with a ferocious expression. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, the furious roars of huge dragons came from the distance. A group of dragons flew over angrily from the distance. Waves of powerful auras spread out above Class 1 Hall. The dragons gathered together and glared at Gu Hai with overflowing resentment. Chapter 5:26. The huge dragons suddenly circled above Elite Hall. All of them showed resentment on their faces as they sent out shockwaves in all directions. The citizens around Elite Hall who had just seen Gu Hai blast the city lord and kill the angels looked at the sky in shock. Is this Hall Master Gu Hai a fiend? He just killed an angel and became enemies with Solar Divine Palace. Then, he blasted the city lord. I wonder how he is going to explain this to His Holiness. How did he offend the dragons? Isn't it because he offended a dragon? Look, this group of dragons is very aggressive. It seems like Gu Hai offended all the dragons. Elite Hall? So what if he has sky-piercing cannons? He is in trouble. The citizens all showed regretful expressions. At the same time, they looked at Gu Hai curiously. How much of a grudge did they have for this group of dragons to look like they wanted to eat his bones and drink his blood? This shout echoed throughout the entire city. More than half of the dragons in the distant dragon Celestial Hall rushed over. More than half. There were more than 1,000 dragons, right? The huge dragons in the sky looked aggressive as they looked at Gu Hai below with cold gazes. This aggressive scene stunned the enraged city lord, and Yeha was also stunned. Were these situations? We have yet to seek trouble with Gu Hai, and another group of dragons came? How detestable is this Gu Hai? At a restaurant in the distance, Li Shinji narrowed his eyes slightly. I nearly forgot. There are still the dragons. Huh, Gu Hai is dead for sure this time. My lord, how much do these dragons hate Gu Hai? I remember now. Back then, in the Thousand Island Sea's 9-5 Island, Gu Hai used a ritual array to kill more than 1,000 Sindragons whose divinity was sealed. Although those Sindragons have committed grave crimes, they definitely have friends and family in the dragon race. Gu Hai has killed so many of them at once, he will definitely be hated by the entire dragon race. That's right. Furthermore, he even imprisoned Crown Prince Ao Shun for several years. Huh. With this, Gu Hai is dead for sure. Oh, that's right. I heard that he even embarrassed Crown Prince Ao Shun on 9-5 Island. The subordinates of the Shinji Battalion were excited. No one was optimistic about Gu Hai. At this moment, on the square of Longchen Hall, the dragons all rushed to Class 1 Hall. Crown Prince Ao Shun slowly walked to the entrance of Dragon Palace and stared coldly in the direction of Class 1 Hall in the distance. Gu Hai. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes. Crown Prince, should we stop them? A subordinate frowned and asked worriedly. There's no need for that. They're here to avenge Ao Shun. Why should I stop them? Huh. Ao Shun revealed a cold smile. By the way, Crown Prince, the group of elders did not go. A subordinate said softly. Oh. Ao Shun raised his eyebrows. Ao Shun turned his head and looked. Indeed, a group of dragon race elders stood under the eaves of a nearby building. These elders looked in the direction of Elite Hall and occasionally looked at Ao Shun, as if they were checking his attitude. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Ao Shun revealed a faint smile. Just now, a huge dragon headed to Heavenly Mouse City, another subordinate whispered. After Ao Shun returned previously, he went to Heavenly Mouse City. He went to report to Ao Shun. Huh, that's normal. If Ao Shun knew that Gu Hai was here, he would definitely not spare Gu Hai. Ao Shun sneered. The dragons roared, and a vast might and pressure descended, pressing down on the entire Elite Hall. The surrounding ordinary people retreated before this might and pressure as they looked at the roaring dragons in the sky in horror. The Class 1 Hall disciples instantly trembled in fear. Only Gu Hai remained seated in his chair. He held the cup of tea in his hand and gently took a sip. Hall Master, I already used up those 5 paintings. What should we do now? Mu Chenfeng asked worriedly. Focus on your cannon. I'll handle the rest, Gu Hai said indifferently as he sipped his tea. Yes. Gu Hai's calmness instantly infected everyone. The elite Hall disciples immediately calmed down. Gu Hai humph. This is your retribution, right? Now who can save you? Today is the day you die. Yi Hua roared with a ferocious expression. Yi Hua roared coldly. The dragons in the sky only glanced at him but did not refute. This was because the dragons also wanted Gu Hai dead. Their goal was the same, so they did not care about Yi Hua's participation. Yi Hua had killed so many of his subordinates, so he could not interfere. However, since the dragons wanted to kill Gu Hai, he could use this opportunity to help them destroy Gu Hai. Yi Hua leaped out, wanting to attack. However, Gu Hai coldly glanced at Yi Hua. The day I die? Huh. The dragons want to kill me, but that is the Qian's internal matter. Since when is an outsider like you the right to interfere? Yi Hua, I'll warn you one more time. This is Elite Hall's territory. If you dare to enter, you will die. Gu Hai dragged out the last word, his eyes filled with a cold aura. Yi Hua's expression turned cold. Aim the sky-piercing cannon at Yi Hua. If he dares to enter Elite Hall's territory, kill him. Gu Hai coldly shouted. Yes. Mu Chenfeng shouted. Whoosh! The sky-piercing cannon was aimed straight at Yi Hua. It did not care about the others and only aimed at Yi Hua. Gu Hai ha! Good. Let's see how you will die today. Yi Hua was so angry that he laughed and roared. Yi Hua might be able to block the sky-piercing cannon, but it was only a maybe. At this moment, his subordinates were all killed, so Yi Hua did not have any thoughts of fighting. Moreover, more than 1,000 dragons wanted to kill Gu Hai. He only needed to watch the show. No one could save Gu Hai. Gu Hai was dead for sure. The heavenly stellar city lord's eyelids twitched. He looked at Gu Hai, who was still calmly drinking tea. Things had already come to this, and he still did not know. The surrounding citizens looked at Yi Hua with displeasure. That's right. This is the Qian's internal affairs. You are an outsider. Why are you interfering? At the same time, the surrounding citizens looked at Gu Hai with even more curiosity. The sky-piercing cannon was aimed at Yi Hua and did not care about the dragons. Was this Gu Hai not afraid of the dragons at all? Gu Hai, I don't care if you're an outsider or an insider. Humph. Today, even if His Holiness and Jizun are here, I will kill you. A giant dragon said coldly. The giant dragon shouted coldly. The other dragons roared as if they were about to charge at Yi Hua. Oh, are you taking revenge for the Sin Dragons or for Ao Shun? Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Humph. Sin Dragons? Humph. They deserve to die. I am doing this for Crown Prince Ao Shun. Why? If not for Jizun stopping me, I would have destroyed your 9-5 island long ago. Today, you delivered yourself to me. You asked for it. The leading giant dragon roared. What is your name? Gu Hai asked with a faint smile. What is the point of knowing a person who is about to die? Humph. The leading giant dragon said coldly. Mu Chenfeng, who was at the side, immediately said, Hall Master, he is the son of the dragon race's Elder Lin. People call him Air Lin. Air Lin? Gu Hai smiled faintly. He seemed to remember this name. Just as Air Lin was about to charge at Yi Hua, crack. Gu Hai exerted force in his hand and crushed the teacup in his hand. The broken pieces cut Gu Hai's hand and some blood flowed out. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai, are you still pretending to be calm? You exposed yourself, right? Actually, you were so frightened that you even crushed the teacup in your hand. You even cut your hand. Yi Hua sneered. Huh. Gu Hai smiled faintly and tossed away the broken pieces of the teacup in his hand. Indeed, there were several drops of blood on his right hand. Dragons, quickly make your move. I'll hold back that sky-piercing cannon. Quickly kill Gu Hai in case something unexpected happens. Yi Hua shouted. Roar. Air Lin immediately roared and was the first to dive down. Humph. Without the sky-piercing cannon, what is Gu Hai? I'll take him down. Air Lin shouted. The giant dragon swooped down, looking like it would reach Gu-hai. Outside, the ordinary people, soldiers, and city lords all goggled. Gu-hai, who was so ferocious earlier, was going to die now? The group of elite hall disciples revealed horrified expressions. Erlin had the might of the heavenly palace. He had a ferocious expression as he approached in the blink of an eye. The elite hall disciples could even smell the stench of blood coming from Erlin's mouth. They all showed anxious expressions. At this moment, Gu-hai suddenly extended his injured right hand. There was a drop of blood on the middle finger of his right hand. Gu-hai grabbed his middle finger and flicked it. That drop of blood immediately flew toward Erlin's huge dragon head. One drop of blood? Just this one drop of blood flying out would seem very confusing to others. They did not know what Gu-hai was doing. However, in Erlin's eyes, when that drop of blood flew toward him, it seemed like the entire world was dyed red in an instant. Countless evil spirits instantly appeared in the blood-colored world. The evil spirits grabbed many crimson sabers and surrounded Erlin. Ha 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 ha! My flesh is mine. I want to eat it. I want meat. Don't fight with me. It's mine. Ha ha ha! Hundreds of millions of evil ghosts surrounded Crown Prince Lin in an instant. Those with blood knives used them to cut Crown Prince Lin's flesh. Those without blood knives used their mouths to bite Crown Prince Lin. Erlin felt his flesh being bitten into a bloody mess. The entire world turned into the evil spirit's world. Great pain and horror instantly filled his entire body. Oh no! Crown Prince Lin screamed in horror. This shout startled all the dragons in the sky, who were about to charge down. Little Lin, what's wrong with you? Little Lin, are you crazy? The dragons cried out in alarm. They did not know why Erlin suddenly went crazy. He was so frightened by Gu-hai's drop of blood that he almost peed in his pants. Wasn't it just a drop of blood? Wasn't it just a drop of blood? It was a drop of blood. However, it was not an ordinary drop of blood. Instead, it was a drop of blood infused with the life-slaying saber intent. A murderous and bloody aura instantly scared Crown Prince Lin out of his wits. He was instantly placed in the evil spirit world of the life-slaying saber. Gu-hai reached out and pressed down. Boom! Erlin was instantly beaten to the ground by Gu-hai. He curled up in fear. No, don't eat me. Erlin was still in fear. What sorcery did you cast on little Lin? Be Astra-starred, quick, kill him together. Kill Gu-hai. The dragons roared furiously and charged toward Gu-hai. If you dare to come forward again, I won't hold back, Gu-hai said coldly. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out the life-slaying saber with his left hand. There was still a lot of blood in his right palm. Gu-hai clenched his fist as if he wanted to spill all the blood in his hand. Roar! 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 The dragons looked ferocious as they swooped down. Gu-hai's expression was cold. He held the saber in his left hand and the blood in his right, as if he was going to attack with all his might. A great battle was about to break out. Stop! Suddenly, a furious roar resounded in the elite hall square. Boom! A massive storm swept over, instantly sweeping up the group of dragons and stopping the tornadoes in their tracks. Who is it? The dragons looked over angrily. However, in the next moment, the dragons' expressions froze. Crown Prince Ao Shun. The dragons were shocked. Chapter 5:27. A huge storm swept over, instantly sweeping up the group of dragons and stopping the tornadoes in their tracks. Who is it? The dragons looked over angrily. However, in the next moment, the dragons' expressions froze. Crown Prince Ao Shun. The dragons exclaimed in shock. Whoosh! Only now did Ao Shun arrive. A strong wind instantly swept through the entire plaza where Elite Hall was. After stabilizing himself, Ao Shun stood in the air above Elite Hall's area in azure-clad robes. An enormous aura suddenly erupted, instantly causing the expressions of everyone in the square to change. Gu-hai's face sank as he turned his head to look. This aura? Gu-hai was sure that this aura belonged to the Heavenly Palace. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Didn't he only have the Heavenly Palace's aura? The Sin imprint is gone. Mu Chenfeng's expression suddenly changed. However, she saw that the rice-shaped sin imprint on Ao Shun's forehead had disappeared. At this moment, Ao Shun's long hair fell behind his back, and he exuded an overwhelming might. At the entrance of the Dragon Star Palace in the distance, "He's here. Crown Prince, Ao Shun is here," a subordinate said respectfully to Ao Shun. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Sin imprint? Humph. Imperial Father is still biased." On the other side of the corridor, a group of Dragon Clan elders were excited. Ao Shun's cultivation has been restored, and his divinity has been restored. He is once again the invincible Crown Prince Ao Shun. Elder Jin said excitedly, "I knew it. I knew it. The primes would not keep on punishing Crown Prince Ao Shun." Elder Lin said excitedly, "Crown Prince Ao Shun's sin imprint disappeared, and he recovered his former cultivation. In that case, this time, Guhai is in trouble." That's right. Guhai was humiliated in 9-5 Island. Now that he has returned, how could he possibly give Guhai a good time? In the past, Crown Prince Ao Shun even dared to attack the Deqian Crown Prince. So why would he care about the status of Class 1 Hall's Hall Master? The group of elders sighed. Crown Prince Ao Shun's expression was gloomy, but he didn't pity Guhai at all. He only snorted coldly. In the distance, in a restaurant, Li Shunji narrowed his eyes. "That undefeated Ao Shun is back again?" Li Shunji narrowed his eyes and sneered. The stronger Ao Shun was, the weaker Guhai was. "Guhai, you are powerful. You can kill a group of angels, bombard the city lord, and summon dragons. However, this is Crown Prince Ao Shun. Even the sky-piercing cannon is useless against him. It's time for you to return the humiliation you gave Ao Shun in the past. No one can save you." When the heavenly stellar city lord saw Ao Shun, his eyes lit up. Yihua looked at Ao Shun's forehead in shock. The sin imprint disappeared. That aura had already reached Heavenly Palace, right? However, after the shock, Yihua felt even happier. Guhai is dead for sure this time. "Crown Prince Ao Shun, you're back." "Crown Prince Ao Shun, Jizun removed your sin imprint? That's great. That's great." This Guhai used a trick to frame little Lin. "We were about to attack together. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you can vent your anger now. Back then, he imprisoned you in 9-5 Island. Now it's time to take revenge." The dragons shouted excitedly, but the surrounding citizens understood everything. "Guhai, he imprisoned Crown Prince Ao Shun? Is that true?" The citizens, who did not have much of an impression of Guhai before, suddenly looked at Guhai like a monster. No wonder the dragons hated Guhai so much. Was this elite hall master heaven-defying? He killed the six-winged angel, bombarded the city lord, fought the dragons alone, and even imprisoned Crown Prince Ao Shun? Where did this come from? The citizens watched this scene in shock. However, the elite hall disciples revealed panicked expressions. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of some people. Mu Chenfeng also had an anxious expression. However, she did not move the sky-piercing cannon. Guhai looked up and coldly looked at Ao Shun in the sky. Ao Shun instantly arrived with an anxious expression as he coldly looked at the scene. "Crown Prince, we will help you kill Guhai." A dragon immediately shouted. "Stop!" Ao Shun roared again. "Huh!" That dragon felt slightly stunned. All the dragon race cultivators were stunned. In the distance, Ao Shun, the dragon race elders, Li Shunji, Yihua, and the surrounding citizens all showed confused expressions. What does this mean? Ao Shun's first shout to stop was not directed at Guhai. Was it directed at the dragons? Whoosh! However, Ao Shun's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of Guhai. Then, he turned his head and looked at the frightened Lin Yun on the ground. Then he took a deep breath. Ao Shun turned his head and looked at Guhai. Guhai also looked at Ao Shun coldly. Ao Shun's serious expression suddenly revealed a bitter smile. "Thank you for your mercy, sect leader Gu." Ao Shun suddenly bowed to Guhai solemnly. Buzz! The surroundings suddenly became silent. Crown Prince Ao Shun bowed to Gu Hai. Didn't he recover his cultivation? Why did he have to bow to Gu Hai, the person who imprisoned him? Crown Prince, why did you? The dragon race cultivators were shocked. Shut up, all of you, Ao Shun said coldly. The dragon race cultivators were slightly stunned. At this moment, Lin Yun also woke up from the frightening illusion. He trembled and broke out in cold sweat. When he opened his eyes, he immediately saw Gu Hai standing beside him. Gu Hai, how dare you threaten me? Arg! Crown Prince Lin suddenly roared and charged towards Gu Hai with a loud rumble. Bam! There was a loud sound. Lin Yun did not manage to reach Gu Hai. Instead, he was sent flying by Ao Shun's palm. Lin Yun screamed, but he was not seriously injured. He turned his head to see who had hit him and was shocked. Crown Prince, why did you hit me? Ao Shun looked at Lin Yun coldly. Why did I hit you? Humph! If sect leader Gu had not shown mercy, you would have been a dead dragon. What? That's impossible. Crown Prince Lin shouted in disbelief. Ao Shun suddenly stared at Lin Yun. Lin Yun immediately shrank back and did not dare to refute. Then, Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai. Sect leader Gu, this is one of my childhood friends. I hope you don't blame him. Thank you for showing mercy earlier. Gu Hai stared at Ao Shun for a while. He saw sincerity in Ao Shun's eyes. Then, he nodded and said, never mind. I was not prepared to start a massacre in the first place. After all, even if I kill this group of juniors, there is still a group of seniors waiting at the Dragonstar Hall. Gu Hai smiled slightly and looked in the direction of the Dragonstar Hall. In the distance, Ao Shun and the elders' faces darkened. Crown Prince Ao Shun, more than 1,000 dragon race members were killed by Gu Hai, and you were imprisoned by Gu Hai. Are you going to let it go? The dragon race is too spineless, right? Your enemy is here, but you don't dare to do anything? Yi Hua provoked Ao Shun. Ao Shun turned his head and looked at Yi Hua in the sky. He sneered. Yi Hua, an outsider like you has no right to interfere in the affairs of the dragon race. Yi Hua's face darkened. I don't care about the grudge between you and sect leader Gu. However, if you want to trick the dragon race to go against Gu Hai, don't blame me for being rude. I don't care if you're the absolute beginning son. If you provoke me, I will kill you immediately. Do you believe me? Ao Shun looked at Yi Hua coldly. How dare you? Yi Hua glared at him. Humph! If I kill you, my father will negotiate with the absolute beginning. At most, I will become a sin dragon again. You could try. Ao Shun's voice was filled with killing intent. Not far away, Li Shunji narrowed his eyes. That fearless Ao Shun is back. Ao Shun looked at Yi Hua coldly. The dragon race looked at Yi Hua and the angel race with unkind eyes. Yi Hua stared at Ao Shun, wanting to refute. However, Ao Shun's eyes were filled with killing intent, making Yi Hua's heart tighten. Others did not know Ao Shun, but Yi Hua knew Ao Shun from the past. He had the strength to do so, and his character was also a man of his word. If he went against him, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Humph! Yi Hua flung his sleeve and gave a cold snort. Also, you're not welcome in the dragon race. If you have nothing else to do, leave Heavenly Stellar City immediately, Ao Shun said coldly. Yi Hua's face turned cold as he stared at Ao Shun for a while. Go! Yeha let out a furious roar and flew away with a group of angels. Yi Hua left. Ao Shun turned to look in the direction of the Dragonstar Hall in the distance. Looking at Ao Shun in the Dragonstar Hall square, Ao Shun slightly knit his brows, and there was a look of blame in his eyes. He was blaming Ao Shun for being the crown prince and letting the dragon race run wild. Of course, Ao Shun was the dragon crown prince, so Ao Shun did not say anything in the end. Even so, Ao Shun's blaming eyes made Ao Shun's face turn gloomy. Humph! Ao Shun gave a soft snort, but his heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Ao Shun's eyes left Ao Shun and looked at the distressed Heavenly Stellar City Lord not far away. Heavenly Stellar City Lord, what happened to you? Ao Shun looked at the Heavenly Stellar City Lord with a frown. Your Highness, just now, Crown Prince Lin transformed into his human form and began to recount everything that had happened. Heavenly Stellar City Lord, although I, Ao, Shun, have been demoted to an ordinary dragon and am not as noble as you, but I still want to say a few words to you. In the past, when you became the Heavenly Stellar City Lord, there were people who told me that you were not capable enough and that you only became the City Lord because you had the support of the Deqian Second Prince. However, I never thought that you would make such a mistake. The First Class Hall is the Deqian's Foreign Affairs Department and was personally conferred by His Holiness as the Marquis Hall. No matter who is the Hall Master, they're all Marquises. A Marquis is in their own home and they have the right to deal with intruders. Who gave you the guts to barge into the First Class Hall? Ao Shun said with a frown. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord's face froze. Those who offend the Deqian will be killed no matter how far they are. No matter how strong they are, they will be killed. Those angels only have themselves to blame. What is wrong with Hall Master Gu killing them? But you're helping an outsider and disrupting the Deqian's laws? Ao Shun said in a deep voice. No, it's just that. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord's face changed, and he immediately cried out. Hall Master Gu did not pursue the matter. Just now, if he had directly killed you in front of His Holiness, there would be no punishment. Do you understand? Ao Shun said in a deep voice. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord's face changed. All right, this group of soldiers, who are they guarding against? There's no need to gather here. You can leave. Ao Shun said in a deep voice. Yes, the Heavenly Stellar City Lord said with a bitter smile. In the Heavenly Court, although he was a city lord, there were many people with higher status than him. In front of him, Ao Shun, even if he was not the crown prince, he was still the eldest son of the Dragon Clan Supreme Elder. Moreover, there were many dragons here and most of them followed his lead. He could not go against the will of the dragons. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord could only quickly withdraw the city guards. At this moment, the elite Hall disciples were no longer afraid and looked at Ao Shun with much friendlier eyes. The surrounding people looked at Ao Shun in shock. How could the barrier be like this? What the dragon said before, was it all false? How is this the humiliation of imprisoning Ao Shun? This Ao Shun was protecting Gu Hai in all aspects. Why is it like this? In the distance, Li Shinji's face changed, and he was filled with anger. At the entrance of the Dragonstar Hall, Ao Shun looked at Ao Shun with a gloomy face. Humph! With a flick of his sleeve, Ao Shun walked back into the Dragonstar Hall. Ao Shun took care of everything and looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, how have you been since we last met? Ao Shun said with a smile. Crown Prince Ao Shun, how awe-inspiring. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good is too polite. Compared to Mr. Good, this one is just a brute. Ao Shun shook his head. The surrounding dragons who were previously aggressive were now in a dilemma. How could this be? Crown Prince Ao Shun, please come in. Gu Hai said with a smile. Ao Shun suddenly raised his eyebrows. I suddenly remembered that there is something I have to tell you. Oh, Gu Hai asked in confusion. I just saw Gauchen in Heavenly Mouse City. Ao Shun said with a frown. Gauchen? Gu Hai said in surprise. It should be him. Your heaven-grade zither. That singer is it's him. He's in Heavenly Mouse City. Now, he seems to be arguing with a group of baldies. I was about to stop them, but I suddenly heard news of you here. I was worried that something would happen, so I immediately came back. Ao Shun said with a frown. Arguing? Baldies? Are they monks? Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's right. They should be envoys from the holy lands of the spiritual mountains. There seems to be a bodhisattva. Ao Shun nodded. The holy lands of the western spiritual mountains? Gu Hai's face darkened. Chapter 528. The Western Spirit Mountains Holy Land. Gu Hai's face sank. Gu Hai had heard of the Spirit Mountains Holy Land long ago. It was one of the 3 holy lands, along with Wancho Taoism and Solar Divine Palace. Back then, the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's Qin Yun learned one of the Spirit Mountains Holy Land's cultivation techniques, the Closed Eyes World Cleansing Zen. Then, he destroyed His Holiness's corpse and blocked the heaven-splitting axe. Now, Gauchen was fighting with the Spirit Mountains Holy Land's people? What's going on? No, I have to go over immediately. Crown Prince Ao Shun, please show me the way. Guhai's expression changed. Guhai still thought highly of Gauchen. If this were an ordinary person, Guhai would not worry about Gauchen. However, this was the Spirit Mountain's holy land. Guhai could not help feeling worried. Show you the way? No, I'll bring you over. I was going to stop them earlier, but I did not make it in time. Ao Shun said, while shaking his head. Guhai glanced at Ao Shun. Guhai could roughly guess why Ao Shun was so enthusiastic about him. To others, Ao Shun was humiliated by being imprisoned on 9-5 Island. At the very least, that was what Ao Shun thought at the start. However, why would the dragon race's prime, Ao Tianwang, be so grateful to Guhai? It was not just Ao Tianwang. Ao Shun understood as well. After being imprisoned for a few years, Ao Shun had seen many things clearly and had also ground away the bad edges of his body. Guhai did not humiliate Xiao Chun while he was imprisoned. Instead, he opened up all information to Xiao Chun. This could be considered a form of guidance for Xiao Chun. Earlier, if Ao Shun had not come, Guhai could have killed Crown Prince Lin. However, this was the Dragon Star Palace and the Dragon Race Elders. Guhai could not start a massacre here. Ao Shun was returning a favor. All right, thank you for your trouble. Guhai smiled. Hall Master, we want to go too. Hall Master, I'll go too. The Class 1 Hall members instantly cried out in excitement. After experiencing the earlier scenes, the group of elite Hall disciples worshipped Guhai to the extreme. Even though there was the danger of the Spirit Mountain's holy land, they did not care. They just needed to follow their Hall Master. All right, Mu Chinfeng, take sky-piercing cannon and choose 100 Class 1 Hall members. Set off immediately, Guhai said gravely. Yes, Mu Chinfeng said excitedly. Crown Prince, what about us? The group of dragons immediately asked eagerly. His Holiness has bestowed upon Heavenly Mouse City a holy land of spiritual mountains and holy palaces. Even the Dragon Clan is not at liberty to enter that place. Not all of you can go. At most, 100 of you will follow me. Each dragon army will have 10 representatives. Ao Shun said in a deep voice. I'll go. I'll go. I'll go. Immediately, the group of dragons clamored. All of them were eager to go. However, in the end, only 100 people were allowed. The other dragons felt helpless. All right, let's go. Guhai took out a flying boat. Time is of the essence. If Mr. Good doesn't mind, why don't I bring you there? Ao Shun said. All right. Guhai nodded. An ordinary flying boat could only reach the Heavenly Palace. How could it be faster than Ao Shun's flying boat? Ao Shun waved his sleeve and immediately soared into the sky with everyone. Boom! They turned into a meteor and instantly shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the elite hall square became much quieter. The group of dragons also returned. In the distance, the heavenly stellar city Lord commanded the army to leave in displeasure. The surrounding citizens did not dare to step into Class 1 Hall's territory rashly. Not to mention that ruthless Guhai, even Crown Prince Ao Shun had just spoken. Who would dare to barge in at this time? The citizens slowly dispersed, but their hearts could not calm down for a long time. Where did this Guhai come from? Who knows? Who knows about Guhai's past? Who has heard of Guhai? For a moment, the entire city was inquiring about Guhai. Ao Shun brought them along at an extremely fast speed. Soon, they flew past Heavenly Stellar City and headed towards Heavenly Mouse City. Who is it? One of the guards immediately shouted. Who? Ao Shun had already flown far away in an instant. The guard could not stop him. Not good. Someone is barging into the heavenly court. Quickly inform the Lord. The soldier said anxiously. Inform my ass, are you blind? That's Crown Prince Ao Shun. How dare you stop him? A soldier beside him shouted. Ao Shun used a light barrier to cover everyone as he looked at the city in the distance that was constantly flying closer. Ao Shun, you said earlier that you saw Gauchen arguing with the people of the spiritual mountain Holy Land? What were they arguing about? We're in Heavenly Mouse City. Guhai asked with a frown. It seems to be because of a mute brat. I didn't investigate the details, and I didn't have the time. However, the place they were at is more troublesome. It's in the area of the spiritual mountain Holy Land's temporary imperial residence. The city guards can't interfere. Moreover, there are countless Buddhist cultivators in Heavenly Mouse City. Most of the citizens believe in Buddhism, although they're not devout to the spiritual mountain Holy Land. If two powers fight, most of them will side with the spiritual mountain Holy Land. This is because they're all Buddhist cultivators. Ao Shun explained. Countless Buddhist cultivators? Guhai frowned slightly. That's right. The Heavenly Court is not like the sections. As long as they can be used by the Deqian, they can be Buddhist, demon, and demon. Don't you know Venerable Lunyan? Isn't he just a Buddhist cultivator? In Heavenly Mouse City, there are many Buddhist cultivators and many temples. I heard that when the people of the spiritual mountain Holy Land came, the entire Heavenly Mouse City welcomed them. Tens of thousands of people turned out. Ao Shun explained. Guhai frowned deeply. Clearly, this was a thorny problem. Heavenly Mouse City was different from Heavenly Stellar City. The citizens here were all on the side of the spiritual mountain Holy Land. Who came from a spiritual mountain Holy Land this time? Are they all participating in the Thousand Sage Assembly? Guhai asked doubtfully. The people of the spiritual mountain Holy Land just arrived. They were invited by His Holiness to participate in the Thousand Sage Assembly. The leader is the future Buddha. They brought a large number of bodhisattvas and arhats. However, most of them were invited to the Heavenly Court City. The future Buddha went to meet His Holiness. However, there are 1 or 2 bodhisattvas and a group of arhats in the temporary imperial residence. So, Ao Shun smiled bitterly. The future Buddha? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Guhai had some understanding of the spiritual mountain Holy Land. There were 3 Buddhas in the spiritual mountain Holy Land, the past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the future Buddha. They were the most powerful people in the world. Even if they were not as powerful as Daiqianxing, they were not far behind. After all, they had never fought before. When the future Buddha just arrived, he gave a lecture in Heavenly Mouse City and won the support of countless Buddhist cultivators. When he arrives, Mr. Good, be careful. Try to appease Gaochen. Ao Shun shook his head. Guhai did not say anything. If Gaochen was wrong, Guhai would stop Gaochen. If it was not Gaochen's fault, why would he appease Gaochen? Guhai did not say anything. Ao Shun looked at Guhai and smiled bitterly. After all these years, Ao Shun understood Guhai's character. Guhai would not compromise his beliefs because of anyone's words. Whoosh! Everyone flew into Heavenly Mouse City. Because Ao Shun was in front, the guards did not stop them. Mr. Good, it's over there. Ao Shun pointed into the distance and shouted. There was a huge square in the distance. A large number of civilians and soldiers were gathered around it. Just like outside Class 1 Hall, they were all staring at the battle in the square. However, unlike in Heavenly Stellar City, most of the onlookers were looking at the square coldly. That's the Listening Hall Square. Previously, the future Buddha held a lecture in the Listening Hall Square. Ao Shun pointed at the huge palace at the entrance of the square. The palace was called the Listening Hall. At the entrance of the Listening Hall stood a group of people wearing kasais. They were surrounding a middle-aged man with a kind face. They were looking at the center of the square with compassion. In the center of the square, 500 monks were sitting cross-legged in a circle with Gaochen and a young man in the center. Evil demon, the Buddha's light saves all evil. Buddha above, grant me the sacred text to save all living beings. The 500 monks were chanting Buddhist scriptures. As the Buddhist scriptures were chanted, a golden rune seemed to come out of the monks' mouths. The shape of the rune was swastika. The 500 monks chanted the swastika scripture and slowly floated in the air. It was like small rivers converging into a large sea in the sky. They converged into a super huge swastika symbol and emitted bursts of golden light above Gaochen and the young man. Countless civilians and soldiers looked coldly at Gaochen and the young man from all directions. Evildoers, you dare to resist in the 500 Arhats formation? You're courting death. Buddha is merciful. Evildoers do evil, but you need to be saved. It's your good fortune. Emmateus Buddha. The crowd kept criticizing Gauchen and the young man. Gauchen protected the young man behind him. He kept plucking the strings in the air. In an instant, the sound of the zither filled the air. Boom! Under the sound wave, millions of little spirits suddenly appeared out of thin air and rushed in all directions. However, the 500 arhats sat in a circle as if forming a large barrier. When the little spirits flew close, they were all blocked by the golden barrier. Gauchen's zither music was suppressed by the chanting of the 500 monks. The young man at the side was frightened. Gauchen snorted and said, "Don't be afraid. I still have the psalm my master gave me. These bald donkeys are not good people. Watch my pathos." Buzz. Gauchen played the zither in the air. Suddenly, the sound of the zither formed a warrior who looked up at the huge swastika seal in the sky. Boom! The golden swastika seal suppressed the zither warrior to the point that he could not resist. Gauchen's expression changed drastically. The young man covered his ears in pain. However, Gauchen showed a ferocious expression and kept playing the zither to interfere with the chanting of the sutra. Bald donkeys, if you are capable, come with me one-on-one. Chant the sutra at me. Chanting the sutra to a young man without any cultivation is not something to be proud of. Gauchen said anxiously. Gauchen shouted angrily. Beside the 500 monks was a white-clad woman. She was quite pretty, but her eyes were cold and unkind. Emmateus Buddha, heaven-ranked zither. Gauchen, who is your master? We are trying to save the evil spirit. If you keep bothering us, don't blame us for saving you as well. The white-clad woman said coldly. Bah, evil spirit, you're the evil spirit. I will protect him today. What 500 Arhat formation? What demonic exorcism scripture? I don't believe that you can save me. Come on, come on. Gauchen said with a ferocious expression. Chapter 529. Gauchen, if you continue to be so stubborn, we won't hold back anymore. That was just the first part of the demon expiating scripture. Next, there will be the second part. Your pathos is extraordinary, but the next part isn't something you can handle. The white-robed lady looked at Gauchen coldly. Come on then. So what if you're from the spiritual mountain? Again, I don't believe that the Guqin Dao and your scriptures are so powerful. Gauchen said with a ferocious expression. The white-robed lady squinted her eyes, and a cold aura flashed in her eyes. Recite the second part. Yes. The 500 monks answered immediately. The 500 monks put their palms together and recited the scriptures again. Evil demon, the Buddha's light saves all evil. Buddha above, grant me the holy scripture to save all living beings. The chanting of the scriptures got faster and faster. In an instant, the swastika runes from the 500 monks' mouths got faster and faster. More and more swastikas gathered on the huge swastika rune in the sky. As the swastika rune spun, it slowly emitted millions of golden rays. The golden rays shot in all directions of Heavenly Mouse City, and the sounds of Buddha suddenly expanded. In an instant, it seemed to resound throughout the entire Heavenly Mouse City. Demon expiating scripture. There must be an extraordinary evil demon. The spiritual mountain doesn't use the demon expiating scripture easily. I know that little mute. He's a little beggar on our street. When he was born, his mother died in childbirth. His father also died in an accident on the way back. His grandparents raised him, but they passed away one after another. Were they all killed by him? No wonder the spiritual mountain wants to convert him. He's really the reincarnation of an evil demon. That Guqin player is called Gauchen. He played the Guqin on our street not long ago. He played quite well. I didn't expect him to help this evil demon. The spiritual mountain converted them. It's their good fortune. The surrounding people kept criticizing. In the square of the Buddhist temple, the 500 monks chanting of scriptures got louder and louder. The sounds of Buddha spread throughout the entire city. At the same time, the biggest swastika rune in the sky suddenly emitted a smoke-like energy. The golden smoke enveloped Gauchen and the young man in the center. Vaguely, transparent giants in armor appeared in the smoke, glaring at each other. That's the demon subduing Vajra. Look, that's the demon subduing Vajra mentioned in the demon subduing scripture. The demon subduing Vajra will only appear when it encounters a huge evil spirit and forcefully subdue the evil spirit. The surrounding people cried out in shock. Roar! The demon vanquishing Vajra roared towards the sky and attacked the two people in the center. Gauchin had an anxious look on his face, but his hands moved faster and faster. Under the effects of pathos, a warrior wearing a cape bravely fought against the demon subduing Vajra. Boom, boom, boom. In front of the demon vanquishing Vajra, the warrior was knocked to the ground time and time again. However, the warrior had a stubbornness that refused to admit defeat. This was a song of unyielding destiny. How could he yield to a few Vajras? Roar, roar, roar. The group of monks became anxious. It was obvious that this warrior was no match for the demon subduing Vajra. However, this warrior seemed to be unkillable as he stood up again and again. The monks could only continue to chant sutras, causing the number of Vajras to increase. 5 demon vanquishing Vajras, 10, 20, 50. After a series of heavy blows, the warrior could not resist at all. However, Gauchin refused to admit defeat and kept bouncing. The warrior also hugged Gauchin and the young man, using his body to block the attacks of the demon vanquishing Vajra. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud sounds rang out, as if the demon vanquishing Vajra was hitting a sandbag. Gauchin was at the end of the road, but he still protected the young man. The two of them were confined to a small space, unable to resist, and could only be beaten. The demon vanquishing Vajra fought for a while. Although he had the absolute advantage, he could not push the warrior's body away. As a result, there was a stalemate. The number of demon vanquishing Vajras had reached 100, and they kept hitting the warrior, the human sandbag. The crowd of people who were looking at Gauchin coldly frowned at this moment, and some of them could not bear to see it. As the 500 monks chanted sutras, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. This was the first time they had met someone who was so unafraid of death. The woman in white had a gloomy expression. A monk next to her whispered, "Bodhisattva, we can't go on like this. This Gauchin's Guqin Dao is amazing. Although he can't beat us, it's not good for us to continue to drag this out." The woman in white had a gloomy expression. After a moment of silence, she looked around. "Bodhisattva, look. The people around us are looking at us differently. They're slow-witted and sympathize with the weak. If we continue like this, it's not good for us." A monk next to her said with a frown. The woman in white nodded. "That's good. This Gauchin's cultivation has just reached the Yuanying state. I thought I could use this opportunity to spread the voice of Buddha, but I didn't expect him to be so difficult to deal with. I'll do it." "Yes." The monk stepped back. A cold light flashed in the woman's eyes. She stepped forward, and her figure flashed. She seemed to turn into a white light and instantly shot toward Gauchin in the center. "Evil demon, how arrogant. Wait for my purple bamboo to destroy this demon." The woman in white shouted. A purple bamboo stick appeared in his hand, and it instantly pierced towards the North Star. It was as though he wanted to pierce through the North Star. The expressions of the people around changed. Didn't she say that she would be easy to convert? Why did she become a demon? However, the people could only watch the woman in front of them do what she did. Perhaps the demon was too arrogant. The bamboo was only targeting Gauchin. It looked like it was going to kill Gauchin. Gauchin's expression changed drastically. A Guqin duel is fine, but you use such a despicable sneak attack. Shameless. Mu Chun Foam, fire the cannon. An angry shout came from the sky. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. A black thunderbolt instantly shot toward the woman in white holding the purple bamboo. The woman in white originally wanted to assassinate Gauchin. However, when the sky-blasting cannon shot out, the threat of death filled her body. The woman in white trembled. Her expression changed as she turned her head to look. When she looked over, she saw that the sky-blasting cannon was already in front of her. What? The woman in white suddenly changed her expression. The bamboo cane that was stabbing toward Gauchen changed its direction and went toward the sky-blasting cannon. "Master, why are you here?" Gauchen suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. "What? Huh?" Suddenly, there was a deafening sound. The entire square of the listening Buddha Hall was swept up by a torrential storm. The huge square was instantly shattered, and countless rocks flew into the sky. The 500 chanting monks were instantly sent flying by the aftershock. Ah, ah. The chanting of the 500 monks was interrupted. They were blown apart. The aftershock was so strong that it formed a storm that instantly hit the people in all directions. "Who is it? What's going on?" Ah! After a series of shouts, the people were thrown off their feet. In the square of the listening Buddha Hall, the group of monks in kasayas who were watching the scene unfold changed their expressions. "Who is it? How dare you? How dare you?" The monks in kasayas glared and shouted angrily, blocking the aftershock. The benevolent monk in the center also put his palms together. Suddenly, a golden light came out of the monk's body, enveloping the entire square in an instant. The chaos in the square calmed down in an instant. All the rocks fell to the ground, all the wind disappeared, and all the smoke sank instantly. The 500 chanting monks who were thrown off their feet were instantly safe and sound. The crisis seemed to have been completely resolved. However, in the center of the square of the listening Buddha Hall, there was a huge bottomless pit. "Purple bamboo bodhisattva. Purple bamboo bodhisattva, are you okay?" The group of monks immediately rushed to the entrance of the huge pit. They looked down and saw that in the depths of the huge pit, the purple bamboo in the hand of the woman in white who was about to sneak an attack on Gauchen had been completely shattered. The woman in white's clothes were instantly charred black. More than half of her hair was burned, and her face was full of bloody scars. Blood was seeping out of her black clothes. "Cough, cough, cough." The woman in white, purple bamboo bodhisattva, spat out blood weakly. "Purple bamboo bodhisattva, are you okay?" The group of monks jumped into the pit and helped the injured purple bamboo bodhisattva up. The purple bamboo bodhisattva trembled as if she had no strength left. However, her eyes were filled with resentment as she stared at the sky in the direction where the sky-shaking thunder had come from. When the monks saw that the purple bamboo bodhisattva was still alive, they followed the crowd's gaze and looked up at the sky. He saw that there was a huge flying boat in the air, and there were about 200 people standing on it. Guhai and Ao Shun stood at the deck while Mu Chunfeng and the other elite hall disciples aimed the sky-shaking cannons at the purple bamboo bodhisattva. Smoke was still coming out of the sky-shaking cannons. The 100 elite hall disciples were excited, but the 100 dragons widened their eyes and looked at Guhai and the others in shock. They did not expect that Guhai would dare to shoot cannons at the purple bamboo bodhisattva. Ao Shun looked at Guhai with a bitter smile. When they arrived, Guhai took out the flying boat and saw the battle below. He wanted to ask what was going on, but Guhai immediately ordered the cannons to attack the purple bamboo bodhisattva. He did not even have time to stop him. Guhai's expression was cold as he stared at the purple bamboo bodhisattva, who was so weak that she had no strength left. "Shameless bastard, how dare you kill my people?" Guhai said with a cold expression. You, who are you?" The purple bamboo bodhisattva said with a cold look in her eyes. "Master, you're finally here. Master, you have to help me. These bald donkeys want to convert us. If they succeed, we'll be brainwashed and become their slaves." "Master, you're here. That's great." Gauchen shouted excitedly. Zheng Fa Ming, "Look, my master is here. Haha, we don't have to worry anymore." Gauchen shouted excitedly to the young man next to him. The young man laughed and clapped his hands. However, no sound came out of his mouth. "Amateus Buddha, so it's the Dragon Prince Ao Shun. How did the holy land of spiritual mountain offend the dragon tribe? Why are the dragon tribe causing trouble in the holy land of spiritual mountain? Is this the order of Daiqiansheng?" Not far away, the big monk who was surrounded by a group of monks in kasayas asked. Although the big monk was staring at Ao Shun, and his expression showed that he was the owner of the voice, It was a subordinate who spoke on his behalf. Does he need others to speak on his behalf? Guhai sneered and said, I was the one who fired the cannons. It has nothing to do with Ao Shun. The holy land of Spiritual Mountain did not offend the dragon tribe, but offended me. Just now, was it you who ordered this bitch to assassinate Gauchin? Gauchin is a disciple of the first-class hall. This bitch tried to assassinate an official in the Daqian dynasty. Was it your order? 3 Lives Buddha? Chapter 530. I was the one who fired the cannon. It has nothing to do with Ao Shun. Your Spiritual Mountain holy land didn't offend the dragon tribe, but offended me. Just now, was it you who ordered this bitch to assassinate Gauchin? Gauchin is a disciple of my elite hall. This bitch tried to assassinate an official of the great Qian dynasty. Did your Sacred Mountain's holy land, 3 Lives Buddha, order her to do so? Gu Hai shouted coldly, causing the monks and the crowd to widen their eyes. Not only did he blast purple bamboo bodhisattva with that strange magic weapon, but he also called her a bitch. He even slandered her? Ew. Cough, cough, cough. Purple bamboo bodhisattva opened her eyes and shouted weakly. However, the cannon was too powerful. She was so badly injured that she couldn't even speak a complete sentence. This was also because of purple bamboo bodhisattva's high cultivation level. The sky-blasting cannon could blast a mid-level celestial palace cultivator. If purple bamboo bodhisattva hadn't reached this level of cultivation, she would have been blown to pieces. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you slander purple bamboo bodhisattva? Why would the dragon tribe associate with such a person? Purple bamboo bodhisattva is exterminating the demon. The crowd immediately scolded Gu Hai. Obviously, they still trusted the people of the Spiritual Mountain. The monks stared at Gu Hai. Amateus Buddha, my Buddhist name is Jiedong. May I know who you are? How dare you insult the Spiritual Mountain? Not far away. The monk put his palms together again. Jiedong Bodhisattva, the present Buddha's favorite disciple. Ao Shun told Gu Hai, present Buddha? The Spiritual Mountain had 3 Buddhas, the past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the future Buddha. These 3 Buddhas ruled the Spiritual Mountain, but the present Buddha was the leader. This was his disciple. The one who insults others should be insulted by others. I am a first-class hall leader, Gu Hai. The demon you said you wanted to exterminate is one of my people, a Daqian official. In your eyes, the Daqian official is a demon, or am I the one who insulted the Spiritual Mountain? Gu Hai said coldly. After Gu Hai finished speaking, the crowd below raised their eyebrows. Exterminate demons? The demon that the purple bamboo bodhisattva wanted to kill was the Daqian's official? Immediately, many people were shaken. He turned to look at Jiedong Bodhisattva and purple bamboo bodhisattva. Master, they're a bunch of shameless people. They want to brainwash this little beggar. I can't stand it. I've already decided to take this little beggar as my disciple. He's my disciple. Master, you must protect him. Gauchin immediately shouted. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at the young man beside Gauchin. The young man could not speak. He hid behind Gauchin, but there was no fear in his eyes. They were very pure. Mortal? There's no aura of cultivation? Ao Shun looked at the young man in confusion. I'll deal with you later. Gu Hai snorted at Gauchin. While speaking, the flying boat slowly landed on the ruined Buddhist hall plaza. Hey, Hall Master Gu? You keep saying to Qian official, then to Qian official. What's wrong? Now that you're into Qian territory, you think you can insult the sacred ground of Spiritual Mountain as you please? The purple bamboo bodhisattva was invited by the Daqianxing, but you sneak attacked him. Is this the Qian's hospitality? Or did the Daqianxing do it on purpose? Jiedong Bodhisattva looked coldly at Gu Hai. His subordinate beside him spoke on his behalf. Sneak attack? Ha! Who's the one who sneak attacked? Although there are many Buddhist cultivators in Heavenly Mouse City, they are not the eyes and ears of Spirited Mountain. They have their own judgment. Earlier, everyone saw clearly that if you want to compete in the way of the Zither, then you can just fight. If the North Star Alliance is not as skilled as you and loses to you because you have more people, then you can't blame anyone. You already have the upper hand because you have more people But you still want to do such a despicable thing? Haha, sneak attack, and shout something like, "Evil demon, wait for my purple bamboo to destroy the demon." Ridiculous, shameful, sad, and humiliating, Guhai said coldly. Guhai's scolding made the monks' eyelids twitch. The people around them also frowned. Just like what Guhai said, the purple bamboo bodhisattva seemed to have gone overboard. However, they were trying to overcome their demons. No matter what, Gauchin is fine, and the purple bamboo bodhisattva was injured by you, right? Zedong Bodhisattva looked coldly at Guhai. The Deqian invited you to the Thousand Saints Conference this time to make friends and communicate with each other. You hurt yourselves with violence. Who can you blame? Humph, the future Buddha is not here. If he is, I'd like to ask him, does the sacred ground of Spiritual Mountain like to sneak attack? There are countless Buddhists in the world, and I've seen many of them. Most of them are gentle and kind. Why are you so evil? Humph, if you're not the emissary of the sacred ground of Spiritual Mountain, I'll let you know that there are rules in the Deqian. You can't do whatever you want, Humph, Guhai said coldly. Guhai's scolding instantly divided the Buddhist cultivators. After all, this was the Deqian. It didn't matter if the people practiced Buddhism, but Buddhist cultivators were divided into good and evil. Why would the evil Buddhist cultivators in front of him support them? They were Deqian people, so they should stand on the side of Deqian. Immediately, some people started to think. Some people still stood on Zedong Bodhisattva's side, looking coldly at Guhai's group. You, Zedong Bodhisattva, take him. The purple bamboo Bodhisattva pointed weakly at Guhai and scolded. Guhai looked coldly at the purple bamboo Bodhisattva. You asked for it. Who can you blame? With that, Guhai turned to Gauchin. All right, Gauchin, come with me. Yes, master, Gauchin said excitedly. Dragging the young man, Gauchin was about to board Guhai's flying boat. Gauchin can go with you, but this young man can't. Zedong Bodhisattva put his palms together, and the people beside him spoke on his behalf. Master, take him with us. If we leave him here, we'll be humiliated by these bald donkeys. Gauchin begged. How dare you? The monks glared at Gauchin. Humiliate? Don't you know how to use words? Guhai looked at Zedong Bodhisattva and sneered. What? Are they demons again? They're Deqian citizens. Even if they're demons, they won't be converted by the holy land of Spiritual Mountain. This young man has an affinity with the Buddha. Please don't pester him, Headmaster Gu. Zedong Bodhisattva said solemnly. Pester? Didn't you just say demons? Now you're saying he has an affinity with the Buddha? Affinity? What does that have to do with me? Guhai said coldly. Gauchin, take him to the flying boat. Guhai said in a low voice. All right. The North Star Polaris immediately responded. Stop. The monks beside Zedong Bodhisattva shouted angrily, their expressions changing. Headmaster Gu, please don't make a mistake. This young man has an affinity with the Buddha. Even if the future Buddha returns, he won't let him go. Moreover, this is the temporary residence of the holy land of Spiritual Mountain. No one can take him away from here. Zedong Bodhisattva leaped into the air and blocked the flying boat's path. The monks around him were glowing with golden light. They stared coldly at Guhai's flying boat. Ha! Zedong Bodhisattva, this is the Qian territory. Are you going to rob us? Ao Shun shouted coldly. The dragons looked at Ao Shun with a frown. However, no one spoke. The Crown Prince's attitude was their own. Crown Prince Ao Shun has indeed shown his prowess in the West. In the past, I wouldn't have pestered Crown Prince Ao Shun. However, today, I'm sorry. I must bring this young man back to the great Thunderclap Temple of Spiritual Mountain and hand him over to the Buddha for punishment. Zedong Bodhisattva refused to back down. All around them, the onlookers all revealed looks of astonishment. They didn't expect that the little beggar would become the target of so many powerful people. Who's causing trouble in Heavenly Mouse City? Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. It was a flying boat that suddenly flew over. A man in an official's robe stood on the flying boat, coldly looking at the scene. Heavenly Mouse City Lord? Ao Shun asked coldly. Heavenly Mouse City Lord, you came at the right time. Not long ago, The person the future Buddha asked you to find has been found. It's this young man. Now, we want to bring him back, but we're being obstructed. I hope Heavenly Mouse City Lord can help us." Jidong Bodhisattva looked at the Heavenly Mouse City Lord, and the person beside him spoke for him. "Jidong Bodhisattva, you're too polite." The Heavenly Mouse City Lord bowed slightly. Turning his head, the Heavenly Wool City Lord looked at Ao, Shun, and the others. The future Buddha has already informed His Majesty about the person he is looking for. His Majesty has given me full authority to assist in the search. Since we have found him, Crown Prince Ao Shun, it's best if you don't interfere. His Holiness said that? Ao Shun's face darkened. That's right. His Holiness told me to help you with all my strength. The Heavenly Mouse City Lord said coldly. Ao Shun's face darkened. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you don't need to interfere. I'll do it. Guhai shook his head and said, "How can I do that? Mr. Good, I promised you before. Don't worry. Even if His Holiness finds out, I'll help you." Ao Shun immediately shouted. Guhai turned his head to look at the Heavenly Mouse City Lord and said with a cold smile, "Heavenly Mouse City Lord, this is a matter between my elite hall and the spiritual mountain Holy Land. It's best if you don't interfere. Otherwise, you'll end up like the Heavenly Stellar City Lord." "How dare you threaten the City Lord?" A guard on the side glared at him. The Heavenly Mouse City Lord narrowed his eyes and looked at Guhai. "Oh, Leader Gu of the Elite Hall? Heh, I've heard of you before. But what did you just say? End up like the Heavenly Stellar City Lord? May I know what it is?" Guhai smiled. Mu Chinfeng immediately aimed the sky-piercing cannon at the Heavenly Wool City Lord. "Heavenly Mouse City Lord, Jidong Bodhisattva, the surrounding people. Bombard the Castellan? That's impossible. Where did this Guhai come from? So bold? Haha, sky-piercing cannon?" The Heavenly Wool City Lord's eyes turned cold. The huge crater on the ground was still there, and the purple bamboo Bodhisattva was still lying on the ground, heavily injured. The might of the sky-shattering cannon was well known everywhere, so the Heavenly Mouse City Lord naturally recognized it at a glance. "Head Gu, good courage. You dare to attack the Heavenly Stellar City Lord? Heh, I guess he must have broken some rules, right? This official is upright and upright. I am following His Holiness's orders and have not broken the rules at all. Instead, you're the one who has broken the Deqian's rules by bombarding me with cannons. Humph, this official is standing right here. Let's see if you dare to fire at me." The Heavenly Wool City Lord glared at him. Mu Chinfeng's expression changed as she looked at Guhai. Guhai's eyes turned ice cold. The Heavenly Wool City Lord was indeed different from the Heavenly Stellar City Lord. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord had barged into Class 1 Hall's territory and seized the opportunity to talk. That was why Guhai wantonly bombarded him. Now, the Heavenly Wool City Lord was in the right and had extraordinary courage.